Chapter 61. Even more letters. A letter arrived at Mondstadt, carried by a green shadow who was delivering letters at a breakneck pace. One of the people who received a letter was opening a chest with an excited expression that only darkened when he saw a cabbage. "Hi, I'm still unlucky," said a sad Bennett. He hadn't been able to find a single shiny rock in a month now. He still received a lot of money from his friend Kenshin, who had sold some of the numerous shiny rocks she had found over the years. But it was strange, those rocks were all he was able to find, but the moment people knew they could sell them for a lot of money, he suddenly stopped finding them. Bennett was just unlucky. "Are you Captain Bennett?" A sudden voice woke him up from his musings. "Why yes," he said, a bit intimidated by the short guy with the scary mask. Xiao gave him a letter and promptly disappeared. He needed to find a lot of people. "Maybe I should let Barbatos deliver them." "Yes, that's a good plan," he thought to himself. Bennett stood still for a while in shock, but he opened the letter in excitement. There was only one person who called him Captain. Regretfully, nobody wanted to be in the same team as him. "Hey Captain, I hope your enemies are Syndra under your special move and your pockets are filled with money. I'm giving you enough for a lifetime after all." "I don't have a lot of time, so I will be quick. There has been some trouble in Inazuma, and a lot of people will leave. They will go to Liu, but some will need to relocate to other countries. I'm telling you this because my parents will probably go to Mondstadt, and I hope you can escort them from Liu. Unlike me, my parents don't like adventures that much, and they are simple people. I know that Mondstadt is filled with bandits, so I hope you can safely escort them. I could ask some people from Liu, but I want them to get to know someone from Mondstadt a bit better, and you are one of the guys I trust the most there. If you want to accept the commission, please escort my parents to the Knights of Favonius HQ, and let them talk with Varka. I think he will leave for that big expedition in a few months, so there should be enough time. Greetings from your friend Kenshin." "Of course I will," thought Bennett with a big smile. How could he refuse when Kenshin trusted him this much? So Bennett left for Liu at that exact same moment, not caring about anything else other than fulfilling his friend's request. "Ain!" a woman shouted before lunging towards an exhausted girl, who tried to parry the woman's attack but it was thrown to the wall, leaving cracks on it that showed the strength the woman was using. Again, the woman shouted, and the girl tiredly stood up, but had a firm expression. "That's a good face. Now, try to parry my attack." She lunged again, but a letter suddenly came between the eyes of the two women, leaving them stunned. "What is this?" said the woman, trying to grab the letter, but almost as if it had a will of its own, it escaped her hand and landed in the girl's face. The girl grabbed the letter with a curious expression and looked for the sender. "To my radiant knight" was elegantly written. Oh no, she thought, and tried to school her expression, but who was her mother? She was Frederica Gunhildre, one of the strongest knights to ever appear in the Gunhildre family. "I see, it is a letter from my son-in-law." "Read it," she said with a serious expression. "I'm always telling you, he is not your son-in-law," Jean said with a red face, as she is still easily embarrassed. "Say that after you learn how much money he is giving us as the dowry." But as always, Frederica doesn't hear her. "He proposed to you with a letter that even Barbatos himself allowed the whole Teyvat to listen. He is very handsome, rich, and caring." "What else do you want?" "How do you even know he is handsome and caring?" "You didn't even see him," argued a red-faced Jean. "I saw you writing that poem. How was it?" "With eyes that shine like the most beautiful amethyst, with stop," shouted Jean, covering her face. She regretted leaving that in the open, or at least what her mother considered the open. "It was in a safe box under the bed. And for being caring, do you think I would miss the books he sends you every single week? You are running out of space to keep them. You will need to build another basement for them." Frederica said something scary with a calm voice. Jean opted for opening the letter. "To my radiant knight, whose beauty shines more." "Jean, I told you to read the letter aloud," Frederica sternly said, and Jean felt like dying but obeyed. "To my radiant knight, whose beauty shines more than the sun itself, reaching even the stormy land of Inazuma, dispersing the clouds over my heart with its tantalizing rays of pure gold." "Why are you stopping?" "Continue now," Frederica said, a bit sappy. "But at least he loved her daughter." Jean could only nod. "I feel like vomiting, but that makes you blush," I'm all for it. Maybe he is not one of those pansies who like to write that shit they call poems. I approve. Frederica liked direct people, and poems were anything but direct. I write you because I'm probably going to piss people off here in Inazuma, and I fear for my parents, so we'll send them to Mondstadt. I sent the Pyro Archon to escort them, but I trust you in the administrative affairs, and I hoped that with the money I have from the JRK, you could buy them some land. Take all the money you need, it's there for something. I will continue our lesson. Tell me what you learned from this. Frederica stopped Jean and asked her seriously. She was teaching Jean not only how to fight, but also how to understand how people thought based on their words and mannerisms. Frederica was what you could call a superwoman. That he is making people angry in Inazuma, he fears for his parents, and wants me to buy them a house, said Jean with a deadpan face. She trusted her mother, but Frederica had her views a little skewed. There was no way she got this right, but it's what she got from the letter. Everyone in Mondstadt was a bit touched in the head, and in her mother's case, she usually heard what she wanted to hear. What a disappointment, said Frederica with a sharp gaze. He is going to anger important people, putting him in danger, but he is still going to do it, which shows how determined he is to fight for what he believes is right. He is thinking of his family first, and the fact that he is writing this letter shows that he will remain in Inazuma, despite the danger. Jean could only nod, but she still didn't know how her mother thought all of that. Maybe Kenshin had pissed off someone because of a prank, and he wanted to have even more fun, so he stayed. That sounded like him. Then the fact that he is sending them to Mondstadt is because he trusts that they will be safe here, and that is only possible because he knows that someone will protect them, someone strong. Who better than you? Barbatos sneezed but quickly resumed delivering letters, thinking about the wine Kenshin sent him. You are the closest person to him in Mondstadt, and I don't know who this Pyro Archon is, but only a handful of people are stronger than you, even if you are still green. Jean could only shake her head. That was a very big jump in logic, but as always her mother heard what she wanted to hear. And finally she is trusting you with all his money, which symbolizes not only how much he trusts you, but also his disposition to share everything he has with you. And finally he is not a greedy person. He knows how to spend money. The first thing he has done with his money in these years is to spend it for his parents. He will take care of you well. Frederica nodded. She liked this Kenshin more and more. Continue the letter. Jean quickly resumed reading, despite her blush, thinking about the take care of you. My parents are simple people, so they won't ask for anything. They will be happy with a farm they can work on and some company they can talk to. I trust the people of Mondstadt the most, so I don't think they will have trouble with that, but my parents don't like wine that much. A clouded mind is an unruly body, they say. I approve, shouted Frederica. Such an honest couple can't have educated this kid to be a wastrel. And in this damned country, not a single one can live without alcohol in his veins. I am furious just thinking about that walking pile of shit. Mother. Jean was appalled hearing her mother say that about her father. Continue, said Frederica, feeling extremely happy. People who thought that wine was a poison was something unique in this country. Finally, she will be able to socialize with someone whose idea of talking doesn't involve ingesting liters of alcohol. They said that in my life I should follow 3 tenets. To call it something. Be honest, try to help and work hard. Jean stopped, because she knew what her mother would think about that. If you don't get him, I will do it myself, Frederica said with a serious expression. Mother! Shouted Jean, alarmed. She didn't want to call Kenshin Dad. She liked some peculiar things, but that wasn't one. I may have exaggerated, but you should know that those 3 tenets are identical to what the Gunpilder family stands for, explained Frederica with a serious voice. We are knights who have sworn to defend the Mondstadt. Being honest is something I taught you all your life. Trying to help is what we live for. Working hard is what allows us to help others. You should know that you have been educated in an extremely similar way to this kid. I know, nodded Jean with a blush. She had known Kenshin for years, and she knew how he thought. She was able to see it firsthand when he sacrificed his sight for a friend and was able to smile about it, considering his friend's life worth his sacrifice. She didn't know it then, but she got her first crush, and it wasn't going away. I had a lot of problems with your father because we thought too differently. We fell in love and were too hasty in our marriage. I don't regret having you two, but I regret not waiting for a little longer," Frederica said with a nostalgic voice, but her expression turned dark soon after. But after a while problems started to appear. "I wanted to train, he wanted to go drinking. I wanted to go on an expedition, he wanted to go to Liu with his friends. I wanted to train you, he wanted to coddle you. In the end, we were too different." "Is that why you divorced?" asked quietly Jean. Her mother never spoke about it. "Yes, it was not that we didn't have time together, but our motivations were different. I was active and hardworking, he was laid back and lazy. I couldn't tolerate his laziness, but I knew he wouldn't change, so I decided to start my life anew, and I'm very happy about that decision." "That's why I say you should grab this kid," Frederica said in a serious voice. "But we probably won't have too much time to enjoy together," Jean said some of her worries. After hearing her mother, maybe Frederica could help her. "Jean, the moment you accepted being a knight, you were accepting not having time to yourself," gently reminded Frederica. "The only kind of guy that will have all the time in the world to spend with you is a lazy guy like your father. Can you see yourself married to a man who stays in the house all day without doing anything, waiting for you to arrive?" 1. Jean thought about it seriously. Could she? No, she finally said. "I want someone who is making an effort in his life, like me. Someone who wants to help people, like me. And someone who will love me dearly, just like I will." "And what is that if not honesty?" Frederica nodded in approval. She liked how Jean knew herself, and was sure of what she wanted. Maybe she wouldn't fail in the same way she did. "And now tell me that Kenshin doesn't tick all those boxes and even more. You consider him handsome, he is sending you books every week, is resourceful as the JRK shows, and is caring towards his family. Do you think these kinds of people are common?" If her mother says it like that, it sounds like she is extremely lucky. "And you are already talking with him weekly, and exchanging presents. Do you see now how lucky you are? Do you see now why I insist on grabbing this chance?" Frederica looked at Jean with tender eyes. She would need to know this guy personally, but from what she knew, she could imagine Jean living a happy life by his side. "Finish the letter, Jean." "Sorry for talking about my parents this much, it's just that they had to abandon their home and it will affect them. Anyway, I will try to send you more books. I got a lot of ideas from some people nearby." "Wait," asked Frederica with a strange look. "Are all those books written by him?" Jean could only pale. She didn't know about it, and she had a fun time with some of them. Didn't it mean she was having a fun time with things Kenshin had written? "Why do you look surprised?" Frederica asked Jean, who quickly schooled her features. "I need to read those then." "You won't," said Jean with a dark face. "They are private." She didn't want her mother to learn the kind of books she was keeping. "Are they? Doesn't that mean that he has written all those books only for you?" Frederica asked in surprise. There were more than 50 books in Jean's room. Jean felt conflicted learning that Kenshin was writing smut exclusively for her, so she decided to end the letter. "The shogun has put the entire country in lockdown, so I will probably be unable to write or send books. To be honest, I'm going to be busy, so I probably won't have time. But of course, I will try to find the time for it. Everything for my Radiant Knight." I wrote an adventure book about the Radiant Knight. She is a girl with no special powers that wanders in her world trying to help people with nothing but hard work, searching for a reason to continue fighting. It is some dramatic moments and fight scenes, but it's most of all a trip of self-discovery. Of course some humorous moments, but it mostly tells the story of a simple girl who wants to help. Of course, as a Radiant Knight, she has blonde hair and blue eyes. What a coincidence. I sent them to a library in Liu, and they should be on sale by now. The Radiant Knight and the Poor Village. That's the first volume. If Barbatos is not being lazy, it should have arrived with the letter. If it didn't, I won't give that Blood Maiden wine to him. Anyway, I hope you like it. Best wishes from your friend from distant lands. Kenshin. Frederica looked at Jean with a stern look. "Tell me a single reason you shouldn't marry this jewel of a kid," Frederica said. He was even writing a book with a character based on her daughter, and it was going to be on sale. She will ignore that whole Barbatos thing as it will distract her for now. I don't think he is a jewel, Jean stuttered with an atomic blush. Kenshin a jewel? Her mother probably didn't know about his pranks. I don't care. You are marrying him and that's final. You will have to share. But that's expected. Frederica dismissed all complaints Jean could have. Seeing her daughter's weird face, she knew what she was thinking. Even after all this, you still think other women won't be attracted? Well, yes, but maybe Jean, stop dreaming and go to Liu now. Go and buy 100 copies of that book. People in Mondstadt need to know about this, Frederica mercilessly instructed. Please no, Jean begged, not wanting the people around to mock her more. She was already known as the Radiant Knight, and she even received a few wedding gifts from some extremely confused people. What are you being shy for? People here already know about his confession. What you need to do now is to brag about this and stake your claim over him. You need to be the only woman in Mondstadt with a relationship with him. That's your mission, Frederica mercilessly said. But plop, a lazy wind Archon saw that he was not going to get his wine if he didn't deliver the book, and came back. Frederica took the book from the ground and looked at it with curiosity. It had a worn-out brown cover, not something you looked for in a book in a library. With an intrigued look, she opened it, and read what Kenshin had written on the first page. You may feel disappointed by the poor state this book is in, but I know you will appreciate it. This is the first book of the Radiant Knight to ever appear in this world, the only one I personally wrote. I used that machine Gizhong invented to write the one I sent to the library, so no one but you has seen this book. I wrote it with that special ink, so even I have not seen it. You are the first and only person to ever read this. I wanted to tell you how deeply I appreciate a friendship over the years, and I hope we will be able to keep being friends many years to come. Now, as the Radiant Knight would say, there are people out there who need me, so goodbye. Jean, Frederica said with a warning look, handing Jean the book. I know, Jean quietly said, holding the book to her chest. I know. Chapter 62. A revelation. Good morning, said Kenshin with a bright smile. Yesterday had been a hard day for him, but everything went well. Good morning, my charming little fox. Here, some fried tofu for you. Kenshin walked to the moody Yi and gave her a dish of fried tofu. Good morning. May I know why are you so happy? Asked Yi, feeling a bit confused. Kenshin should be sad, right? His parents left the country. People were losing their visions and they would probably starve at some point and waste my teenage years because some old fogies want money. No, thank you, Kenshin said with a bright smile. What happened for you to have this change in mentality? Asked a smiling Yi, feeling happy that Kenshin was still a bright person. You see, I teased Sarah for a bit. Oh no, thought Yi hearing that. Why are you so scared? Anyway, I whispered in her ear and got aroused. So I thought, Kenshin said with a mischievous smile. Please don't think, begged Yi. The last thing she needed now was a Kenshin interested in the opposite sex. With his ability and mischievous personality, nothing good could come from it. I thought, Kenshin continued as if he hadn't heard Yi. Why don't I start having fun? I have been too serious recently, and that is making me feel ill. And now, my parents aren't here, he concluded with eyes full of malice. Don't worry. I will punish you in their place, Yi said with a warning smirk. Please, you are almost as bad as me, you just lack the means to be as good as me, Kenshin said with a scoff. If you punish me, I punish you. Ha, as if you could, Yi scoffed this time. Kenshin suddenly approached Yi, and looked at her in the aplam. What are you doing? Asked Yi with a wry smile. Kenshin had tried to do something similar to what he did yesterday to Sarah, but there was a table between them that he didn't count for. The result? He tried to walk over the table. Fuck, it was going to be good, Kenshin muttered. He knew that Yi sometimes got a bit emotional when he was near, mainly during their Sunday talks. He still didn't know what Yi thought of him, maybe even Yi herself didn't know. Looking at souls was a cheat if we were talking about feelings. Souls are where the place feeling originated from, so Kenshin could see their primal source. No kind of infatuation, anger or sadness could escape him. I don't know what you are talking about, but you should prepare to leave. After half of the population disappeared, you will be the prime suspect, Yi amusedly thought. She knew Kenshin had taken all sorts of measures to avoid being discovered, and she trusted her intellect. Let them. This is good. Now I see why your tail always wags when you are eating this. Kenshin started eating what was supposed to be a present for Yi. My tail doesn't wag, Yi said darkly. And give it back. Yes it does. Your soul is making your tail wag, but you are consciously stopping that instinct, Kenshin replied, putting an arm between him and Yi while still eating. That's mine. Yi gritted her teeth and prepared to use a talisman to tie Kenshin up. I bought it so it's mine. And if you use that I will make you sleep. And believe me, falling asleep with me nearby is an error you should never make, Kenshin threatened Yi, still eating. But Yi didn't listen and used the talisman. Streams of pink light rushed towards Kenshin, who dodged them in an impressive show of agility. Plam. Fucker tied up Kenshin with a hurting leg from hitting the table stood on the floor, feeling humiliated. He could only see souls and some very specific spells, and Yi wouldn't use one that he could see. Now, what should I do with you? Yi smirked and approached Kenshin. Do whatever you want. He was calm once again. I will end up laughing. Ha ha, you are not going to scare me. Yi lightly laughed, covering her mouth with her hand. You should, or I will make your hobby cause you pain, Kenshin said in a calm voice. Now untie me, I'm getting bored. What do you mean my hobby? Asked Yi with a frown. Kenshin looked in her direction and widely smiled. I thought you liked my way of writing, he said with a smile. Yes, your book of the Radiant Night is well written, Yi nodded. Even if I don't like the fact that you wrote it for another woman, was inwardly thought, but she knew she couldn't think like that or Kenshin would see her annoyance. I don't know why you are annoyed when you should be angry, he said, trying to hold back his laughter. Angry? Mused Yi. What was Kenshin trying to ... Oh, this bastard. It was you, Yi said with a dark face. You were the one profanating my characters. Ha ha ha, indeed, it was me, Kenshin admitted while laughing. Do you know how much fun it was seeing you vent your frustrations to the culprit? Ha ha ha, you little rat, Yi said gritting her teeth. She couldn't believe Kenshin had fooled her for so long. And you were even seeking my agreement. I will kill this bastard when I catch him. When I was in front of you. Ha 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 ha. Shut up. Yi's figure started being surrounded by a pinkish aura. Tell me, how can I catch him? Ha 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 ha. Kenshin, I'm warning you. Yi's hair was starting to move, and two fox ears were starting to show. Ha ha ha. And you know the best part? Mookie, please bring the book on top of my bed, Kenshin shouted, knowing that Mookie was everywhere at the same time. Before long, Mookie respectfully bowed and gave Yi a book. Then she bowed again and left the room, not asking about Kenshin's condition, tied on the floor and laughing madly as he was. Yi looked at the book, but it didn't give her any clues, so she opened it on a random page. Yes, my Maiko, keep doing it, maybe I will let you drink my nectar. Oh, keep going. Yi was too angry to be called furious. Ha 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 ha, yes me, I wrote that one too. Ha ha ha. Kenshin was crying now from laughter. And I had you and I in front of me asking me for ways to stop the author. Ha 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 ha. Yi didn't answer, but dark clouds were appearing on top of the shrine. The only thing I regret is not spreading it out even more. But well, the library I sent it to should have started publishing it in Fontaine now. After all, Liu and Mondstadt are already covered. Ha 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 ha. Kenshin couldn't see Yi's face, but he saw how her soul was getting more pronounced, meaning that the method Yi was using to appear human was failing her. I'm going to make you suffer, promised Yi with her fangs showing. Sure, but that book is already out, and the second volume was sent yesterday with those citizens. Kenshin smiled brightly. And you can't harm me now. Sarah is coming, so you best do whatever you are doing to keep your human form, or she will see me talking to a furball. Furby lost the few minutes she had before Sarah arrived, trying to control her anger, as she was too angry to do anything that wouldn't result in pure destruction. Gucci-sama, Kujidono is here. Mookie opened the door and respectfully bowed, ignoring Yi's exposed fangs and a tied Kenshin who was crying from laughing too much. Let her come, she comes for me anyway, Kenshin said between laughs. Before long, Sarah opened the door with a grave expression. Excuse me Gucci, what is happening here? She wasn't like the Super Maiko Mookie, she was stunned seeing the scene. Have you come for Kenshin? Asked darkly Yi, managing to hide her animal features in time. Why yes, Sarah was a bit intimidated. I need to take him to the Tenshukaku. Then carry him, Yi instructed, pointing at the smiling Kenshin. Like this? Asked a stunned Sarah. All the way? Did I stutter like you are doing? Asked Yi with shining pink eyes, looking directly at Sarah, who shook her head. You will take him like this, and you will bring him like this. If he comes without these same bindings, don't bother coming. Come on, delicious Maiko, you are scaring her. What will happen if she loses all her feathers from fear? Kenshin asked with a smile, looking at Sarah. What did you say? It was Sarah now who had a dark face. If you came for him, take him and go, ordered Yi, leaving the room. You heard her, birdie, you are now my carriage. Go. The tired and immobile human was talking with a smug face from the ground. Shut up, you are in big trouble, Sarah said, and picked him up, putting him over her shoulder with his ass facing her back. Sarah, I can't see, so I may be mistaken, but there is something very soft touching my face, and I think I like it due to how Sarah was carrying him. Kenshin's face was near her chest. Sarah looked at what Kenshin's face was touching, and immediately blushed, letting him fall to the floor. Damn birdie, look what you are doing. What if you hit my handsome face? Kenshin was outraged at Sarah's carelessness. Maybe I should have enjoyed it a bit more. Shut up. No woman finds your face attractive like Kenshin said with a near-wide smile. Sarah was surprised to hear this, but she blushed. She knew how effective Kenshin's ability was, and how she was caught red-handed. So the little birdie finds my face handsome, huh? That's nice to hear. May pay. Sarah grabbed him in a princess carry and quickly ran out. The longer she stayed with Kenshin, the more information she could take out of her. This is also nice, Kenshin nodded. A woman carrying a man in a princess carry will make the womanly parts in the chest of the woman collide with the face of the man. Sarah looked down and saw Kenshin's satisfied face, quickly realizing what was happening. I'm warning you. Don't drop me to the floor all of a sudden, or I will keep asking uncomfortable things for you, Kenshin said slowly. Despite all her shame, Sarah put Kenshin slowly on the floor and put him over her shoulder again with his face towards her back this time. She did all this with her face red from embarrassment. Now I regret not being able to see, said Kenshin with a regretful face. I'm sure the view must be awesome. His face was facing Sarah's butt, so he was probably right. Sarah didn't answer, her shame intensifying even more, but went even faster to the Tenshukaku. The guards were confused when a purple blur passed through them. Kenshin suddenly felt everything stop when they reached the door of the meeting room. In all her haste, Sarah didn't care about Kenshin's well-being, and his head had been swaying from one side to the other, making him feel dizzy. Chapter 63, My Food is Mine. Sarah, what happened? Asked Takayuki, seeing Sarah's red face and the state of Kenshin. Sarah didn't answer, she just let Kenshin drop onto the floor and went to her seat beside the shogun, looking down with a red face. Al looked confusedly at Sarah, even if her face only expressed calmness. Untie him, she ordered, but Sarah quickly spoke, trying to calm her embarrassment. I was warned by Gucci-sama to not do that, and I was told that he must be back in the exact same state he is in right now. She seemed to be angry with him. Sarah quickly spoke, afraid of the state he was in when she entered the room. Them raise him up, she ordered, and two guards approached to put Kenshin in a sitting position. Blig. Kenshin released what had been escalating through his threat for a while, making everyone in the room look at him in horror. The worst one was the guard who found himself covered in vomit. Sorry, I had fish for dinner, so it may stink a little, Kenshin genuinely apologized. What am I here for? I was having a great time in the shrine. You are here to answer some questions, asked Takayuki with a stern face. Sure thing, ask away, said Kenshin with a nod, making them surprised. Kenshin, are you okay? You were saying the world was going to end yesterday, and now you feel like a hyperactive kid with a sugar overdose, said Aita with raised eyebrows. I already told Yi, but I guess you should know it. I'm not going to waste the period in my life where I should be having fun and spending time with girls losing my hair because of these greedy old men. So I'm going to have fun. Kenshin nodded to himself. He almost felt stupid for wasting his energy trying to argue with the people here. We are in such a predicament and you are talking about spending time with girls? Roared Takayuki, hitting the table with his fist. Unlike yours, my stick is still working, so yes, Kenshin replied with a smile. I will ask you something, and you will answer honestly. I finally spoke. She was also a bit lost about Kenshin's sudden change, but she knew Kenshin was a human child. Maybe it had something to do. Sure. Ask away, Kenshin said, completely unafraid. Did you have something to do with the people escaping from Inazuma? I asked with a pointed look, trying to look for an answer she desperately needed. Nope. But still, escape, huh? Kenshin muttered, looking at the ceiling. I flinched inwardly hearing him, as she used the word escape after all. What did that say about Inazuma? Where were you yesterday? Asked Takayuki, expecting Kenshin's classical I don't answer to you reply. In the shrine. I was writing a book and I was able to complete it yesterday. It's called The Radiant Night and the Poor Village, said Kenshin with a smile. Are you mocking us? Asked the leader of the Kanju Commission. Why would you think that? It's your job to prevent us from being poor after all. But no, I was not. I had been writing that book for months, so the name is only a coincidence. You can also buy it from any library, including the Yi Publishing House. It's 20,000 Mora, Kenshin replied with a serious look. His book was important. I will buy one, said Ayato, putting a bag full of Mora in front of Kenshin. Sure thing. Go to the publishing house and tell them my name and that you already paid directly to me. When he releases me I will even sign it for you, Kenshin said with a grateful smile and bit the bag. He didn't trust the people here to not grab it. But he only bit the air. He couldn't see the bag after all. A little to your right, Ayato helped with a calm face. Zankfu, Kenshin said, while holding firmly to the bag with his teeth. Stop this at once. Takayuki jumped again. I know you had something to do, like Kenshin said while using his tied hands behind his back to count the money. Takayuki looked even angrier. Where are your parents then? He asked, looking intently at him. While I find it curious why you know that my parents aren't here, Kenshin said with a calm face. They left Inazuma. Why? Asked I with a frown. She knew how much Kenshin loved Inazuma. Why would he make his parents leave? Because they wanted to see the world, Kenshin said offhandedly. I felt sad at that. Kenshin was not even bothering to answer her now. Before he at least tried to make her see his points, but now he looked like he had given up. Maybe she ignored him too much. Don't be sad, it's just that I thought Inazuma was not a safe place for them anymore. Kenshin saw Ai's feelings and added, why? I tried to ask, but Kenshin shook his head. I'm not working here anymore, and honestly I find myself happy with it. I used to worry about a lot of things here, but I never made a single difference. If I'm not doing anything here and it only causes me headaches, why am I still here? I will control the food I will bring, but that's it. I will not give my opinion again. I realize when I'm not wanted, Kenshin said with a refreshing smile that made Ayato ponder. Maybe I should do the same. Of course, I can't stop coming here, but maybe I can bring a book. I think the last time I spoke here to say something relatively important was 3 months ago. Ayato thought to himself. It sounded like a good plan. I see, said I. I don't, said Kenshin, making I look at him in surprise. Sorry, verbal tick. Now, you wanted to ask me things, and you already know that I was in the shrine all day as I could see the guards hidden. I never thought I would say this, but I prefer facing Yi's punishments to stay here. What did you do? Asked Ayato curiously. He couldn't care less about the meeting. I ate her fried tofu and called her furball, Kenshin said, the most harmless half. Stop this circus at once, Takayuki shouted. Again. Half of our population is gone and we are going to starve. Why are you two laughing? Because I have food, said Kenshin with a deadpan look. Because he was food, added Ayato pointing at Kenshin. What about the rest of the people? He roared. When did you start caring about them? Ayato asked in wonder. Maybe acting like this will make the meeting tolerable. Also, I thought our dear Fatui friends would help us. Surely they will save us. They looked unsure of that. After all, the Fatui had their objective and it wasn't making friends. If the money they needed to spend for their operation grew, they would stop sending food. Anyway, I know for sure I will not starve, and so will my friends. So I am not worried, explained Kenshin with a yawn. He woke up late, but he walked around 20 kilometers yesterday, and his legs were hurting. When will you start bringing food? Sarah asked Kenshin with a worried look. Even if she didn't know about the economy that much, even a child could see that they were in a dangerous situation. I don't know, replied Kenshin, who was starting to feel drowsy. I only told them to send food, so I don't know the date or the amount they will bring, nor the price. How can you be so irresponsible? Asked the Kanji leader, pointing at him. We need every gram of food we can get. You do, I don't. I have enough to swim on it, while in a few months, you will have to eat your own shit, Kenshin said disinterestedly. Why are you talking like you can manage that food? Asked a curious Ayato. That food is Kenshin's, you have no right over it. Kenshin could literally burn it in front of you and you will only be able to look at it with a rumbling stomach. What will you do with the food? Asked Ita Kenshin. She knew from the battlefield how important food was, and a lack of could make people start behaving erratically. It was not only hunger that lack of food caused. She knew that Kenshin's food was going to be crucial now that they couldn't produce even half of what they did yesterday. I don't know yet. But what I know is that the shogunate won't get anything of it. I will give it to the people, but I won't feed them for you. It's your job to supply food to everyone, Kenshin said, while absent-mindedly counting the people he could see around. Ah, of course, if you or Sarah want some, you can eat with us in the shrine. Eating with company is always better. Even if company is now hard to find in Inazuma, you. The Kanjuan Tenryu Commission lords were angered beyond belief. Now they were the one between the wall and the sword, as the Fatuas wouldn't supply them that much food. Al looked at them with a calm gaze, that sent shivers to their souls. She was the god of eternity after all, and now she was demanding that they do what they promised they would do. We will find a way to bring enough food, the Kanju head said, while sweating from the tension. If your food is required, you will be told, the shogun said to Kenshin, who didn't answer. The shogun took that as an agreement, and the meeting continued. Shogun-sama, I think we should make sure Kenshin is informed of this, said Ayato, holding back a laugh. I was confused but looked at Kenshin, making her face darken. Kenshin was soundly sleeping. Kenshin. Sarah could only watch, appalled at the scene. I felt her eye twitch but quickly calmed down. She needed to be calm at all times, that's what she meditated for. Wake him up, she said, and everyone could feel that her patience was reaching the boiling point. Allow me, he used to sleep in my house for a while, so I know how to wake him up, said Ayato, standing up. He walked towards Kenshin under the watchful gaze of everyone present and kicked him in the stomach. Then he returned to his seat, ignoring the gazes he was receiving. Damn it, Ayato, I will make a character like you in one of those books, and it will have a Hillich Earl as a lover, Kenshin muttered darkly. Do whatever you want, said Ayato, sipping his tea calmly. Kenshin, if we need your food you will be informed. I repeated her previous sentence, and made sure Kenshin heard her. My stomach is hurting just for that? Yeah, sure, inform me all you want, my food is still mine, he said, making I have a dangerous look. But I will give it to you for sure. The moment you use it is the moment your plan has proved to be a failure after all. I sighed upon hearing this. She knew that it was true after all. What are you here for? Asked Sarah, not liking how Kenshin was talking to the shogun. You brought me here, you tell me. I also don't want to be here, but I can't go by my ... Goodbye. Kenshin started crawling on the floor, using his feet to impulse himself towards the door. He looked like a worm. Sarah, take him back to the shrine, I said, exasperated, even if her face didn't show anything. Please Sarah, be more gentle. I prefer having my face in your boobs than puking. Kenshin tried to escape, making his worm-like movements faster, but Sarah teleported to his location with a red face. Cheetah. Hey, I'm still collecting visions. Give me your vision. Even Ayato felt embarrassed hearing that. Shut up, shouted Sarah, who picked him over her shoulder with his face towards her back. Please, not this way. That guy robbed me of my half-digested fish. I will starve if I puke more. Kenshin pleaded with a childlike voice. I will be back soon, Sarah said, and with a bow ouch. She forgot that she had Kenshin over her shoulder. Woman, What do you think you are doing? No food for you. Sarah felt her blush gradually creep up her face when she saw the deadpan looks everyone was giving her. She grabbed Kenshin again and started running. Stop! I won't surrender the other half of my fish. Everyone in the room could hear Kenshin's screams gradually disappearing in the distance. Am I needed here? Asked Teyvat with his hand raised. The Yashiro Commission is only in charge of festivals, and I think we don't have the motivation, the people nor the money for one. Yes, you are, sighed tiredly Takeyuki. Even if could have what he had always dreamed of, being the only one with the voice to communicate with the shogun, now he needed to have Ayato here. If something goes wrong he won't be the only one at fault. Then what do I need to do? The only thing I can do is to give my opinion, said Ayato, sipping his tea again. Then do that, said the Iragi clan leader while sitting. He was in charge of the economy in Inazuma, and his head was in danger if he couldn't find a solution to this conundrum. Then you should start washing your neck. We are waist deep in the mud, Ayato replied with a disinterested face, showing how little he cared about this walking dead man's life. But if you ask me for a way to solve this problem, the obvious one is to make the Fatui pay for our food, but as we all know, that won't happen, so we can only rely on Kenshin. The rest of the room minus I gritted their teeth at that. Relying on Kenshin meant admitting defeat. And I know how you think, so I will say it now. Don't try any tricks, said Ayato with a warning gaze. I know Kenshin like a brother, and if you piss him off, he will cut the supply for good no matter what happens. He will give some to his friends, but the rest, like the army, will starve. Do you think he will abandon Inazuma? Asked I, inwardly sighing. If you mean leaving like half the people did, no. He won't. Ayato shook his head. But abandon in the meaning of stopping caring about some people, yes. No matter how big his company is, a single business can't feed a whole nation. Now that half of our former people are gone, he may be able to feed us for some extra time, but the problem still remains. We have no food, and soon we will have no money. Ayato saw that the shogun's face didn't change hearing that, and felt that she didn't understand the problem. The shogun wasn't stupid, but with her recent decisions, Ayato didn't know what to think. We give money to the Fatui, we give money to you, but we don't get any money. All exportations are stopped because of the Sakoku decree, so in a few months we won't see a single Moro around. I didn't answer, as she also realized the problem. A nation could isolate itself when it could sustain itself, and as Inazuma was now, they couldn't. Maybe with all the population, they could manage for some time, but now it was difficult, if not impossible. Why did everyone leave? I protected them for centuries. Do they have so little faith in me? I asked herself sadly. We will wait for the Fatui to answer. She spoke with conviction in her voice. If they can't give us enough food and supplies, I will take down the Sakoku decree. The Kuju and Iragi clans paled at that. The moment the Sakoku decree was not active, they would lose all the power they amassed with the current situation, and they would face the wrath of all the people who may come back, and even from all the merchants they abandoned. Even if the shogun could protect them, they would only be a liability, and all the smaller clans would start looking at them with dangerous gazes. Such is the social ladder of Inazuma. I will make sure we have enough food, said the leader of Kanji Commission. Before long, the meeting ended, and no one was left satisfied, except for Ayato, who was thinking about how many drinks should he buy. He won't lack food after all. Chapter 64. Nice talks. Sarah quickly traveled to the shrine carrying Kenshin like a sack of potatoes, going as fast as she could, if only to avoid getting vomit in her back. Stop right there. Sarah had to stop when she saw a cow coming straight at her face. Moo, said such cow is that? Kenshin shouted dramatically. The one and unito. The one and unindito theatrically combed his hair. And I won't let a sad Tengu take away my friend. Tsukato, you got confused again. Kenshin clicked his tongue with a proud attitude from his position on Sarah's shoulder. The only thing it could see were his legs and his butt. It's not sad Tengu, it's sad birdie. I'm not a birdie. She will shout, and you will say I can flip you one. Oh, Sorry. Ito rubbed his neck apologetically. I won't let a sad birdie take away my friend. Who do you two think I am? Sarah muttered with a stormy expression. A sad birdie. Ito and Kenshin chanted at the same time. Sarah didn't answer. She was too angry to have a decent conversation anyway. She tried to leave, but Ito stopped her. Move, she succinctly said. I won't let you consider this thing your friend. He has been pranking you for years. Now that you say it, my comrade in arms. Don't you see what the birdie is trying to do? This cunning and feathered being is trying to break up our brotherhood. Ito sharply inhaled with a betrayed expression. I never expected a birdie to be this cunning, he said, making Sarah lose her grip on reality for a few seconds. Even the cow was smarter than Ito. Yes, that's the birdie's plan. So my dear friend, gave way to her. She is too cunning for us, Kenshin dramatically shouted. No, replied a determined Ito. You already took Shinobu away. I won't let them take you too. Kuki, Shinobu is in Liu now. She isn't dead. Deadpan Sarah, feeling how her neurons were killing themselves so she wouldn't need to hear this. Oh, all right then. But I won't let a sad birdie take Kenshin, he shouted again, preparing for battle. I'm taking him to the shrine, where he lives, said an exhausted Sarah. Oh, all right then. Ito nodded and made way for Sarah to proceed, who started running again, afraid of Ito obstructing her again. Careful Ito, Abin, shouted Kenshin. Ito fell to the ground, covering his head with his hands, fearing that abominable item. You are so cruel, said Sarah with disappointment in her voice. You know how ill he gets with beans. Where you see a cruel prank, I see a chance for him to learn, Kenshin replied with a casual tone. The only thing he will learn is how to not trust you, replied Sarah, seeing how the shrine was now in sight and that blind people can't see beans. Anyway, will you buy my book? Kenshin asked with an inquisitive voice. What is it about? Sarah felt grateful they could have a normal topic now. A girl training and growing, helping people. Sounds interesting. Sarah nodded. She didn't have time to read, but she would make some for Kenshin's book. Of course it is. It's a series called The Radiant Knight, Kenshin said with a nod, thinking that the book was pretty good. Even Yi said so, and she was a harsh public. The same Radiant Knight from Mondstadt? Asked Sarah, feeling jealous. She knew the people to whom Kenshin was writing. He didn't hide it. Among all the people there were a few women, and Sarah felt anxious about it. She liked Kenshin. She had for a few years but didn't know how to approach the topic, and with the war and with the now grave danger in Azuma was in, she didn't have the time. She feared that one of these women would snatch Kenshin from her. She knew that the woman Kenshin was closer to was a woman called Gizhong from Liu. Kenshin talked about her a lot, and Sarah had to admit she was amazing. She created an ink even Kenshin could see and designed a device the whole world was using to write. Sarah also wanted to help Kenshin with his blindness, but she didn't know how, and it made her sad seeing another woman doing it so easily. But Kenshin was happy. It was all that mattered to her. But Kenshin always spoke of Gizhong as a friend, and he said that she was a simp. A thing she didn't know what it meant but deduced that this Gizhong was in love with another man. That reassured her that she wouldn't snatch Kenshin away. Then there was another girl called Shen, but Kenshin's letters were always mocking and extremely insulting, so she was off the table too. Then another girl called Hu Tao, but Sarah knew that Kenshin didn't see girls younger than him as a romantic partner, so she was also safe. But that woman, Jean, made her feel on guard. Kenshin always said how responsible and amazing she was, and Sarah felt danger there. From what she knew, this Jean was a member of the Gunhild clan, one of the most important clans in Mondstadt, and all their members were extremely dedicated to protecting Mondstadt and helping people, something Sarah saw as a carbon copy of Kenshin's motivations. And she knew Jean was extremely beautiful. She even heard Yi say it. Apparently, Yi had seen the girl a few years ago in a ceremony, and was impressed by her clear eyes, she called it. And of course, being a member of the Gunhild clan, she was strong. Sarah was confident in her strength, but the Gunhild clan were monsters. Lastly, she was being groomed as the next Grand Master of the Knight of Favonius. Basically, the commander of their army. Sarah was proud of being the general of the shogunate, and in that aspect, she was already ahead in their competition. But Kenshin didn't think very highly of the shogunate, so she felt that her merits were being dismissed. and honestly that hurt her a bit. And the Grand Master had way more authority than the general. The Grand Master was the closest thing they had to a ruler there, and that made Jean wield more power than her. All in all, she felt that Jean was her biggest rival. But lately, she has started noticing Yi act a bit suspicious. When she was going to approach Kenshin, Yi would make a subtle approach instead. When Kenshin was laughing with her, Yi's eye would almost imperceptibly twitch. She didn't think Yi noticed, but the signs were there. But it couldn't be, right? So this Jean was the enemy to beat. But she didn't know how to fight in this kind of war. She was easily embarrassed, and she felt awkward trying to speak about these things. And just now she learned that Kenshin had written a book dedicated to Jean. She felt jealous, anxious, and sad. Come on Sarah, don't be jealous. Kenshin dismissed her worries easily. You are my dear childhood friend. There is no way I'm leaving you. I am not jealous, curtly said Sarah, forgetting that Kenshin could sense lies. Sure. I'm always ready for a loving kiss, so tell me with confidence. I will sacrifice myself, Kenshin said with a pained voice. Who wants a kiss? Sarah stammered. And not me, obviously. Ha, ha. The little birdie is lying, sang Kenshin. So the always strict and responsible Sarah wants a kiss. Kenshin, Sarah said with a hot face. She knew Kenshin would easily discern her lies and tries to hide them, so she could only accept that her feelings were revealed in the worst way possible. Maybe those purple spots, muttered Kenshin, thinking about the purple spots he started seeing in Sarah's soul a few years ago. Tell you what. Why don't we have Saturday talks? What is that? Asked Sarah, fearing that Kenshin would mock her for her feelings. As the name says, we just talk on Saturdays. While I don't know much about love, and I'm not interested right now in getting into something so complex and time-consuming, but maybe I should start thinking about it. Of course, it looks like you already have an idea, but knowing how serious you are, there is no way you can talk about it with anybody, Kenshin explained in a calm voice, not embarrassed at all by what he was saying. Sarah only nodded, feeling relaxed now that Kenshin wasn't planning on mocking her, and expectant about these Saturday talks. So we just talk, that's it. About the week, your worries, your fears, or your dreams. Whatever we want to talk about, we do. Of course, it will stay between us. Even though I wouldn't be such a scum to tell anybody anything about our talks or mock you. A completely private talk between only us two, Kenshin proposed with a smile that Sarah couldn't see. I would love that. Sarah slowly nodded happily, and Kenshin could see her excitement. He thought it was cute. And don't worry about Jean, you are as important to me as she is. Now please, release me or Yi will get even more angry, Kenshin said, sensing Yi approaching. Sarah had some mixed feelings. Even if she didn't have a book made specifically for her like Jean, Kenshin told her he valued them the same, and Kenshin wasn't a person who would lie about these kinds of things. And that made her happy. But she also felt alarmed. He valued them the same, but she had been with Kenshin for 8 years now, while he only was with Jean for a month. Give me this piece of walking meat the world knows, as Kenshin commanded Yi with a stormy face once they arrived at the shrine. Sure, Sarah said, and prepared to leave. Sarah, remember our talk. I will wait for you in the city on Saturday, Kenshin reminded her while he was being dragged along the ground by Yi, who stopped hearing this. Talks? She asked with a frown. Yes. Just like ours. Yours in on Sunday and hers on Saturdays, nodded Kenshin, making Yi and Sarah look at each other in surprise and suspicion. This was the first moment they realized that trying to tie the knot with Kenshin was not going to be easy. Yi already knew that Kenshin's love life was going to be a mess, but it was at this moment that she realized that it was finally starting. The gears were moving. Someone was showing interest in Kenshin, and actively working towards it. That mess of a love life had officially started. While Sarah felt strange hearing that she, who liked Kenshin, was going to receive the same treatment as Yi. Of course, she wasn't jealous of this. Kenshin was free to talk to whoever he wanted, but she felt suspicious of the other side. She had been offered the chance to have Saturday talks because she liked Kenshin, and Yi was having Sunday talks. What did this say about Yi? So the two women looked at each other with suspicion and narrowed eyes, while Kenshin looked curiously at what was happening. He could see their suspicion and wariness, but he didn't know what it meant. He was only a 15-year-old guy with no experience in the romantic area, so he wasn't able to read into the feelings these two women were experiencing. Maybe that will change in the future, but for now, he couldn't. "I see that you are starting to move," Kenshin said slowly, momentarily forgetting about his anger. "Why are you suspicious?" "I just offered her the same chance you have." Kenshin defended himself. "And what is your purpose?" asked Yi with narrowed eyes. "Of course, to get to know each other. I'm also interested in girls, and even if Sarah and I don't get together it may help me for another chance." Kenshin said what he considered to be obvious. What was wrong with getting to know a girl better? Then why is Goji-sama doing those Sunday talks? Asked Sarah, eyeing Yi, who in turn looked at her with a frown. "Of course, for the same reason. And she seems to need it too. She has a lot of things bottled up," Kenshin said, wriggling the floor, still tied up. "Can you release me now?" Yi and Sarah looked at each other with renewed intensity, but things were a little different now. Yi realized for the first time that for Kenshin their talks were something more than just a talk. She enjoyed them a lot and had started waiting for them, but they were just talks. And Sarah realized that Kenshin treated Yi as a potential target too. Why make the effort in a woman who is not interested in you? Kenshin probably won't have Monday talks with his mother, so a triangle formed here. Kenshin wanted to know them better, his final purpose unknown even to him. Yi had some reactions and attitudes even though she didn't realize they were showing some degree of possessiveness. Sarah was the only one who saw the full picture and realized that Yi was in the same situation as her. Spring had arrived at the shrine, and with it, all the storms that it usually was accompanied by. Chapter 65, The Groom Can't Escape. In Liu, Yahiko and Mayo, Kenshin's parents, were watching a 12-year-old boy who was looking at them with an expression brimming with determination. "So I was tasked by Kenshin to escort you to Mondstadt," Bennett said with a smile. "I don't think you are lying, and we trust Kenshin, so we have no problem," said Mayo, looking curiously at the little boy. "How was he supposed to protect them?" "Then let's go," he excitedly said, and Yahiko and Maya smiled fondly at his enthusiasm. What a trip it was. Bukan, and a 3-meter-tall miniature was instantly turned into ashes. Bukan, a 4-meter Jevishap, with a solid armor made of pure stone that had resisted any threats its owner had been subjected to for 100 years, was cooked inside his own armor. Bukan. An eye of a storm was instantly annihilated by the spear of fire that shot from the ground. "Dearest," scared Maya asked with a trembling voice. "Kids in this area are scary." I think so too," replied Yahiko, who saw Bennett leave a smoldering crater in the ground after killing a lizard that got too close. Bennett's bloodthirsty eyes looked around for more threats, ready to unleash his somewhat incomplete special move again. He was going to protect his friend's parents with his life. He saw something move with the corner of his eye, and he instantly teleported 10 meters into the sky with a jump. Bukan. He fell to the ground like a meteorite, his vision releasing flames. A whopperflower that was approaching sneakily Yahiko and Maya found itself surrounded by molten rock, and it died amidst terrible pains. They gradually approached the City of Freedom, leaving behind them a trail of pure destruction that didn't recover for the next 20 years. Path to Freedom, people called it, was a touristic destination where people would follow the trail left behind by a powerful adventurer to visit Mondstadt. "Puff, that was tiring," said Bennett with a sigh after reaching Mondstadt, but then felt happy that he could help Kenshin, even if it was only a little. "You don't look tired at all," Yahiko and Maya thought, looking back and seeing the path they had followed, and only seeing scorched earth. "Who are you?" asked a knight waiting at the gate. Kenshin's parents felt nervous now. In Inazuma, people outside the city weren't used to seeing guards or armed people, and seeing them meant that they were looking for someone near your area, so it was usually a bad thing. But in Mondstadt people saw them every day, and even talked with them relaxedly. They were their protectors and helpers after all. "I bring Kenshin's parents," said an excited Bennett. "Who is Kenshin?" The guards looked at each other in confusion. "Kenshin, you know, the founder of the JRK," explained Bennett, feeling exasperated by the guards. Over the years people stopped remembering Kenshin's name, but they will never forget his nickname. "Ah, the princess?" They shouted, and looked very respectfully at Yahiko and Mayo, who wore stunned faces. Yes, people knew Kenshin as the princess. He had proposed to a knight of Favonius, and because it looked like a fairy tale, the one who married the knight had to be a princess. Well, better than the slapping baby, mused Mayo. Well, better than the slapping young master, thought Yahiko. "Please come in." The guards respectfully stood aside, making a corridor for Yahiko and Mayo to pass through, and then put an extended hand to their foreheads, a greeting only their superiors were supposed to receive. "If you ever need something, please don't hesitate and come to us." "Why yes, thank you," replied a nervous Yahiko, wondering what had his son done here in a single month. They passed through the streets, and Kenshin's parent marveled at the colorful scenery, the bustling streets and appetizing fragrances. "I will take you to the Knight of Favonius headquarters," said Bennett with his never-changing happy smile. Yahiko and Mayo could only nod, distracted by the beautiful scenery. They quickly went to the Knight HQ, where they heard a conversation taking place in one of the rooms. "Mum, stop that." "I will do what Kenshin asked, not what you want to do," said a girl in a fed-up tone. "You will never get him behaving like that. You need to be proactive," said a mature voice, in a chastising tone. Knock, knock. Bennett knocked on the door, and waited for the ones inside to answer. They heard steps, and a beautiful woman with short blonde hair and penetrating blue eyes studied them. "What do you need from the Grand Master?" "He is busy solving a problem with the expedition," she said, looking curiously at the little boy who was accompanied by two scared people. "Oh, it must be my bad luck," said Bennett while slumping. "I was tasked by Kenshin to escort his parents to speak with the Grand Master." "Kenshin?" The woman, Frederica, looked at Kenshin's parents with a look of realization. "I will take care of them, boy." "I can't do that," denied Bennett, not intimidated by the imposing woman. "I need to take them to the Grand Master." "I approve of that loyalty to your orders." Frederica nodded approvingly. "But take a look inside. She is my daughter." Bennett did just that, and seeing the face of the confused girl inside, he instantly understood. "Okay then," he nodded happily. "I will leave now. I need to give my report to the guild." "If you ever need something, I am always ready to help," he said to Yahiko and Mayo, and left the building humming a happy tune. "My name is Frederica, but please come in." Frederica introduced herself, and gestured to Kenshin's nervous parents to come into the room. Yahiko and Mayo gulped, seeing that in a few hours, they had gone to search for a cheap place to stay to speak privately with a seemingly important woman in another country altogether. They entered the room and saw a beautiful young girl looking at them curiously. "How can I help you?" she politely asked. "Jean, what did I teach you?" asked sternly Frederica. "Ugh." Sorry, Jean grimaced but apologized and wore a polite smile. "Please take a seat. How may the Knights of Favonius help you?" Yahiko and Mayo obeyed quickly but were stumped hearing her question. "We don't know," confessed an ashamed Yahiko, rubbing his nape. "That boy, Bennett, took us here." "I see. Why don't you tell me about your situation so we can figure it out?" Jean nodded with a relaxed smile while reassuring Kenshin's parents. "She is an angel," thought Yahiko and Mayo at the same time. "Why are you being so polite for?" interrupted Frederica with a frown. "You should already know who they are." "You are still lacking." "Ugh, sorry." Jean apologized and tried to analyze the information she had. "Those clothes belong to people from Liu. Maybe while I would normally let you figure it out, we can't make them wait," said Frederica while taking a seat next to Jean. "They are family after all." "We are?" asked a confused Mayo. She doesn't remember any people she could know who looked as beautiful as this woman that could be related to her. Are we? Jean was thinking something similar. She didn't remember having seen these people in her life. Ouch! Frederica hit her forehead. "They are your parents-in-law. Don't show your stupid side in your first reunion," she mercilessly said. Yahiko and Mayo's faces turned blank at this moment. They expected a lot of things, but finding that his son was married at his age was not one of them. On the other side, Jean felt her lower jaw hit the floor, and looked at Kenshin's parents with shock. She knew they would come, but the letter arrived yesterday. Wasn't it too soon? Why are you standing there agape the for? Quickly greet them properly, said Frederica with a sharp voice. Hello was all Jean could say before blushing and looking to the ground with a red face. Thing that earned her another hit. I said properly, Frederica scolded her in front of the still deadpanning Yahiko and Mayo. I'm sorry for my sloppy daughter. She is still training, she apologetically said. I'm sorry for my son, Yahiko said, bowing deeply. I don't know what has he done, but I will punish him as I have never before. It was obvious that Kenshin had fooled this beautiful girl, and he was ready to suffer the consequences of his son's act. Indeed, I'm sorry for my son, Mayo imitated Yahiko and bowed. He is a good son, but he is not a good person. Jean looked alarmed at having Kenshin's parents bowing to them for a thing that was obviously her mother's machinations, but before she could speak, her mother spoke with a sly smile that Kenshin's parents couldn't see. Ha, I see he didn't tell you about this, Frederica sighed under Jean's scandalized look. Don't apologize, I know kids at their age can be bashful and ashamed to talk about some things. I understand. We are deeply sorry, Kenshin's parents said at the same time, with a familiarity to the process that came from thousands of times repeating it. They were used to apologize after Kenshin's pranks. As I said, no need to apologize. Why don't I tell you about everything you should know? Frederica said with a devious smile, one that Kenshin's bowing parents couldn't see. Jean knew what was going to come, but under the sharp warning look of her mother, she couldn't speak. Please do so. We can punish him accordingly, knowing what he has done, Yahiko said with a stern face. I will start with the important part. Kenshin proposed to my daughter in the middle of the city, and even got help from the Anemo Archon and our god, Barbato-sama, to make it so everyone in the neighboring countries could hear it, Frederica explained with a calm voice. Kenshin's parents looked stunned at that. They never knew that Kenshin had fallen in love with someone, and knowing him, he wouldn't confess to a girl until he was completely sure he loved her. And the same day he ruined my daughter for other men, Frederica said under the horrified look of her daughter. That doesn't sound like something Kenshin would do, said Yahiko slowly. Yes, he is quite slow with these things, and that doesn't sound like something he would do with a person he had known for a month, Mayo added, suspiciously looking at Frederica, who saw a chance here. Of course, they didn't have sex if that's what you were thinking about, she said while ignoring the angry look her daughter was sending her. But everyone in the neighboring countries heard his confession, so I fear that my daughter will not be able to find a man for herself who will look at her. In Mondstadt we mind purity quite a lot, Frederica lied with a straight face. If there was a city where a purity wasn't worth a dime, it was Mondstadt. Of course, it varied from person to person, but overall being free tended to make people quite adventurous. Not our family though. Oh, I'm sorry for doubting you, Mia apologized while looking at the floor, ashamed of her conduct. This woman had only helped her and even forgave them after one of Kenshin's shenanigans, and yet she was doubting her. Don't worry about that, Frederica dismissed Mayo's worries with a smile, one that looked quite devious from Jean's point of view. Anyway, my daughter accepted his confession, and as it's a custom in our family, they are now betrothed. In the Gunhilda family we take promises very seriously, so you must understand that this is a big deal for us, she added with a certain sternness. Of course Yahiko was not nervous anymore, only determined. If he had promised something, he will abide by it. That's how we educated him after all. Ha! But I fear that it was a promise made in the haste of youth. I fear for my daughter's future, Frederica worriedly sighed. I will make sure my son marries your daughter if that's her will, Maya said with a stern face. He won't leave such a precious girl alone after promising that. I will make sure of it. That's a relief to hear, Frederica shouted in triumph inwardly. Nobody would oppose that marriage, not even the groom himself. But Mayo nervously added, I fear that my son may have failed your daughter. I know that she is speaking with another girl from Mondstadt behind your back. May I know the name of the girl? We may need to solve this misunderstanding soon. I don't want some strange girl to be the reason my daughter will need to spend her life alone, Frederica said with a smile, but she was ready to shed blood. Jean looked at all this horrified of her mother's manipulations, but too scared to disobey her. We don't know her name, said nervously Yahiko. He always refers to her as Radiant Night or something like that. Frederica and Jean were stunned hearing this, but Frederica's face turned into the radiant smile. I can allow that. She nodded and pointed at her daughter. That's what my daughter is known as after all. Yahiko and Maya looked stunned at the revelation but sighed, relieved that their son wasn't cheating on this adorable girl. I see, then I must say that Kenshin speaks very fondly of her, Maya said with a smile and looked at Jean. Doesn't all this mean that she has a daughter-in-law now? Jean felt her face turn red under Maya's stare, knowing what she was thinking. She only wanted to hide in a hole and apologize to Kenshin for her mother's actions. Yes, he even told us that he was writing a book about her, Yahiko added, but remembered that Kenshin spoke equally fondly of a few more women. But he wasn't going to say it now. He would send a letter to Kenshin first. Maybe he misunderstood something. Indeed, we received the first book he wrote about it. My daughter keeps it with her all the time when we are home. She even sleeps with it, Frederica said with a smile. Mother! Shouted a panicking Jean. How did her mother know? Maya and Yahiko looked at Jean and nodded inwardly. She had been polite with them even when they were only disturbing her. She tried to help them with their problems and appreciated deeply Kenshin's gift. She was too good for Kenshin. I'm sorry we can't give you something valuable, apologized Yahiko with an ashamed smile. Your son already gave us a dowry. Quite valuable if I may add, commented Frederica with a smile, thinking about all the money they had now. Even if the knights were keeping it, it was the Gunhild's money. We are not talking about money. Maya shook her head. Money can help, but we believe a marriage won't work if it's based on money. Continue, said an intrigued Frederica, liking what she was hearing. We have a custom in our family, explained Maya, taking off her necklace. The boys or girl's family will give a present to the other party. It is not money, it's not beautiful, it's not even valuable. It's a simple gift that carries all of our goodwill, wishing our son and his chosen one a happy life together. Please accept it, said Maya, handing Jean her pendant. Like she said, it was not valuable, as it was quite worn out. It was not beautiful, as the single small gem in the center was quite scratched after years. I received that from Yahiko's parents when I married him. As you can see, it's not that beautiful like the pendants and jewelry we saw in Liu. Maya was a bit ashamed of their cheap present. And you two look like you have a lot of money, so you could probably buy a better one, but I would like it if you could accept it. It's not valuable, but it's special for us. Jean, who had extended her hand in an unconscious move after seeing Maya trying to give her something, found herself holding the pendant that carried Maya and Yahiko's goodwill. From the jeweler's perspective, it was ugly. From an appraiser's perspective, it was worthless. But Jean, and even Frederica, found it the most beautiful thing they could ever have in their house. Oh, of course I will, said Jean, stuttering a bit as she was feeling emotional after receiving the beautiful present. But are you sure? You said it was special, and you will give it to me. Of course we are, said a smiling Yahiko, putting his arm around the also smiling Maya. It's special because of the meaning it carries. We are already happy and satisfied with how our life went after knowing that Kenshin has grown to be a good person. Now it's time your turn, and we hope that the pendant will help you remember that we are there to support you. Maya nodded and smiled gently at Jean. Thank you, said Jean while wiping her tears. Yes, thank you. We appreciate your gesture a lot, said an emotional Frederica. She didn't cry but felt that she couldn't have found a better family than her in-laws. Well, it's not much, said Yahiko with a nervous laugh. Probably those swords you carry could have bought our entire home back in Inazuma. And yet, we find that pendant much more valuable, said Frederica, knowing that Jean couldn't talk now. Kenshin sent my daughter a letter asking for her help to buy a house with a field for you to work in. We don't have that much money, said Maya, shaking her head. Kenshin gave us free access to his vault, but we will be the ones to buy you that house, said firmly Frederica. It was the least they could do. We can't accept that, said Yahiko in panic. It's a lot of money, and we won't be able to pay it back. Yes, Maya nodded strongly. If you feel in debt for the pendant, please don't. It's only a costume we have in our family, and the pendant, it's not that important. It is for me, said Jean with red eyes. As my daughter said, it's important for us, and what we want to gift you is not the house. It's a safe place you will be able to call home. Frederica nodded while hugging Jean with her arm. But please accept it. As you said, money doesn't matter, and we have more than we know how to use, insisted Frederica, making Yahiko and Mio nod after some hesitation. "Perfect," said Frederica with a clap. "Now I will tell Anai to send you two to a good restaurant to have a good meal. We will be there shortly after. I think I need to talk for a bit with my daughter." Yahiko and Mio nodded, and after sending Jean a smile, they left for the Good Hunter. Frederica and Jean were now alone in the room. "I got you a good husband and a wonderful family." "I'm still not hearing your thanks," said Frederica with a calm face. "You fooled them," accused Jean with a stern expression. "You knew they were good-natured people, and you still went ahead with this." "Well, yes," said Frederica with a guilty expression. "I didn't expect them to believe me that easily, and felt quite bad after they gave us that pendant." "Then we should return it and explain everything," Jean said with a reluctant face. She appreciated the pendant a lot. "No," Frederica sharply said. "I won't allow such a beautiful family to escape. That boy has no chance of escaping now, and even if my method wasn't ethically correct, you will still accept it." "I don't want my marriage to be built in a lie," argues Jean. But Frederica didn't budge. "Then tell him the truth after you two are married." Frederica dismissed her daughter's arguments with a wave of her hand. "Even if you tell him before getting married, you won't let this chance escape." Jean nodded. She also didn't want to break up, but her morals told her the correct thing to do. "Why don't you send him a letter? That way you won't feel bad," suggested Frederica. Jean excitedly nodded. She wanted to resolve this as soon as possible, and hopefully get to keep the pendant. Of course, she knew that she needed to return it first, but she would wait for Kenshin's answer first. Then the mother and daughter went to have a happy meal with their in-laws. That night, on the roof of the Gunhild house, a cloaked person stood still, waiting for the inevitable to happen. A small bird left the house, but the figure jumped from the roof 50 meters tall and caught the bird midair in a spectacular show of agility, coordination, and sheer power. The bird froze, falling into the hands of a dangerous being he hadn't seen coming, and waited for his fate to be decided. Sigh, the figure sighed in exasperation. "Jean is still green." The figure took its hood off, and the charming face of Frederica was illuminated by the moon. She should have been able to predict this. She took the letter the bird was carrying and replaced it with another. "There is no way I'm letting that boy and his family escape. We are Gunhild clan after all. We get what we want." The figure promptly disappeared, leaving no witness except for the moon and the bird, and a certain alcoholic Arjun, who thought the scene was amusing. Chapter 66. Interrupting has its consequences. In the Great Narukami Shrine, a woman was checking some documents while a man was writing something with a complex machine, the only sounds being the noise of the buttons of the machine being pressed and the ones the cold rain outside the room was making. "Yi, let me rub your ears," Kenshin begged to the fed-up Yi. "For the last time, Kenshin." "No please. They look soft." "If you say that one more time, my publishing house will stop selling Radiant Night." "You can't scare me with that. Everyone that could afford it has already bought it." Sigh, "Why the sudden interest in my ears? You always knew about them, but it's only now you are showing interest in them." "Because I can see them now," he replied, looking at her. A few months passed since the Sakoku decree started, and money was dwindling at a breakneck pace. But as Kenshin decided to stop worrying, he only managed the food that came into Narukami and distributed it among the poorest people, a number that was quickly growing. He didn't care about the situation in Watatsumi at all. For Kenshin, the most important thing that happened in the past months was that his ability was getting stronger once again. The first time that it didn't require an extremely painful experience. He was gradually being able to see the souls occupy the rest of the body. If before he only saw the soul as a static thing in the area around the chest of the person, now he saw the soul with some branches that were occupying the arms and head. What this meant is that if someone flipped him a bird, he could actually see it, not only because of the soul's orders to the body. It was a groundbreaking discovery. It was still not perfect. Things were a bit blurry, and he couldn't detect fast movements, but this gave him hope that someday he would be able to see faces once again, even if it was just the soul revealing the facial features. But now he could see Yi's ears, the fox ones, on top of her head. Maybe because they were a part of her true body, they were specially knitted in Kenshin's view. They looked fluffy, and they twitched every time Yi heard something, making Kenshin extremely curious about them. "Kenshin, Shouldn't you be worrying about the lack of money? Asked Yi wryly. No, why should I be worrying about it? It's not my job at all. Kenshin refused to enter again in that area. He had never felt so unhappy as the time he was working under the shogun. Kenshin, you are going to need to pay attention to that sooner or later, said Yi with a sigh. It wasn't like she didn't know why Kenshin was so reluctant to enter that hole again, but she knew Kenshin wouldn't let people without food, and that required him to solve that problem. Then I will pay attention later, said Kenshin in a casual tone. I won't leave people hungry, but until then I Kenshin. Yi and Kenshin looked toward the direction the voice was coming from, and Kenshin identified the voice as Kazuha, also noticing his desperation. Miki, please, send him in, said Kenshin in a serious tone, and Miki appeared from the air bowing. Soon, a panting and panicking Kazuha stood before them. Please help Tomoya, Kazuha said with a desperate look. It took him a while to move. What has he done now? Kenshin knew that the stupid samurai was somewhat bad in the head. He went to challenge the shogun, Kazuha replied, trying to recover his breathing. Then let him. The shogun is extremely serious about duels. I probably will only make the situation worse, Kenshin bitterly said. Kenshin, please, Yi said with a faraway gaze, looking in the direction of the Tenshukaku. You can't be serious, said a dismayed Kenshin, knowing what Yi was talking about. He promised that he would stop Ai from doing something irreparable, and now that he thought about it, killing a suicidal guy was one of those things. But it didn't make the challenge any easier. Damn it, I want to fondle your ears for hours after this, Kenshin said while clenching his teeth. Thank you, said Yi, still looking towards the Tenshukaku. Don't say that yet, wait for me to stop it. I will need help. By the time I arrive the shogun will be bored, and that's saying something, said Kenshin standing up and making Kazuha's eyes lit with hope. Take the wind glider, said Yi, finally looking at Kenshin with a serene look. And that he did. Kenshin used the wind glider from the top of the shrine, and that allowed him to reach the city quite fast. Seeing souls allowed him to orientate himself in the air, and landing near one of those would hopefully avoid making him collide with a roof. From his advantageous position in the air, he was able to see Tomoya fighting with an electro user, but it wasn't the shogun, it was Sarah. The fight seemed to be a tie, but Kenshin knew Sarah would win in the end. He had been with her for years, and he probably knew her better than even her own adoptive father. She was not using his Tengu powers, and yet the battle was stalled, which meant that she could end the fight at any moment. I think I will write something about her too, Kenshin thought fondly. There was only one reason Sarah hadn't ended the fight yet. She knew he would come. They had spent all Saturdays talking at night, and their bond deepened, so Sarah knew a lot more things about Kenshin and vice versa. One of the things Kenshin had confessed to Sarah was his fear of something like this happening. The shogun's image was at an all-time low after she approved those decrees. Of course, the people still venerated her, but not as fervently, and killing someone, duel or not, would make people scared. Something they couldn't afford. Kenshin finally arrived at the scene and sensed how tired Tomoya was, while Sarah was not. Sarah saw Kenshin and promptly ended the fight using her bloodline powers. For a few seconds, that was enough for Tomoya to have an opening Sarah used to end the fight. The winner is Kaju, Sarah said the shogun, and started walking towards Tomoya, who had an excited smile. Let me see the lightning's brilliance, he said, and stood on guard, but the shogun didn't seem to care. Kenshin had walked towards him and kicked him in the balls, making him fall to the floor with his hands on his crotch. What lightning's brilliance? The only thing you will get is an express ticket to see Kazuha's parents, Kenshin disdainfully said, and when he looked straight, he saw a not so pleased eye. Kenshin, a duel is not something you can intrude upon. Move. Kenshin sensed her seriousness, and realized that she wouldn't stop, no matter what his relationship with Yi was. Of course not, I just wanted to know if the duel specified that death would be the fate of the loser, said a nervous Kenshin, facing the soul of an archon who decided to spill someone's blood today. Yes, she said, and she was almost in front of Kenshin, who was kicking Tomoya again and again in his mind. Well, don't you think we should let the winner decide? You only stood the watching after all, said a sweating Kenshin. Things were getting quite bad. The shogun stopped at that. Maybe he has a point. Even in my time, the loser's fate was decided by the victor. Then, General, speak your will, she said, and turned to face Sarah, who spoke resolutely. I will follow the shogun until the end, she said with conviction in her voice. But if I'm asked personally, I think that killing that man will only harm Inazuma. Thank you, Sarah. I will give you whatever you ask for. Even a book full of praise towards your wings. Kenshin felt his appreciation for Sarah soar at this moment. Are you saying that despite the fact that this man opposed my will? Said the shogun, looking directly at Sarah. I think he should be punished. He defied your orders after all. But killing him is not the only way. Maybe imprisoning him or making him work for us would be a more productive resolution, Sarah said with determination in her voice. You will decide his punishment then. You won the duel after all, was all the shogun said before turning to Kenshin, who got nervous receiving her attention once again. But this time the shogun was focused on his, not the defeated Tomoya. You will need to be punished too. You interrupted an official duel, I said to the nervous Kenshin, regretting having come. Just don't kill me please, he said. I didn't answer, just kept approaching Kenshin, but he realized that I wasn't planning on killing him. She stopped right in front of him, and Kenshin could faintly appreciate her facial features. She was really pretty after all, but this was not the moment to get lost in thought. You will start working again under me, she said, or you can request a duel. You must be kidding, right? Asked Kenshin in a disbelieving tone. Not at all, replied I, looking straight at him and waiting for his decision. Have you forgotten that I'm blind? And who am I supposed to fight? Asked Kenshin in an incredulous voice. You will fight me, I doomed Kenshin instantly and without mercy. You interrupted a duel I was the judge of, and you did that despite your blindness. So you will have to suffer the consequences no matter the risk. That is fair. Kenshin could only nod. He in fact appreciated that in her eyes his blindness was not considered a weakness. He could sense Sarah's anxiety, so he decided to do the obvious and take the job. Oh man, just after telling ye I wouldn't work in that place again. What will you choose? Said I in a firm voice. The only reason he spared Kenshin was because she needed him right now to help Inazuma. No matter how close he was with Yi, interrupting a sacred duel was something she wasn't going to allow. I will take the job. At least I can see Sarah more often, Kenshin muttered, feeling depressed as he didn't want to spend hours inside that place listening to bullshit. Then I will wait for you tomorrow, I said, and got into the Tenshikaku. What have you done? Said an indignant Tomoya. Kenshin just kicked him again in the area he was faintly able to see, his head. You fucker, I know that in your head you are following your samurai code or whatever shit you believe in. But have you thought about how your actions will affect the rest of us? The army will now have the chance to start controlling the citizens, seeing that there are dissidents, and you even dared to use your vision here. Kenshin shouted and kicked the exhausted Tomoya again. Perfect, Kazuha, take that fucker out of here. Kenshin saw Kazuha watching nervously, and with a kick, he sent Tomoya rolling on the floor towards him. Kazuha nodded and took the unconscious Tomoya out of the town, and he headed toward Ritu. Kenshin Saro approached him with a cold expression. Do you know how dangerous that was? I do now, muttered Kenshin. He didn't expect I to consider killing him for merely interrupting. Just as I couldn't understand a lot of things, Kenshin couldn't understand how sacred I considered duels to be. I tried to help you out of friendship, but I won't do this again, affirmed Sarah, looking with a sharp gaze at Kenshin. She knew he would be able to see how serious she was. I don't think that his death is an error. He defied the shogun to her face, and acknowledged the dangers by his own will. Death was only the expected thing, and he was somehow even excited for it. I know, Kenshin said, looking chastised. It was never about him. I couldn't care less of his suicidal ass. Sarah looked confused hearing that. If he didn't care, why had he risked his life? But Sarah wasn't the general for anything. She quickly looked towards the shrine with a cold look. Kenshin, you should start thinking a bit more about your actions. I would hate to see you killed because you are trying to fulfill someone else's wish, Sarah coldly said before leaving, and Kenshin could feel her anger. Ha, what a shitty day, he said before walking back, ignoring the cold rain. After half an hour of traveling, he finally arrived at the shrine. He went to have a warm shower, but he saw Yi sitting outside, in the rain, feeling sad and regretful. "Hey, Foxy girl, what's wrong?" Kenshin asked while sitting near her, knowing that he would probably catch a cold by tomorrow. "I'm sorry," Kenshin Yi answered with a sad tone. "It's okay," replied Kenshin, looking at the Tenshukaku barely visible under the rain. "I promised you after all." Yi didn't answer, just stood there looking vacantly at the place her friend was in. After a while, she finally spoke again. "I put your life at risk only to keep a way out for another friend. That is not something I should do," she said in a quiet voice. "But I don't know what to do." It was the first time Kenshin saw her in such a vulnerable state. Yi had been best friends with Ai 500 years ago, and they were close enough that Yi was Ai's familiar, a companion who would never turn her back on her. But tragedy struck and Ai's sister and the original Electro-Archon, Makoto, died. I wasn't able to overcome the loss of her sister without understanding exactly why she died, but tried to protect Inazuma. But all her friends died shortly after of different causes, leaving her mostly alone, and she wasn't able to manage all that sadness. And even then, after losing almost everything, she still tried to protect Inazuma alone, killing anyone who may pose a threat to Inazuma. She saw some of her friends lose their sanity for various reasons and realized that it could happen to her too, and nobody would be able to stop her from destroying Inazuma, the treasure her sister died to protect. So she did all she could to protect the sanity she had left. She built a construct that would govern Inazuma in her place while she meditated, trying to delay the effect of the erosion to protect Inazuma from herself. But she was not the wise ruler her sister was. I was her sister's protector, a fighter, a general, and her sister was the one who could unite people under her. She was wise, charming and understood people's hearts. They had different roles and different personalities, and as such Makoto wasn't strong in a fight, while I was not a good ruler. The result is the actual state of Inazuma, full of corrupt politicians, and criminals in the form of Fat Yui and Ronin wandering freely. A half-abandoned nation with a civil war happening. Was it Ai's fault? Definitely not, at least not fully. She was always trying to fight for Inazuma, but she couldn't find the way. And even if she messed up big time, she had still been trying to help Inazuma. It's not like she wanted her people to suffer, even if that had been the result. Was it Yi's fault for not beating some common sense into Ai's skull? Definitely not. She did what she could to help. As Kenshin himself had been able to see. The shrine was helping distribute the food fairly and doing everything it could to obtain proof of the corruption running rampant. Was it Kenshin's fault? Definitely not. He was doing far more of what was expected of him, but he couldn't do anything about the root cause, as Ai's stubbornness was a wall he couldn't overcome. Kenshin stood silent, thinking about the current state of Inazuma, but he couldn't find the way. "Don't worry about it," he said to Yi. "We will figure a way out of this." Yi thankfully nodded, and following her impulse, she moved to his side and rested her head on his shoulder. Kenshin didn't say anything, but put his arm over Yi's shoulder, moving her closer. And the two stood like that for a while, under the cold rain that made a thought appear in Kenshin's mind. "I'm sure that if I could see, I would be witnessing something quite amazing right now," said Kenshin with a calm voice. The Maiko's clothing wasn't exactly thick, it was in fact quite thin and light. Yi's was even more revealing than that of a normal Maiko, so Kenshin was sure that under the cold rain, Yi would look quite hot. "Indeed, it's a work of art you are not going to see," Yi lightly smiled. Under the rain, while Kenshin was too distracted thinking about their current situation, the purple spots in Yi's soul started spreading. But no one noticed. Chapter 67, Drunkenness Makes You Spew Bullshit. "Shut up, woman, it's the last time I'm trying to comfort you," said a tired Kenshin with his head hurting. "I don't remember asking for it," Yi replied while eating some rice, looking at Kenshin in front of her with a smile. "Don't blame me for your own decision." "Ha, my head is killing me. I don't want to argue right now," said Kenshin, resting his head on the table. "And I need to go to work today." That stupid samurai could have decided to kill himself in his own home. The Shomatsuban saw him and his friend from the Kitahara clan get on the alka, noted Yi, also not fond of Tomoya. "Please tell me that's a bad thing for them." "I don't care about Kazuha, but I hope Tomoya falls unconscious in the middle of a Hilichurl pack who ingested an aphrodisiac," muttered Kenshin. "It's a good thing, at least for us. It means that they will not step in Inazuma for a while, said Yi, poking Kenshin in the cheek. Stop it. I haven't forgotten about your debt. I will wait until I get better to enjoy my sweet time playing with your ears, said Kenshin while focusing on the cool table. Tsk, Yi said, displeased that Kenshin hadn't forgotten about it. Take this, it should help you. Yi handed Kenshin a talisman, one that Kenshin couldn't see, which meant that whatever magic shit it could do was not related to the soul. Do you think I'm stupid? There is no way I would use something this suspicious, Kenshin tiredly said towards Yi. And still you will have to use it if you want to stop your head from hurting. Yi dismissed Kenshin's suspicions with a wave of her hand that Kenshin could only sense. Gucci-sama, Kamisato-sama is at the entrance asking for Kenshin, said Miki after a polite bow. Why am I the only one without apostrophe Sama? I'm still your superior, Kenshin muttered, knowing that Hayato's presence here only meant that he would need to go. I changed your diapers. It's difficult to have some respect for you after that horrible mess, replied Miki without changing her facial expression. Please. My member is majestic. When I'm excited I'm taller lying down than standing up, Kenshin tiredly said before standing up with exhaustion on his face. PFFD, Yi scoffed in disdain. While it's true that your member may be way above average, said Miki without changing her tone and making Yi look at her in astonishment. That is not something me or Gucci-sama care about. Wait, how do you know about that? Yi asked, equally curious and suspicious. I sleep like a log, and on the important days she is the one who wakes me up. It's inevitable for her to see some things, said Kenshin, stealing the last bit of rice he had in leaving the room, not ashamed at all. Yi didn't say anything. She was a bit shocked about what she just heard. She tried to ask Miki, but she didn't let her speak. No, Gucci-sama, even if it's you I won't say anything about Kenshin's size. If you are curious, find out about it yourself. And after a polite bow, she left the room, leaving Yi alone with her musings. Yi, if you are that curious I will start fearing for my privacy. Kenshin's shouts made Yi realize that Kenshin could still see her, making her feel dismayed knowing that Kenshin knew she was curious about it. She had seen a dick before. People tended to feel excited doing it near the temple, but she had no experience with the opposite sex, or the same to be precise. And she didn't know what to think about the fact that after centuries, she was starting to get curious now. You look like you are going to die just by sneezing, commented Ayato. He and Kenshin were slowly walking towards the Tenchi-Hyukaku, with Ayato guiding Kenshin with his hand on Kenshin's shoulder. I think I should have chosen the duel, Kenshin muttered, feeling his head palpitate. I would have saved myself all this suffering. You are as dramatic as always, said Ayato with a wry smile. How are Aunt Ko and Ayaka? asked Kenshin, thinking of the mother and daughter pair who should be in lieu. Perfectly fine, Ayato said with a smile. My mother is enjoying herself. I think she is having more fun than in Inazuma. She likes to wander in the harbor, trying food and seeing new things, and she also was able to thank again to Adeptus who saved her years ago. And Ayaka misses Inazuma, but she is learning from some important merchant there, so I think she is busy but satisfied, and she has Toma with her to help. I see you don't. Indeed, after a while, they finally arrived at the Tenchi-Hyukaku, and no guard dared to stop them. People knew that the shogun herself wanted Kenshin to work under her, so stopping Kenshin meant going against the shogun's orders. Here we are. I missed your presence in this room the last month, Sayato scornfully said. Ha, let's just enter. My head is killing me, said Kenshin while grabbing his burning head. A few people were still missing, but the shogun and Sarah were sitting and waiting with serious countenances. Hearing the door open, they looked at the people who arrived, and seeing Kenshin, Sarah was worried about his state, while the shogun just acknowledged his presence. Kenshin sat on the place reserved for him that had been vacant for a few months and rested his head on the table, making I look at him. Don't show such a sloppy attitude. It's a warrior's duty to take care of its own body. If you failed in that, you should at least carry yourself with dignity, she said, looking at Kenshin's sloppy figure. Sarah nodded, finding the shogun's words quite sensible. Good thing I'm not a warrior then, replied Kenshin, but under his frown he stood up and touched his chest area, where he had stowed the talismans Yi told him. When he took them out, Al looked at them in surprise. It had been a very long time since she saw these. Shogun-sama, said Kenshin with a doubtful face. How do I use these? I was surprised to hear this. These talismans were widely used in war to restore the health of warriors, only at the cost of some energy. Even the common folk use them frequently. How didn't Kenshin know how to use them? Those talismans were made by the Hakushin family, but in these 500 years, the only member remaining of such a noble lineage was Yi, who couldn't make enough of them to supply the whole population of Inazuma. But she had worked during the night making them because she knew Kenshin was bound to catch a cold. You inject your elemental power on them and they react on their own, I succinctly said, while closing her eyes again. Can you help? Asked Kenshin with a wry expression. I have no elemental power. I only sent a glance to him, ignoring his petition. I will help you, said Sarah with a sigh, and stood up. Meanwhile, Ayato was sipping on his drink, looking at the scene with a curious expression. He found this more interesting than the meeting after all. Thank you. See? She is trying to help while you obviously know more about this thing. Kenshin sent a disapproving glance at Ai, who ignored him again. She was still angry that Kenshin interrupted the duel. Didn't he understand that the duels were a sacred thing, where two people would make their ideologies clash to show whose determination was bigger? It was only natural for the defeated to die, as the loser had proved that his determination was not good enough. Kenshin, just shut up, said Sarah, putting the talisman on his forehead and applying the elemental power. This feels good, Kenshin moaned under the cool stream entering his body through his forehead. Kenshin, how can you be so shameless? Asked Sarah with a red face, as Kenshin's moan was quite indecent. And even now looked at Kenshin with a frown, asking herself how could this man be her only chance to get enough food. Kenshin felt his head spinning, and his head fell onto the table again. Yi had not made a single talisman in 500 years. And the last time she made one she was still a kid, so she just repeated the same motions she was used to. But after 500 years, her power had grown enormously and she didn't take that into account. The result, an overcharged talisman. Kenshin? Sarah asked in wonder after seeing Kenshin unmoving. Even I felt that something weird happened, and looked curiously at Kenshin. Kenshin didn't reply for a while, making Ayato intrigued, Sarah worried, and I confused. Mihahaha. Kenshin suddenly jumped with a bright smile. I feel the power. Kenshin? Asked a worried Sarah. I thought the talisman was only supposed to heal him. It was supposed to, replied I, taking a look at the talisman, and letting out a sigh after realizing the problem. Maiko overcharged it. Is that dangerous? Asked a worried Sarah. Ayato was just having fun, looking at Kenshin and wondering what kind of trouble he was going to make. Today they will receive a special visit after all. It's not, replied I with a sigh. He has too much energy right now. Indeed, purple woman, shouted Kenshin, pointing at a surprised Ai with his finger, and all this power is making me want to have a duel with you. Are you sure? Asked I seriously. Hyperactive or not, a duel was a serious thing. If Kenshin insisted, she would duel. Of course. Kenshin nodded, ignoring Sarah's panicked gaze at seeing the shogun nod seriously. But I can't fight at all, so we will have another competition. I was stumped hearing that. She never had a duel that didn't involve fighting, but a duel was supposed to be a competition to prove that you were determined enough to fight with your life on the line, ready to defend your ideals, right? What would the duel entail? Shogun-sama, please ignore him. Nothing good will come out of this. He will just play around, pleaded Sarah. She was a fighter herself and understood the shogun's understanding of a duel, and Kenshin was definitely not going to take this seriously. Then instead of a duel, a friendly competition, said Kenshin while pointing at the ceiling with one hand and the other one at his waist. I can agree to that, I nodded, thinking that this would be an unofficial duel without some punishment involved. Had Kenshin offered this competition without putting the notion of a duel in his head, he would have been slapped all over the room. Ayato took out another drink and introduced his straw, ready to see an interesting play. The shogun was formidable in a lot of things, but Kenshin was too good at fooling around. Sarah thought the same and realized that this was not going to end well. Then answer me, Kenshin said with a girly twirl. If a normal person practices martial arts, what does a cripple practice? I was stunned at the question. They didn't set the rules, the prize, or even what would the competition entail, and yet she found herself faced with a question she had no idea how to answer. But she decided to seriously answer, a grave error, as thinking was not a thing Kenshin himself was doing. A crippled person should also be able to practice martial arts, I answered seriously. She had met a lot of extremely formidable warriors who lacked an arm. Martial arts were not always about fighting. They were a way to understand life. Why couldn't armless people meditate or exercise? Pew pew. Kenshin crossed his arms. The correct answer is martial arts. Pffffato spit his drink all over the table, holding back a laugh while Sarah looked at the ground, not wanting to hear how Kenshin was disgracing himself in front of the shogun. I had a dark face hearing this. What Kenshin had just done was mock the valiant people who lost a part of their body in the war, and she was going to teach him that. Your turn, said Kenshin with a bow that made his head almost touch his feet. I was disoriented by the sudden need to think of a question, but she complied. After a bit of thinking, I finally asked him, what do you think eternity is? Idiocy. Kenshin instantly answered. My turn. What do spicy food and life have in common? I felt angry at hearing Kenshin call the thing she was living for idiocy, but decided to answer the question. She would teach him a lesson later. That both are difficult to get used to, but only once you have can you enjoy them. She gave a somewhat philosophical answer to a silly question. No, but close, said Kenshin with a huge smile. Both are good at the start, but when shit arrives you have to clench your ass. I'm not going to continue with this, I said with a dark face. What does a burnt cake, a pregnant woman and a frozen soda have in common? Asked Kenshin with his arms extended in a T form, and standing on his toes. Praise the sun, cultured people would say. I didn't answer. She was approaching Kenshin to teach him a much-needed lesson. Someone forgot how to pull out on time. Sarah and Aito faced. They felt their IQ was halved by that. Pfff. Everyone, even Kenshin, looked at I with surprised expressions. It couldn't be right. What is the hardest thing to do in a funeral? Asked Kenshin curiously. He could sense I's embarrassment at having laughed, but he could also sense how funny she found that stupid joke. I, who didn't expect Kenshin's joke to be fun, was too surprised to react, so she stood silent. The core Kenshin. Sarah cut what was a joke of very bad taste. Well, the birdie didn't find the joke funny, but you liked the first one, Kenshin said with a shit-eating grin. No, replied I calmly. Like Kenshin's words made Aito and Sarah look in disbelief at I, who looked at Kenshin with a calm gaze. Come on, you know you are dying of laughter inside, don't look at me like that. I didn't answer. She was feeling embarrassed by Sarah's and Aito's pointed stare. She couldn't let her image as the immovable god disappear in smoke, right? Mwahaha. Kenshin wins again, shouted Kenshin, extending his arms in a grandiose gesture. You didn't win. We didn't even have rules, said I with a frown. Now she understood what Sarah said when she mentioned that Kenshin was going to play around. And yet, the judge has decided that I'm the winner. I had to swallow my loss before. Now it's your turn to suck it up, said Kenshin with a vicious smile. We don't even have a judge. I refuse to admit defeat like this. Sure we do. Aito, who won? Kenshin pointed at the bystander who only wanted to have some fun. You, of course. I declare Kenshin as the winner. Aito raised his drink, almost as if he was toasting. On what basis? I was still not convinced. You gave up first, Aito pointed out. I couldn't refute that, so she sat back down with a calm expression once again. I will gracefully admit my defeat, she said, making Sarah nod in admiration. Even after losing like this, the shogun was still elegantly admitting the obviously forged result. Why are you acting so calm? I know you only want to scream in frustration, Kenshin said with a mocking smile, making I frown again. She found this human teenager too annoying to deal with. Maybe it hadn't been a great idea to make him work here again. So, as the winner I can ask everything I want from you, Kenshin said, and put a hand into his chin with a pondering expression. "Kenshin, what are you saying?" "You never said anything like that," asked an outraged Sarah. "Chill, birdie. Anyway, you owe me a dance." "When I say it and how I want it," said Kenshin with a nod, thinking about how to capitalize on it. "I don't know how to dance." "Change your wish," replied the shogun with a frown. She didn't want to make a mockery out of herself. "Nope, that's my wish. And I don't worry about that, so I'm sure we will make a spectacle out of us," replied Kenshin with a shit-eating grin. Knock knock. Everyone turned their head to the door, but only Kenshin was curious about it. He saw the most charming soul he had ever seen. He had seen almost 10,000 souls, maybe even more, and there had been some impressive ones, like Marax, Barbatos, Ioi. Even the Adeptus were impressive. And some like Sarah's and Jean's were amazing, shining with their own light. But the soul Kenshin was seeing through the door was special. It was a human soul, and it didn't have the elegance of an Adeptus or the sheer might and majesty of gods, but it was something unique. It looked like a soul made of fire, not unlike Signora's, but there was nothing like a jail to limit it. It was shining brightly, and Kenshin could see how compressed it was. Normally a soul was compressed when someone felt a traumatic or very scarring experience. If the person was able to overcome the trials, his or her soul would condense, increasing its density, and that gave the soul more power. Jean's soul, for example, was big and golden, but it was not very compressed as she didn't experience any significant troubles. Sarah's was a bit more compressed than Jean's. After all, she had been to the war. But this human soul was something that was comparable to a god's in pure density. That didn't mean that this person was as strong as an archon. If Jean's soul was the size of a soccer ball, this human's was the size of a marble with an extremely high density, while an archon's would be of this same high density, but the size of a soccer field. What this told Kenshin was that this person had been able to overcome countless trials to arrive here now, and the fact that the soul was still perfectly fine and with no gaps or fractures spoke of its enormous resilience and determination. But there was also something peculiar about her soul, something Kenshin wasn't able to understand. It was more of a tonality, something he hadn't seen before, and as such, couldn't comprehend. Kenshin couldn't see, so he couldn't appreciate if a person was attractive or not based on his or her aspect, but as he could see souls, that was what he could use as a way to determine a person's beauty. And this type of soul belonged to a person that he was very interested in. Basically, you look at a woman's face if you are pure of heart, and at the arguments if you are honest, while Kenshin's way to determine how beautiful or charming a person was is through the soul. Creak, the door slowly opened, screeching due to its oldness, and 3 people entered. 1. Kuju Takeyuki, leader of the Kuju clan, and at the same time, the head of the Tenryu Commission, in charge of the police and everything related to the safety of Inazuma. Another 1, Iragi Masato, leader of the Iragi clan and head of the Kanju Commission, in charge of anything related to diplomatic relations and money. And the third stopped, seeing a boy of around 15 years old in front of her with his head bowed and a knee on the ground. "Please, my lady, grant this foolish peasant a chance to get to you, your excellency. Better if you are a guy, just fuck off." Chapter 68, Cold Mask. Burning Soul. I admit this is not what I expected from a person important enough to be in this room, the girl in question said in a dry tone while looking at the kneeling boy in front of her. "Kenshin, what the hell are you doing?" asked Sarah in a cold voice. She had been talking with Kenshin alone on Saturdays for months now, but now she was seeing how Kenshin was literally asking for a date with a woman he hadn't seen in his life. She felt all her efforts were being thrown into the trash can. "Sush, my little bird, and don't be jealous. If you could see what I'm seeing, I fear even your heterosexuality would be questioned," replied Kenshin, still not raising his head. Ayato said, looking at the scene curiously, sipping on his drink. "As always, behave, you fool," shouted Kuju Takeyuki, intending to shove Kenshin away from this girl. "Touch me and I will reveal even your deepest secrets, old decrepit and impotent fool," Kenshin sharply said, not even deigning to look at him. "If this is how Inazuma's leaders carry themselves, I'm honestly disappointed," the girl said in a calm voice, looking at I, who was studying the scene calmly. "Please, lady, "Don't try to fool us," said Kenshin, still waiting for a response. "May I hear the answer to my petition?" "Kenshin, you are going to get killed later," muttered Sarah, clenching her fists. "Do you know who are you talking to?" "I'm blind, how could I know?" replied Kenshin. "If you are blind, why did you say that you were able to see me?" The girl's firm and level voice held a hint of curiosity. "Why don't you take my offer and find out?" replied Kenshin, still on his knee. "Enough said," I, looking suspiciously at the girl. "Let's start, we have a lot of things to talk about." "I need my answer first." Kenshin refused to move. "Maybe if I leave this room in a happy mood." The girl thought that even if the situation was unlike anything she had seen, she would take any advantage she could. "Please be assured I will do my utmost to help you reach your objectives and fulfill your goals." "I bet my own pride on that," replied seriously Kenshin, returning to his seat under the surprised gaze of everyone present. And yet, his thoughts were quite different to what his mouth was spouting. There was only one other person important enough to be here, and that was the fat Yui in charge of Inazuma. As the only other person in Inazuma with the power to import food, getting to know how this now identified as a girl person thought and behaved was the first priority in Kenshin's mind. And a date was the best way to go to the deep ends. The fact that her soul was this amazing was only an extra. "Kenshin, I think you lost your pride the day you pissed on the head Maiko of the shrine as a baby," calmly said Ayato, making the girl look at Kenshin in surprise, and a bit of disdain. "Ayato, now the beautiful lady is feeling disdain towards my person. I will tell how you cried hugging my feet of gratefulness after your mother recovered." Kenshin roared at the betrayal of what he thought was his friend. "Do whatever you want, there is nobody in this room I care about," Ayato said in a casual voice. "Maybe the general, but I'm not ashamed of it." "What do you mean disdain?" asked the girl, feeling inwardly alarmed. She was sure she didn't show anything on her face. "Don't be alarmed, lady, as I said I can see some things," Kenshin said while sending her a smile. "I am not alarmed," replied the girl, feeling even more alarmed. Like Kenshin said with a large smile. My lady, this man can detect all lies, and since a few years ago he knows how you are feeling. He is nothing more than an extremely nosy and obnoxious child," explained Takeyuki, directing Kenshin a heated gaze. "I see," said the girl, knowing that she was doomed. She came to blackmail, negotiate, and bluffing was going to be a big part of the negotiation as she needed to bargain with an Archon after all. But with this weird guy here she wouldn't be able to do absolutely anything. She clenched her teeth, angry with the Iraj and Kuja leaders. Why didn't they tell her beforehand of this? "Don't worry lady, I promised that I would make you reach your goals," Kenshin said with a winning smile. "I see," said the girl, thinking that maybe she had a chance thanks to this weird guy. "I don't," replied instantly Kenshin, pointing at his closed eyes. "Sorry, verbal tick." The girl was confused for a short while but looked at I would like to start if that's alright with your majesty," she politely said, her calm gaze meeting I's own. I nodded, and the girl took her chance to start by introducing herself. "I'm the new knave, a member of the Fat Yui of Sneeznaya and the one in charge of the people here," the girl said, doing a polite bow. Her hair was mostly white with some black and red undertones, tied into a ponytail with some of it covering her forehead and the right side of her face. Her eyes had a red X on them and she was wearing a stylish white suit that fitted her elegant demeanor. "She is not lying," Kenshin said, even without being asked. "Why would I need to lie in my introduction?" questioned Arlecchino in a calm voice. "Well, maybe you didn't want us to know that you are a Fat Yui Harbinger, who we know are the direct subordinates of the Zarista or Cryo Archon, or that you have a delusion tied to your waist, a false vision that grants you quite a lot of power without relying on Celestia, or that you are not here to do charity. You came to Inazuma to look for something a certain person has," Kenshin said while shrugging. Arlecchino froze upon hearing that. She was sure she didn't speak about that to anybody, not even her own subordinates, and now her hidden identity was exposed in the room where all important people were, and worst of all, the god of eternity. "Something you want to say?" said I calmly, but everybody could notice that she didn't like what Kenshin said. "I'm not here to harm anybody, and would like to reach my goals peacefully," Arlecchino calmly said, not losing her composure, even if she was panicking inside. Everyone looked at Kenshin, waiting for his verdict, even Arlecchino. This strange boy's next words would decide her future. "What are you looking at me for?" She is sweating like crazy inwardly, probably scared about the murderous god's attitude, but she didn't lie, replied Kenshin with a shrug. "Kenshin, show some respect for your excellency," shouted Sarah with an indignant face. "I am here because I stopped her from murdering someone. I don't think I lied." Kenshin defended himself with an aggrieved face. "Enough said," I, more or less used to Kenshin's antics. "What did you come here for?" "To look for a fugitive that escaped from Snezhnaya. He carries some important information that shouldn't have left our borders," Arlecchino replied with a calm voice, praying that the boy could see her desperation and let her lie slide. She couldn't say that she came for the Gnosis under the Archon's control. Kenshin didn't answer, and served some tea in a cup he pushed towards Arlecchino with a smile, who ignored it. I nodded, thinking about some possible outcomes this conversation could have. "What do we get in exchange for helping you find this fugitive?" asked Sarah, still angry about Kenshin's attention to this woman who looked to be a few years older. "Everything the Fatui can offer you. Money, food, medicines." "Of course, with some limits," Arlecchino replied, looking straight at Sarah, realizing all of Sarah's internal conflict with just a gaze. The fact that she had been chosen as the next knave at 15 years old showed how incredibly good she was at her job, mainly as a negotiator, even if she could hold her own in a fight. But that was only the front. Her cover. She managed the House of Hearth, an institution where children were used as spies and trained to be what Snezhnaya needed them to be. "Of course, we will help you with everything we have," said Takeyuki in a flattering tone. "That's not your call to make," said Ayato disinterestedly. "I agree with Lord Takeyuki's proposal." Now everyone looked at Kenshin with wide eyes, even Al looked at him with surprise. In the 7 years Kenshin had been working in this room, the only thing he directed to Takeyuki were insults and threats. So why was he now agreeing? "I think making this lady happy is the only way I get to have a date with her, and to get food," thought an exasperated Kenshin. "Don't you all maggots realize that this girl has us caught by the balls? If she decides that no more food is to be sent, we will starve in a week. Keeping her satisfied is our only way to go." "Kenshin!" shouted an outraged Sarah. "Are you going to sell Inazuma for a date?" "Yes," unashamedly replied Kenshin. "It's not like she wants to hurt Inazuma. Why shouldn't we?" "She is the one in charge of sending food, and let me remind you that this lady is the only one besides me who can introduce supplies in Inazuma. So this is the boy hindering us," thought Arlecchino with the smallest of frowns. Kenshin had thrown wrench after wrench in her plan. If he didn't exist, she could have collected more information about the Gnosis location using her monopoly over food as leverage. Even if the Harbingers were not going to steal Gnosis for a few years, they still needed as much information as they could. And that was not talking about the extremely weird power he could use, and that was making her head hurt, thinking of some possible ways to fool him. "May I know this man's power? He may be useful in my search for the fugitive," she said, thinking about finding more about her main obstacle. "That's a secret of Inazuma," replied Sarah with a challenging look, one that Arlecchino ignored. "Of course you can," said a still hyperactive Kenshin. "I can see souls, their forms and actions, meaning that I can detect lies, sense what they are feeling and many things more." "You told me you could see elemental power. You never said anything about souls," said I with a dangerous look, one that made Sarah and Ayato alert. Arlecchino thought about how overpowered this man's ability was. Seeing souls was something too. Wait a second, didn't Signora say something related to this the same day she was named the new Arlecchino? Elemental power, souls, all the same, Kenshin said disinterestedly with a wave of her hand. "And calm down. You should already know that I'm not a threat to your eternity or whatever that thing is called." "Are you Kenshin?" asked suddenly Arlecchino, thinking that if this guy is the same Kenshin Signora talked about, she may have a chance to kidnap him and take him to Snezhnaya. That would make her plans go forward a lot faster. "Yes, my lady. I'm deeply touched by your sudden interest in my person." Kenshin quickly appeared by her side in his kneeling position, making Arlecchino sweat a bit. The same Kenshin that was 3 years ago in Mondstadt? Arlecchino insisted, making Sarah look at her with some surprise that immediately changed to suspicion. Yes, have you heard of my courageous attitude and chivalry from what I surmise is your co-worker, Signora? Asked Kenshin, realizing that the hot woman was a bit too talkative. Indeed, and about some book you wrote there, Arlecchino said, and looked with surprise at the trembling Kenshin. Kenshin? Asked a somewhat worried Sarah, seeing him shake in fear. Please, tell me nobody has seen that book, pleaded Kenshin, not raising his head, trying to think how to disappear from Teyvat. He was going to have a meteor shoved up his ass. Only the Tsaritsa, replied honestly Arlecchino, as lying would be useless around him. She was now curious about what the book contained after seeing this brazen guy shake in fear. Fuck, cursed Kenshin, ready to leave the room. Where are you going? Asked I with her eternal calm gaze. To write 2 letters, said Kenshin with a grim face, one to Mrax and one to Barbatos. Chapter 69. Hot indeed. Everyone felt surprised that Kenshin was in a close relationship with 2 archons in which he could send them letters so easily, and Arlecchino felt sure now that Kenshin was the mystery man, and she now had an intrigued look in her ex-red eyes, wondering what that kind of secret that book held. Stop, commanded I, standing up with a frown. What is so important that you need to tell 2 archons? That is none of your business. I wrote a book that had some things I shouldn't have said, and I just learned that the Fatui learned about it, replied Kenshin, who had to stop when the door didn't open, as I was manipulating magnetism to not let it open. If you are curious you can ask Yi, or even better, the friendly neighboring dragon. Oh, and ask for some food too. I just narrowed her eyes, but let Kenshin go. I wonder what that book held, mused Arlecchino out loud, once Kenshin had left. But a blur appeared through the door, and Kenshin was once again kneeling in front of her. My lady, that book contained everything I knew from souls and a few things that I will tell you about only if you insist. I will grant you your wishes even if I get scolded by the friendly dragon, Kenshin said in a serious voice with a flamboyant gesture. While Arlecchino was too surprised by Kenshin's sudden dedication to her wishes, I narrowed her eyes even more. Souls, she said with a frown. Even if she was not the legitimate archon, she still had an idea of how dangerous that was. Yes, and let it be known that it is only because of this that the curses in Inazuma have almost disappeared. So wait for a bit before killing me, because I'm still friends with Mrax and Inazuma will be left without food. Also, I know Barbatos, but knowing that coward he will only watch how my body will get vaporized. I didn't answer but sat down again, thinking that she would need to have a serious talk with Yi about this. We Fatui are normally thought of as criminal and ruthless people, but I don't know what to think about the subjects fearing that their own archon could be the reason for their untimely deaths. Arlecchino commented offhandedly, ignoring the still kneeling Kenshin. I didn't answer. After thinking a bit, she realized that it was indeed a sad thing. She only wanted the best for her people, and yet she realized how much they feared her. Makoto, I still can't do anything without you, she thought with melancholy. My lady, please understand something. Our archon only wants the best for Inazuma, even if it is reflected in some weird ways. I believe that the Shogun is genuinely thinking about us, and she may have her reason to be this decisive about cutting threats before they can sprout, argued Kenshin, making I look at him in surprise. But she nodded, relieved that someone was able to understand how she felt. I don't know how my presence here affects that thought, replied Arlecchino, glancing at Kenshin, a bit of admiration in her mind, but she quickly tried to erase it before Kenshin could decipher it. I don't think it's your presence here, but there have been a few bugs around for years, and with your dazzling and shining soul, they can't help but feel attracted to your radiance, Kenshin replied, raising his head to look at the faint traces of soul he could see on her face. With his eyes still closed, he couldn't see her face, but the faint features he could discern told him that Arlecchino was gorgeous. I need this woman to tell me what she knows about the book, grimly thought Kenshin. I don't believe such an important book was only read by the Tsaritsa. The Fatuas seem to be the criminal group of this world. I don't believe they have scruples to keep what they know a secret. I see, Arlecchino nodded. And I know you don't. Indeed, my lady, Kenshin nodded. Kenshin, Stop disgracing yourself and Inazuma in the process. Sarah scolded him with clenched teeth. Dear Tengu, there is no need to do that. My lady here has already known the state of Inazuma since all this mess started, so she knows even better than you how disgraceful we are. No need to hide it, Kenshin argued, looking at Sarah with a disappointed face. When did you start thinking the Fatui wouldn't know about this? They were the ones who proposed the Vision Hunt decree after all. Why would you say that? Asked Arlecchino, thinking that maybe Kenshin was something more than only his ability. Visions have been around for 2,000 years. And nobody had a problem with them. Why would these fools try to do something about them just when the Fatui are back after mysteriously leaving for a few years? Replied Kenshin in a casual voice. So you proposed your decrees because the Fatui told you to do it? Asked Hayato with a glare. Is that why my sister had to lose her vision? For the money these criminals are giving you? I would like for you to take that back. We are here as friends who are willing to give you the things you lack right now. I expect a modicum of respect, replied Arlecchino with a serene voice, looking at Hayato, who was too busy glaring at the leaders of the Kuju and Urage clans. I'm sure you would, and yet you won't get any respect from me. I have reports on my house of the extortions your subordinates are subjecting our people to. If you want to be respected, act like a decent human first, replied the moody Hayato. Of course, that only refers to the rest of the Fatui. My lady has not done anything wrong, not at all. Kenshin exclaimed. You will have all my respect, and then some more. Fucking Hayato, your siscon tendencies will force us to eat our toenails. Kenshin was going to send a letter to Ayaka in which he would narrate how Hayato had shared some steamy nights with Toa. Sarah could only clench her teeth, feeling indignant by this. She had worked for years as hard as she could to earn Kenshin's respect and appreciation. And now this woman was hearing what she had been wanting to hear for years so easily. Dear Tengu, don't be jealous. I didn't say it to you because I thought you would already know it. I prefer to show it with my actions. But my lady here doesn't know me yet, so I need to be more vocal about it, Kenshin said with a pacifying smile, one that made Sarah look to the ground in embarrassment at being exposed like this, but also happy knowing that Kenshin respected her too. Wait. Why was she happy about it when his respect was so cheap? I think I should leave now. Today's meeting wasn't productive at all, Arlecchino said. While standing up, lie, said Kenshin before putting a hand in his mouth. Of course, my lady, that is not to say that what you said isn't true, just that veracity couldn't be found in your statement. I wouldn't dare to doubt your word. Arlecchino felt her cold mask twitch for the first time in a while. Please be assured, she told Toei, who was looking at the scene with her usual straight face, and Arlecchino felt that if she stayed here for longer this boy would make her reveal something she didn't want to. Sneeze. Naya will help Inazuma in their moments of need. We will bring more food and supplies. Now that she knew Kenshin was here, and actively working for Inazuma, she could mobilize more funds. I will escort you, said Kenshin happily, standing up and opening the door for her, making Arlecchino release a sigh. She left the hall, thinking about the day and the revelations it brought. She would need to tread carefully, but probably she should focus more on Kenshin than in the Gnosis. The Zaratza said that Kenshin was as, if not more, important than a single Gnosis, but the difference was that the Gnosis stayed with their Archon, while Kenshin was a free person who would leave if they allowed him to do so. May I ask, why are you following me? Asked Arlecchino in a level voice to the person following her. You said that you would let me have a bit of your time if you left the room in a happy mood, and you should be. You left that place alive after all, Kenshin replied with a smile, studying Arlecchino's soul with great interest. The more he studied it, the more he felt something was weird, but he focused on the red glow it had. Arlecchino's soul was like a red marble, even though it was small from too much compressing. It was extremely beautiful. Flames were being emitted from the red orb, but they were not wildly moving all around like Senoras. They were concentrated near the soul, calm and waiting for a chance. Kenshin desired to see how they would erupt when the opportunity arose. What kind of marvelous spectacle would such an amazing soul be when it shone with all its splendor? What kind of hardships did Arlecchino endure? How did she overcome them? What changes did those challenges make in her? Those were the questions Kenshin was wondering about while looking at the mesmerizing soul in a trance. "Why did you cover for me?" asked Arlecchino without looking back at Kenshin, who was walking a few steps behind her. "I didn't want such a beautiful soul to die, and saying that you were after I's possessions looked like a great way to do it," replied absent-mindedly Kenshin. "Also, you have food." "I guess I is the Archon's name." "How did you know I was looking for something she owned?" asked Arlecchino with interest. "Senora told me I would tell her about her soul and she would tell me about her purpose in Mondstadt," replied Kenshin, wondering how could he touch that shiny red marble. "That bitch, giving away our purpose before even starting the plan," fumed Arlecchino, but her cold mask was unchanging. "Please don't get angry, your soul is not as beautiful when you are not calm," Kenshin immediately said, seeing that the red marble was shaking and it got a darker tonality. "How much would it cost me to know what my soul looks like?" asked Arlecchino while walking toward the hotel she was spending her nights in. "For you? Maybe a bit of time for ourselves. I know a great place," replied Kenshin with a nod, seeing Arlecchino's soul not being clouded by anger anymore. Arlecchino stopped hearing that. It would be a lie to say she wasn't curious. Souls were a taboo thing in some echelons of power, and she belonged to one in which information was extremely restricted. They only needed to know the plan and their targets, anything else was irrelevant. Maybe if she was stronger, or better said more important, she would have access to more things, but as the person in charge of collecting information and eliminating undesirable people, it was hard for her to gain importance among the harbingers. "I see your curiosity and determination. I will tell you then," replied Kenshin happily. "Your soul is like a very dense red marble." Arlecchino fell silent, not expecting something as important to her as her soul was to look that insignificant. "Don't get fooled by my simple description. It's an impressive soul. I don't know if you are fully human, but it's the most beautiful soul I've seen that doesn't belong to 1,000-years-old beings. It shows how much tragedy you have endured in your past, and how you were able to overcome every single one of them. I find your soul very beautiful," Kenshin quickly explained, sensing Arlecchino's disappointment. You don't know what to think of me being able to get that much information with a single look. I know. But I won't tell anyone about your soul, just like I won't tell you about Senoras or even the Shoguns, but I will tell you that you have absolutely no chance of beating her." Kenshin interrupted the most usual comment to people knowing everything he could do. "That a relief then? And I already know that I have no chance. That's why I said that I only want to make a deal, and I have no hostile intentions," Arlecchino said, and gestured to Kenshin to start walking to the place. He knew she took the deal after all. Kenshin felt her gesture and started walking towards the cliff behind the shrine. He could walk alone fine now as they were in the city, but he would need to ask Arlecchino for help later. Like Kenshin said with a smile. "What did I lie in?" asked Arlecchino with a confused face. "That's sad." "You don't even know you are lying," said Kenshin, shaking his head. "No, you know you lied. But your curiosity was also genuine, so maybe ... I think you are trying to fool yourself into thinking in a certain way, so your act is not noticed by anyone else." "Please put your hand on my shoulder and guide me. We will go to the shrine for now," Kenshin replied, looking at the general direction they would be going in, so he missed Arlecchino's brief pause, followed by an eerily blank face. Arlecchino put her hand on Kenshin's shoulder and moved the other to her waist. "Ups, did I touch something sensitive?" asked Kenshin without worry in his face. "Don't worry, I knew it from a while ago and still kept silent. As I said, I want to help such a beautiful soul." "What do you know?" questioned Arlecchino with a voice devoid of emotions. "What you are trying to hide," replied casually Kenshin, not minding Arlecchino's hand painfully digging into his shoulder. "That you indeed have some hostility in you. You already know what I can do. Did you think I would miss that anger you feel every time you mention the Fatui? You are probably planning something like a betrayal or rebellion of some kind against the Tsaritsa, or at least one person in the same sphere you are. Arlecchino's face turned murderous hearing that. She turned Kenshin around so that their eyes were in front of each other, her X-shaped red pupils staring directly at Kenshin's closed eyes, her hand grabbing Kenshin's shoulder while the other held a knife to his throat. "Tell me, why shouldn't I kill you now? There is nobody around us, and if you decide to tell somebody about this, death will be my less important worry," she said in a frigid voice. "Come on, if you get that close to me I will blush," said Kenshin while squirming bashfully, not minding Arlecchino's knife starting to apply more pressure in his throat, drawing blood that disappeared in the neck of his hakama. "You won't kill me because I already proved to you that I'm on your side. I covered for you after all, and you could have died. Turn right now. I can see the marks I left here." Arlecchino stopped holding her knife against Kenshin's throat, but her other hand was still holding his shoulder. She still hasn't decided to keep Kenshin alive, but she will hear him for now, even despite thinking that she will have to kill him. She couldn't think of anything Kenshin could give her to be worth the risk of keeping him alive. She knew that if Kenshin appeared dead, she would be the first suspect, but there was no way they could prove it. And being the only one who could bring food into Inazuma, they wouldn't be able to incriminate her without some very revealing proof. And she had the one controlling the police in her pocket. They stood silent for a while. Only the occasional sounds of Kenshin's instructions broke the tense atmosphere, at least from Arlecchino's side. Here we are. Chapter 70. So, the betrayal was real after all. "There is nothing here," said Arlecchino suspiciously. "How can you say that? There are no empty places, they are only filled with nothingness." Arlecchino's murderous aura escalated to the point birds started fleeing. Okay. "Look over there. You should be able to see the sea." Kenshin pointed in a certain direction. "That's a wall," said Arlecchino with a dark face. Sorry, I came here following my memory. I know the place, but I can't mark the sea after all." "Well, you should be able to see the sea from somewhere near, right?" asked Kenshin in an apologetic tone. "Yes, 200 meters to the left." "Now speak. Why should I keep you alive?" Arlecchino couldn't care less about the sea right now. "In the first place, you will get caught. There is a squad of ninjas nearby. They can't hear us, but they saw us coming here together, and believe me, there is a very angry fox looking at us from the top of the shrine, wondering about the blood in my neck," Kenshin replied casually. Arlecchino, despite all the training she had to keep her poker face on, couldn't help but look at the shrine in surprise, but she couldn't see anything. That didn't reassure her in the least, as the Fatui already knew about the existence of the powerful Yukai and the familiar of the Electro Archon. "And second, I can help you. I'm pretty awesome." Kenshin raised his hand with his fingers making a victory gesture. Arlecchino fell silent, knowing that there was no choice here. Stop there. I can guarantee you that no matter what your choice is, she won't harm you. Of course, you can't kill me or she will go berserk, but you can choose to leave, and I will keep your secret, or, what I hope you choose, stay here and let me help," said Kenshin when he felt her resignation. "Before choosing, I need to know, why are you so insistent on helping me?" replied Arlecchino with a sharp voice. Now that her facade had been torn, she was showing how she really felt, and she was full of anger. "Of course. Because of your soul." A shining soul of pure red, symbolizing how much anger you have, and forged through countless challenges and obstacles. And even despite all these difficulties, the soul is still as pure as it was the day you were born, not a single fracture or deformation. To understand what I'm saying, you would need to be able to see what I normally see, but I can tell you that I admire you for your strength," Kenshin explained, trying to show his sincerity. "Of course. You can trust me over time and ask me for something easy this time." Kenshin didn't trust Arlecchino one bit. She was still a harbinger, and no one reached those ranks without dirtying their hands. It was a fact. So while he didn't trust her, she was a necessary presence for Inazuma for now, and he wanted to make sure everything was going well with the pretty fucking suspicious Fatuis. He could slowly get to trust her, but most of all he needed her to trust him. And her soul was beautiful. Arlecchino fell silent upon hearing that. That was true. She couldn't understand what was so beautiful about her soul, as she knew that she was full of hate towards the system that killed all her friends and discarded their corpses in the cold ravine outside the orphanage, but only when they weren't sent towards the labs of the mad doctor, who used corpses and alive children alike to his nefarious ends. She wanted revenge for them and wanted to make a place where no children would need to live through that again, and she was prepared for a plan spanning decades. But now with this weird boy's help, she may be able to accelerate the plan. What was that book about? She asked once she regained her calm demeanor. That book has made even the Tsaritsa herself scared, and that may help her develop a new weapon against her. She wasn't planning to kill her, but should the need arise, she would need to be ready. All I knew about souls, how to seal, manipulate them and even strengthen them, replied Kenshin honestly. He was willing to tell her the basics or things only he could do, as the contract with Mirax was still active. Why was the Tsaritsa scared when reading your book then? While I admit that all that sounds amazing, and I will only realize how important those things are after mulling it over for a while, it doesn't seem enough, complained Arlecchino with a pensive expression. Every second that passed let her understand more about Kenshin's ability, and only now did she understand why he was as important as a gnosis. Because there were some things written in that book that I shouldn't have, and I won't tell you about them because they will only be harmful to you. And also because I promised Mirax and Barbatos I wouldn't, said Kenshin with a sigh. If it helps you, even Mirax, one if not the old being in this world, had no idea of that before I told him, and he also looked very scared. All the more reason for me to know it, replied Arlecchino in her calm voice, but a hint of greed could be gleaned. Of course, Kenshin saw this clearly. You still don't understand. Do you see my eyes? Asked Kenshin, looking at Arlecchino's face and opening his eyes for the first time since he saw this girl. Kenshin's eyes were the same they had been since that day years ago when he lost his sight, a deep purple with golden particles moving in them. During these years, the scarce golden particles had increased in number, and now their dance in Kenshin's eyes made a mesmerizing spectacle. What beautiful eyes he has, Arlecchino thought, fascinated by the ever-moving particles that were dancing over the beautiful purple background. Thank you for that, you are the first person to voice it, but people usually like them, Kenshin said with a smug smirk. But you should know that I was able to see normally, just like you do. I peeked into something I shouldn't have seen and I lost my sight. Even looking directly at the Shogun and Mirax's eyes didn't faze me, and yet, look at me now. Arlecchino took a deep breath. Whatever this Kenshin saw, it was far, far stronger than Mirax and the Shogun, and consequently, the Tsaritsa. But she knew Kenshin wouldn't budge on this. Then how can you help me? She asked. If Kenshin wasn't going to tell her anything, what could he do? If you have problems, or face something related to curses and souls you don't understand, call for me and I will help. I'm the best in those areas. Of course, I will refuse if you don't give me a good reason to reveal those things. I won't help you do the shady shit you guys usually do. I don't dare to try to strengthen your soul without being sure it won't harm any of us, but maybe I can help you with this. Kenshin had a mischievous smirk while slowly moving his hand toward Arlecchino's back, as to not scare her. Arlecchino saw this but didn't react. From what she knew, Kenshin's physical ability was almost null, and if he wanted to harm her, he could have done it in that room where the Shogun would protect him. Kenshin's hand touched Arlecchino's vision, situated in her upper back, and with his other hand, he touched Arlecchino's forehead. Instantly, Arlecchino's vision stopped glowing, and Kenshin took it, giving it to Arlecchino's stretched hand. Here you are now visionless, he smirked, proud of a job well done, and happy Arlecchino trusted him enough for this, but he also knew it was because she didn't have enough time to think about everything he could do. If Arlecchino knew that with that slight touch, he could have obliterated her soul, well, Kenshin would be in 10 places at the same time by now, or maybe even more if the flames in Arlecchino's soul erupted. Arlecchino looked at the now dim vision in her hand with a blank face but wasn't worried, as she had already checked that her ability to wield her elemental power was still there. She didn't say anything and pocketed the vision, not showing any kind of surprise. Come on, it is something amazing. You can use elemental power now without relying on Celestia. You could have felt at least a bit of surprise, complained Kenshin with a pout. If you are going to help me, this is the least you should be able to do, said Arlecchino, tacitly accepting Kenshin's help in her plan to take revenge. Well, yes, but still, Kenshin said, looking at the sky. He could sense Yi's worry and anger, but the fox would need to wait, as there was a charming lady next to him who required his attention. Is that everything? Asked Arlecchino in her calm tone. You are pissing me off now. You have by your side the person who knows the most in this world about curses and souls, is able to seal almost anything and can sever your connection to whatever thing is that is sending your information to Celestia, and you are still asking for more? Kenshin said in an indignant voice. If you put it like that, it indeed is a bit ungrateful on my part, Arlecchino acknowledged. She still didn't know very well what she could do with Kenshin's ability, but she was sure there were many things, some of them extremely useful. She only needed some time to think and mull about this. Kenshin nodded in approval. He was awesome after all. If this is an exchange, what do I need to do? Asked Arlecchino, looking at Kenshin's eyes, noting how beautiful they were once again, not ashamed at having accidentally revealed her feelings before. One thing, you need to write a letter weekly, said Kenshin, raising a finger. Impossible, replied succinctly Arlecchino. Yes, I know there will be some times when you are on a mission or your letters could be intercepted, but you just need to write them at the earliest time possible, no exceptions. If you can send a letter to me asking for information or with a request, you can send me one about other things. Kenshin insisted on this. Sigh, I will send you a letter every time I need something from you. Arlecchino gave up with an exasperated sigh. No, that was not the deal. You send me a letter weekly, and I do you a favor. If I don't receive your letters for 2 weeks and I suddenly receive a petition, I will ignore it. You just need to write weekly and send them together with your request. If you aren't going to do it, I won't help you. Kenshin rejected Arlecchino's proposal instantly. What should I write then? My life is not that intriguing, noted Arlecchino, wondering how much shit she would need to invent to keep Kenshin satisfied without revealing too much. I don't like to be tied, and your proposition is all about that. Whatever you want. If you want to complain about your boss, do it. If you want to vent because your co-workers are driving you mad, then write about it. How bad was your week? How good was your week? How did that ice cream taste? How cold the climate is? Whatever. You don't need to invent anything, because I don't want to find anything you are not willing to share. I think it's an extremely good deal with you, Kenshin said with a pointed look. And if you don't like being tied, you can always refuse the deal. It's not like I'm forcing you to go and eat ice cream. I won't even bother asking about why are you satisfied with that, but I agree. There is no reason for me not to. Arlecchino sighed once again and nodded. Despite feeling excited at having such a hidden card, she didn't show a single hint of a smile. You know, if you are happy you can smile. I already know about it, said Kenshin with a teasing smirk. Now you should leave because Yi's patience is reaching its end quickly. Arlecchino didn't answer, but took a long look at Kenshin and left without looking back. After Kenshin wasn't able to sense her, which meant that she had left his radius of 500 meters, he spoke. Come out, I know you have been listening to everything we said. Even if I can't see all that sparky shit you can do, I can sense your anger every time. She spoke, Kenshin said in an exasperated tone, and in a shower of sakura petals, Yi appeared with a frown. What do you have to say for yourself? She said with a cold voice. I don't regret anything. In Liu Shen, Cloud Retainer, I came to visit, Gizhong said while unlocking the door and entering the Adeptus abode. Gizhan, stop unlocking the door without asking first. A blue crane, Cloud Retainer, appeared in a bad mood. You are just angry I can break through your mechanisms, replied Gizhong with a teasing smirk. It only shows that you know I'm better than you. You weren't like this in the past, Cloud Retainer grumbled. Those years by that kid's side have left you with some side effects. What can I say? He is annoying and troublesome, but he knows how to have fun. Gizhong shrugged. Letter? Asked Shen, arriving after jumping from another platform 100 meters away. She hadn't received a letter in months, and it was making her sad, but she knew Kenshin was having trouble, so so she decided to wait. If after waiting a while she still didn't receive any letters, she will wait to be taller and stronger before going to Inazuma to rescue him. He was a weakling after all. Yes, Kenshin finally could send a letter inside a potato. Gizhong replied with a smile seeing Shen's happy face, but she was secretly worried about the contents. Read it with us, we may see some hidden message in the letter. Shen nodded seriously, and opened the letter with great care, treating it like a treasure. In the parchment, there were only 2 words. "Fuck you, master." "What does fuck mean?" asked a puzzled Shen. "What? That kid is going too far," shouted an indignant Gloritainer. "Gizhong, make him stop or I will make him." "Shen, that grass word means something very bad. It's almost like hate." "Cloud Retainer, don't manipulate Shen like that," Gizhong said wryly. While it was obviously not a good thing to write, fuck was meant as an insult, and hate was not even close to its intention. But Shen trusted more her master's words, mainly because they were convenient to her. "Fuck, love, you." Shen grabbed happily the letter and ran to the room, where she cautiously put the letter with the other ones inside her box, hiding then the box under her bed. With another treasure to take care of, Shen nodded happily, thinking about the weak boy who was sending all those beautiful letters to her fondly. Alter Shen wasn't that happy, but under outer Shen feelings, she couldn't help but be happy herself. A twisted occurrence that would have its consequences. In Mondstadt, Jean opened a letter with anxiousness. She had been waiting with bated breath for this letter, as it would reveal how Kenshin felt after her mother Frederica fooled his parents, making them give the precious necklace to her. But the letter didn't arrive, and she feared that in his anger, he had decided to cut ties with her. And finally, the letter arrived. "My dear Radiant Knight, if my parents gave you that old necklace, then keep it. My parents are not that cunning or smart, but they are also not stupid. If they thought you should have it, I have no qualms about that." Jean exhaled, feeling that a huge weight was taken off her, and euphoric she could keep the necklace. Kenshin called it an old necklace, but he couldn't be unaware of what it meant, right? No, there was no way he wouldn't. It was a family tradition after all, thought Jean, feeling bashful at Kenshin's acceptance. Didn't this mean he agreed to the betrothal? "I see, I'm betrothed now." Jean suddenly realized what it meant. She expected the day when she would find someone special to arrive, and she didn't know what she would feel when the moment that person agreed to marry her arrived. She thought she would feel anxious or nervous, but all she felt was happiness, and a calm acceptance that now her life would be tied to Kenshin's. Before getting emotional, she decided to continue reading. She would cry later. "I don't blame your mother for what she did. All your mother wanted was the best for you, I think, and I'm proud to see she chose our family. Of course, I will wait to meet her to decide what I think about her, but in any case, it shouldn't affect you or our relationship. I can't write a lot, I need to hide this letter in a lavender melon, but I hope you are well." I sent the second manuscript of the series, The Radiant Knight and the Greedy Witch. I hope you like it. Best wishes, from the Land of Lightning. Kenshin. Jean closed the letter, feeling excited about not being blamed for her mother's actions, and obviously happy at reading that the second volume of the novel inspired in her was going to come out soon. I wonder what this letter contains to make the stern face of our acting grandmaster light up like that. Let Nissan read it too. The seductive voice of a brown-haired woman with a purple attire and a witch's hat spoke from the door. "No, Lisa, it's private," replied Jean while stowing the letter in her vision. "I wonder if it's about that guy I've heard a lot about." The Princess Lisa laughed with a teasing smile. "Don't call him that. He is more courageous than any person I've ever met," Jean said while remembering how he was able to smile even after losing his sight, not regretting anything. That's quite the statement," Lisa said in a surprised tone. "I will need to meet him, and soon, or I fear my cute Jean will get snatched." Jean looked at her to reply, but she remembered something. They were betrothed after all. She had already been snatched. "Please tell me that my tired eyes are trying to fool me," said a disbelieving Lisa. "You are already married?" Jean stuttered, trying to get the "not yet" out of her mouth, but she couldn't answer due to the embarrassment. So she did what she usually did when her shame reached the threshold. She ran away. leaving behind a stunned Lisa. I need ... I need. Lisa started rapidly walking in circles, trying to find what her body needed right now. She froze for a second, finally understanding what her body was asking her to do. I need to tell everyone. And that she did. That night, there were fireworks in Mondstadt, wine flowing freely from the barrels saved for the years-long expedition to return. Songs were sung and dances were danced. A certain green bard was drinking like the most, not knowing what the celebration was for. There was free wine after all. A couple of outsiders who came to Mondstadt from Inazuma were congratulated by everyone, as their son was now married to the acting grandmaster. Yahiko and Maya felt relieved that they didn't misunderstand anything. Now that their son agreed, everything was good, and they considered Jean as their daughter-in-law. The possibility of all this being an error or a misunderstanding didn't cross their heads. There was no way the kind and smart people of Mondstadt would throw a big party like this without being sure of the actual facts, right? Unfortunately for them, people in Mondstadt would throw a party like this just because a Hillich Earl fell face first. As for the bride and now married woman, she was in her bed with her head under her pillow, thinking about how to explain the misunderstanding to Lisa the next morning. Chapter 71, The Last Hot Dance with the Cold Lady. I propose to have a festival, said Kenshin in a righteous voice. We need to have some fun. Kenshin, there is no money nor people to have a festival, said Sarah in a tired voice. She came back yesterday after months in the front of the war and had a very long and extremely satisfying talk with Kenshin. She talked about everything she learned these months while Kenshin listened with a smile, and sometimes spoke to add or comment something. Sarah felt that they got a lot closer after last night's talk, and there was an ambiguous mood in the air by the last hour of the talk. But now she was once again reminded of how random Kenshin was. And yet, we need a festival, Kenshin insisted, just to make Ayato work. He has drunk more of his weird tea in these months listening to the rest of us argue than times he has gone to the toilet during his whole life. That's Ayato spoke with an indignant expression. Actually possible. See, people have been hungry for months now, and since the decrees came up, we have not been able to afford a single moment of happiness. Please, I don't get offended, but it's the truth. Anyway, we need a party. I will provide food, but the Tenryu and Naj commissions won't be allowed to come, Kenshin said, making a X with his arms. Why wouldn't the commissions be allowed to participate? Roared Takeyuki, the head of the Tenryu Commission. The police, to put it simply. Because you guys are getting fatter, replied Ayato in a disinterested tone. Even after people are hungry, your guys are widening. We lost half of our people, and they are too hungry to commit crimes, so all you do is wait for the sun to hide. The Kanji Commission is the one that distributes food, and the fact that you can't see your own feet tells me that you are not distributing it equally. Shut up, said the fat leader of the Kanji Commission. I can feel the grease coming from your voice, deadpanned Kenshin. Anyway, it will be a festival prepared by and for the citizens, so get your grubby hands out of it. Luckily, the citizens can count on the extremely dependable and equally bored Yashiro Commission. That's unfair. You are showing your favoritism. Your Excellency, the Tenryu and Kanji Commissions are also citizens of Inazuma. They should be allowed to participate. They also need to lighten up their spirits. Takeyuki complained to the Shogun, who nodded in agreement. Kenshin rolled his eyes. I didn't control the puppet in the last few months, and these old fogies were using it to act as petulant children again. You only needed to put for eternity before your request and you could be almost assured you could get what you wanted, but it usually worked towards depriving people of things. For eternity, enslave children. Okay. For eternity, free those children. Nope. Of course, it was just an example, but people found themselves losing more and more rights. So Kenshin decided that this was the perfect moment for him to throw a festival. Whatever, a festival is needed, and we won't stop it because of you bastards. Ayato and I will take care of everything, so just learn the date and place from the people in town if you can. They are not pleased with you, said his piece. Kenshin stood up and left, Ayato following him close behind. "Mimiya, open up or you won't see any fireworks," Kenshin shouted while hitting the door of the Naganohara's fireworks shop. "Really?" Mimiya opened the door with shining eyes. Kenshin hadn't seen that full of life since the decrees started. Well, he couldn't see at all, but her soul was happy now. "Of course." "Did I ever lie to you?" asked Kenshin with a hurt face. "Nope, never," Mimiya shouted in excitement. Kenshin fooled everyone else, but he had a soft spot for the always energetic and happy Mimiya. "Then prepare, because this night we will have a festival," Kenshin shouted, and everyone around looked at him. People are sad and angry nowadays. The lack of food, entertainment and the desolate state the city was in was making everyone lose a part of themselves every day. But now hearing that there was a festival today at night, they felt excited after months of sadness, apathy and anxiety. "Where will the festival be?" asked a young man with shining eyes Kenshin couldn't see, but he felt his excitement. "As a shrine, we will make sure the festival is a success. Just go with everything you can take with you to the Amakain Island," shouted Kenshin, and everyone went to their house to see what they could bring. They didn't have anything after months of being poor, but maybe they could take some tableware, or maybe some wood pillars to make a humble stall, or even some toys that their kids now in Lee didn't take with them. They didn't know if this was going to be their last festival, so nobody thought of being stingy. "I need to prepare," shouted Yomiya before entering her house. "To-chan, we have an order." "A murder?" "To-chan, an order." Kenshin wryly smiled and left the father and daughter duo to their antics. They had a lot of people to notify after all. "Hey, Kenshin," Ayato suddenly said with a serious face. "Why did you decide to do it today?" "We are in a bad situation, but we still have some time. But we are going to enter our final phase. We still have some food and I can bring more. But after tomorrow we won't be able to have a festival anymore, as the fat Yuis won't send that much food anymore," Kenshin said with a bitter shake of his head. "What about your friend?" asked Ayato with a pointed look. "Arlecchino won't be able to help us. She needs to show some progress to be able to move this amount of food, and I'm not going to leave Inazuma for now. She has been helping us for months just because of me and the deal we have, but now even she can't move. The guys in charge of finances are stopping her until she shows progress," Kenshin explained. Even with their deal, Arlecchino had helped them beyond what she was required to, and it only made Kenshin admire her more. He had been able to stop their plans before even starting. He had been receiving the shipment that would feed the whole city of Inazuma for months. When he saw a box full of delusions, he realized then why did the fat Yuis start the Vision Hunt decree. They didn't want to sell the delusions. They wanted experimental data on their usage. Kenshin was outraged and talked with Arlecchino, who had no idea of this. It was a plan concocted by an unscrupulous man called Dottor, who was a mad scientist who would gladly sacrifice hundreds of people if that meant advancing on his experiments. Kenshin told Arlecchino that he would report this if she couldn't make it stop, and between the two they were able to reveal the existence of delusions while leaving Arlecchino out of it. She looked incensed at being used like this by Dottor. But stopping this plan only meant that the scarce food they received was decreased even more. Ayato didn't reply, and only let out a sigh. At least his family was safe and sound. "Anyway, just focus on today's festival. You are the expert here after all. I don't know if the people will receive you." "Ready to talk," Kenshin said with a wry smile. Everyone who entered that meeting room was being accused of selling the country, except ironically the Shogun, and that was driving Kenshin mad. "If I say I am following your orders, people will grovel before me," said Ayato with a smirk. "People here are not smart, but they know the only reason they can't see their ribs is because of you." "Whatever, I have something to do. Remember the location," Kenshin said with a pointed look. "Yeah, I know." Ayato nodded and left, happy to be able to work for the first time in months. Kenshin said, "As a shrine, it was said like that to fool the Tenryu and Kanju commissions. They think the festival is at Amakain Island, where the true location is the shrine." It was a code people thought of to communicate with other people without the police noticing. In an ancient language, Azar meant morning, and people liked to think that this hard period was a night that would eventually end. It was an extremely absurd and easy to crack code, but nobody had the energy to think of a more sophisticated one. Kenshin left for the Tenshukaku again, and went to the meeting room only to find the puppet sitting alone in the dark room, in the Seiza position with her eyes closed. "I don't know how you are not bored," Kenshin said, while knowing exactly the answer. I did not feel bored because she, for some reason, thought that staying like this was her duty. It was incredibly boring and a mind-numbing activity, but she kept the boredom away out of sheer willpower and discipline. "For 500 years." "What do you want?" asked I, whose soul resurfaced. "I want you to have that dance you owe me in today's festival," Kenshin directly said, making I frown. She felt how these last months were affecting her, so she had to stay in the plane of euthymia to keep the erosion to a minimum. "I don't know your reason to be so reluctant to come out, but you have to agree. It's for a few hours, and it's a result of the duel, no matter how stupid it was," Kenshin reminded her with a serious look. "I understand. I will be there," I replied with a sigh. "No, if you go people won't be able to relax." "I will come for you," Kenshin said, and left the room, leaving I behind in the huge, dark and cold room. Alone, as she has always been. "Let's have a toast," a carpenter shouted, raising his glass full of liquor over his head. "Cheers." "Cheers." An adult joined the toast while the miners pouted at not being allowed to drink. The shrine was packed, and there were people even on the stairs, but nobody seemed to mind. They were having fun for the first time in months. Of course, two collectives were feeling angry. The first ones were the Mikos at the shrine, who were stunned when a horde of people came at dusk with drinks, food and all kinds of things. Then they learned that Kenshin had organized a festival, aka party, in the shrine without them knowing. And the second were the Tenryu and Kanji Commission, whose members arrived at Imokane Island ready to gorge themselves on food and alcohol, only to find some posters and letterboards with dicks on them. Indeed, there was a sausage party there. They were furious and decided to crash at the party in the shrine, but the Shomatsuban quickly neutralized them. By the time they wake up, the party would have ended, and the only thing they will get from it is the piss and vomit of some particularly vicious people who didn't like these commissions at all. And Kenshin was in Ritu, which was mostly empty. Citizens were at the shrine and the staff were unconscious near the shrine, which made the Fatuis the only people here. "So you are leaving today?" Kenshin said to Arlecchino, who was packing the last things in her room. "Yes, I should have left a month ago, but I stayed even disobeying the orders just to help you here." She looked at Kenshin with a frown. "I hope you appreciate it." "Of course I do. Isn't that why I taught you so much?" "You are probably the most knowledgeable person in Sneeznaya about curses. I only hope you tell me someday what are you exactly looking for," said Kenshin with a smile. "Maybe one day," replied Arlecchino with her mind on a certain prophecy of Fontaine, the place she grew up in until she was inducted into the House of Hearth. "Now move." "Why so hasty?" replied Kenshin, who extended a hand while bowing to Arlecchino. "Would the lady grant me the honor of being her dance partner?" "No, now move." "Come on, please. We don't know when are we going to see each other," Kenshin said with a smirk. Arlecchino was opening her mouth to say no, but something in Kenshin's demeanor made her stop. She prided herself in being extremely perceptive, and something was off with Kenshin today, but she knew that if Kenshin hadn't already told her about it, he wouldn't talk. "We have no music," she replied instead, tacitly agreeing to a single dance. "You hum something, maybe from your homeland." "Now, teach me, and please don't step on me. I can hear your heels on the floor and it sounds painful being stomped by them." Arlecchino sighed but put Kenshin's hand on her waist while she put her hand on her free hand. Kenshin had always been respectful towards her in the last months, making Arlecchino trust his integrity and made her sure that he wouldn't try to do something weird. She started humming she knew from happier times, the times when all she needed to worry about was not being found by other kids when they played hide-and-seek in the woods near the orphanage. She directed Kenshin, who followed her commands and allowed him to keep his feet untouched by those scary heels. Seconds turned into minutes, and they slowly twirled around the small room. Arlecchino felt strange at being in close contact with another person for a prolonged period of time. She couldn't trust anybody who didn't come from Sneeznaya because she was considered a criminal, and some people tried to attack her. She couldn't trust anybody from Snezhnaya, because she couldn't afford to let her mask slip, so there was nobody she would allow herself to trust. Until Kenshin appeared. They were of similar ages, but they couldn't be more different. Kenshin was mischievous, open and ingenious. She was cunning, deceptive and determined. This difference appeared because of their childhood. Kenshin was able to live freely and in a loving home, while she had grown up seeing her friends get killed, and trained to be a ruthless assassin. And despite this disparity, Arlecchino couldn't bring herself to be jealous of him. He had only tried to help her, and what he asked for was ridiculous in her opinion. She had gotten so much in these months that she even disobeyed direct orders to stay and learn more. Kenshin was able to see through her facade, so she didn't need to keep it up and could speak honestly and openly. Her calm facade broke and the caustic but ingenious woman she was appeared. But all Kenshin said was that she preferred her this way, and he didn't judge her for anything. They had some relaxed talks after her lessons about souls, and even when she confessed to having murdered people in cold blood, Kenshin didn't even flinch. He just listened to her problems calmly and offered some refreshing perspectives that helped her understand things. Of course, Kenshin learned too about her life. He learned how dark and difficult life could be and how you not always have an option. Sometimes you were forced to do things you abhorred. And despite hearing some gruesome things that gave him nightmares, the only thing he showed Arlecchino was calm understanding. Not pity, because that would be an insult to Arlecchino's determination. Not disgust, because he was sure she would have also preferred to avoid taking those lives. Just calm acceptance and sometimes some questions, mainly about her feelings about doing those things. It was hard at first. Arlecchino looked at him with an angry expression and kicked him out, but with time she slowly opened and they could now talk about everything they wanted. Arlecchino saw that Kenshin wasn't showing pity and didn't ask to bask in the morbid details. He only wanted to get to know her and her feelings better, so she was gradually able to relax with him around. And this made the two of them feel closer. They learned from each other mainly because their lives had been extremely different, making them intrigued about each other, but most of all it made Arlecchino able to open herself to somebody. Their dance and twirls gradually came to an end, and by the time Arlecchino stopped, they found themselves looking into each other's eyes. Well, Arlecchino was. The black eyes with red X-shaped pupils looked directly at the purple ones with golden spots moving in mesmerizing trajectories, like stars painting over a purple sky. They stood like this for a few seconds, both not knowing what to do before Kenshin took a step back, sensing that something neither of them was ready to do was going to happen. "I hope you are well in your travels, but remember that you need to write weekly," Kenshin said with a smile. "I know," Arlecchino said with a cough to regain her bearings. She didn't know what happened to her, but it wasn't bad. Still, she needed to focus or someone would realize something she didn't want to expose. "I won't be able to send you letters as you are always moving, but I will send them to my company in lieu. If you are near and want to take the time to go, remember that there will always be a letter for you," the Kenshin said, while holding the door so Arlecchino could exit the room with her bag. "I know," she replied with the same calm voice, but Kenshin was able to sense her warm feelings. Soon Arlecchino was on the ship. Even while the ship sailed and Arlecchino was losing sight of Inazuma, she didn't look back. She was at the foremost part of the ship, and her normally cold and calculating eyes were showing a hint of tenderness, remembering the only person she could trust in this cold world. "Do you require something from us?" 3 Fatui agents appeared behind her in a kneeling position, waiting for orders. "No," replied Arlecchino, the gentle look in her eyes disappearing and being replaced by her stone-cold mask of calmness. "We are going to Snezhnaya to report." Chapter 72, The Last Festival. After waving until Arlecchino disappeared, Kenshin sighed and turned back. During these past months, the Shomatsuban had marked a lot of places so he could move alone even if it was difficult. So Kenshin traveled to the Tenshikaku. Someone owed him a promise, and he was going to collect it. After an hour of walking, he finally arrived. The Tenshikaku was obviously not marked with the ink he could see, but he had entered hundreds of times by now. He knew how to enter the meeting room alone. It also helped that he could see Ai's soul, even when the puppet was in control. "My lady, I came to collect what I'm owed." "If you have no money, your body will do," he said in a dramatically evil voice while rubbing his hands. "How is my body worth any money?" asked I in her perpetual calm voice. "Ha! I have no energy to explain the birds and bees to you now, no matter how amusing it would be," Kenshin tiredly said while holding onto the wall. The long walk had taken a lot out of him. "We need to go or the party will end by the time we are there." I nodded and approached Kenshin. She put her hand on Kenshin's shoulder, as she had done almost a year ago, and they left for the shrine in silence, at least until I spoke. "Kenshin, about the food." "That can wait until tomorrow," Kenshin interrupted her. "Nobody will be hungry tonight, and we will see each other tomorrow. Tonight is a festival, so enjoy the dance." "Neither of us know how to dance," I reminded him, deciding to let other matters rest. Surely Kenshin was also tired, and he needed to unwind, at least for today. "You don't know, I learned an hour ago," Kenshin said with a smile, remembering the dance with that extremely charming soul. I looked at him for a while and finally nodded. "I see." "I don't." They arrived at the shrine, but when I tried to go to the stairs, Kenshin shook her head and took her to the back of the shrine, where a camouflaged hatch could be seen. They opened it, and after entering they saw a ladder that took them directly to the warehouse. After a few orders to the Shomatsuban members nearby, Kenshin stealthily took Ai to Yi's room without anyone noticing. "Well, this is a face I didn't expect to be here," said Yi curiously looking at Ai. "I wanted to punish you for starting a party on my shrine without telling me. For now, I want to know were you able to drag my stubborn friend out of her cold and lonely castle? Maybe I can copy your method." I fooled her into participating in a stupid duel with me, one that I won and got the promise to have a dance out of her. Now she has to abide by the promise. Kenshin summarized the current situation as well as he could, making Yi look at Ai with a mocking smile, and I looked at the floor in a rare show of embarrassment. "So now you will have a dance with my dear friend who only came to visit because someone fooled her," Yi said with hidden bubs in her words. "Go on then. As neither of you knows how to dance, I will be having fun watching," she said, and a chair appeared out of thin air. She sat and looked at Ai and Kenshin with an expectant smile. "I know how to dance. I learned an hour ago," countered Kenshin with a smug smile and approaching her. "That little girl." Yi gritted her teeth, shocking Ai with that expression of anger. The Miko she knew was always pranking people and playing around happily. When did she start making these frustrated faces? "Wake up, woman," said Kenshin, flicking Yi on the forehead, making her frown at him. "You will be the one to have the dance, but I'm sure you don't know. You know a lot of those ritual dances, but dancing with someone is different. Praise your senpai." "But unlike you, jealous woman, I won't stand here to watch. You the 2nd of May need some time alone after all." "Kenshin." Yi looked at him with a stunned gaze, one I was mirroring. "Even if she is bashful and wants to refuse, she promised to dance, so dance she shall. I gave you my authority to make full use of the promise and force this stubborn woman to dance. That's all." He closed the door, leaving the two friends to dance and talk. "Well, shall we?" Yi said with a smirk. Miko. Ai has a rare exasperated expression. Miko nothing, as Kenshin said. Of course. Kenshin appeared at the door again, scaring both women with his unexpected shout. "If you want to kiss, have sex or anything in between, you are free. The Shomatsuban will make sure no one is at hearing range, so nobody will know except me," was left unsaid, and Kenshin closed the door again. "This kid." Yi gritted her teeth again, remembering that book Kenshin had spread all over the world. "Miko, ignore him," I said, shaking her head. She was already used to him, and the best thing you could do was to ignore him. "Indeed, now you are going to give me the dance you owe him. I can't let him take advantage of my dear friend after all," Yi said with a suggestive smirk. "He will be ashes before he could think of that," replied I calmly before approaching Yi and putting her hand on her slim waist. "I wouldn't be so sure about that," thought Yi worriedly. Kenshin had improved by leaps and bounds, and while she knew that I would win 100 out of 100 times, Kenshin's and I's situation was too unpredictable. Yi considered that Kenshin had complete mastery over souls. The lesson he was now teaching her proved it, and I was basically an extremely powerful soul that resided in a puppet's body. This clash between Kenshin's control over souls and Ai's unmatched might, but still being merely a soul, makes her unable to predict the outcome. She had no doubt I would win in the end, but maybe a few surprises appeared here and there. Maiko. Hearing Ai's inquisitive voice, Yi shook those thoughts out of her head and wore a gallant smile on her face. Now lady, let me show you the wonders of Are You Fucking Yet? Kenshin, fuck off, that language. TSK, I didn't teach you to be that way, but he obediently retreated, now for good. Mimir. Kenshin, how are you my little sunshine? Good, thank you. Are you having fun? Kenshin asked while messing up Mimir's hair, making her look at him with a pout. Don't do that. Do you know how much time it took me to okay, I want to ask about the fireworks. There is a certain pink-haired lady who could use them, Kenshin said to the little girl while looking at the location Yi and I were in, and felt disappointed that they weren't getting busy. It's not like he thought they were lovers, he knew they considered each other only friends, but he liked messing with them. And obviously, it would make one fine spectacle for him to watch. He would prefer to get some action himself, but alas, the woman population in this world wouldn't look at a blind guy as a potential lover. And he recognized he had been too annoying over the years, so now he was reaping what he had been sowing since the moment he was known as the slapping baby, thought the guy who now had a wife without him knowing. Yes, the fireworks are ready, but they were our last ones. Mimir felt despondent at that. Mimir, today is the festival, why are you feeling sad? If you are like this, the fireworks will get wasted. Maybe I should confiscate them, Kenshin said with a frown, and walked towards the launchers. No, please, it was my bad. Mimir grabbed Kenshin's waist, trying to hinder him. Then show me your biggest smile. Okay, do you call that your biggest smile? Show me your real smile. Oh okay. No, number. What a disgraceful smile. Let me help you, Kenshin, it hurts. Well, it will be enough with that last one. Now go to make those fireworks mesmerize everyone here, okay? And Mimir left with an excited smile. You will make a fine parent, said Mickey, who appeared out of thin air, like always. I will need to get laid first. Are you offering? Asked Kenshin with a raised eyebrow. Okay. Even without my ability and being blind, I would have been able to sense that disgust and nausea. Don't joke about those things. The takoyaki I ate before tried to breathe again. Look at you, Miki. Kenshin, are you still going to do it? Asked a serious Miki. Yes, Kenshin sighed. Now leave me alone with the fireworks, you are always spoiling the mood. A sudden explosion in the air interrupted their conversation. The firework exploded and a pink flower bloomed into the sky. A lot more explosions followed, and the previously dark sky was painted in a myriad of colors that intertwined with each other, making some abstract paintings whose interpretations were left to the people watching them. Kenshin saw Yi and I stop dancing and looked at the fireworks in the sky. Yi was feeling grateful and excited, while I was sad and nostalgic. After a while, the fireworks finally stopped, and everything went silent for a few moments. The silence was broken when the crowd started clapping and cheering, making Kenshin feel like he had returned to his childhood, when his only preoccupation was about how to win against the evil pink woman, and everyone was happy. Kenshin, how did it go? Mimir came back running, and Kenshin looked tenderly at her. It was the best. Everyone was looking at all those fireworks with a fascinated gaze. Even I had to hold my tears back, Kenshin said while rubbing her hair, but she didn't mind this time. Now go with your father. He probably wants to spend the rest of the night with you. I would have loved to see those fireworks, he sadly thought. Will you be okay? Mimir asked, a bit unsure. Of course, Kenshin replied while patting his chest. But I would feel even better if you gave me a hug. Mimir quickly hugged him without hesitation. Even if she didn't understand a lot of adult things, she heard people say that they could only eat thanks to Kenshin, and she often saw his exhausted face after exiting the Tenshukaku. Despite all of the problems he was facing, Kenshin still took the time to visit her house once a week to ask about their needs. And now, he granted her the chance to see the fireworks she loved so much. I said a hug. I don't want a pat on my back. Like this? Give it your all. Still not enough. Like this. Kenshin, I can't breathe well, it will have to be enough. Now go to your father, okay? And Yumiya left, a bright smile on her face. Seeing that Yi and I finished and that people weren't going to leave the shrine soon, Kenshin went to Yi's room. Hello, how did it go? He asked with a mischievous expression. Disappointed you didn't see anything? Asked back Yi with a teasing smile. Please, I never stopped watching, the cowards here are you two. But yes, I am disappointed. I thought I could get more material for my 4th volume. Kenshin. Yi gritted her teeth, again, remembering those aberrations. When was the 3rd one written? I will leave now, said I while standing up, making Yi's ears drop, but her face didn't change. I will send you off, Yi said, and Kenshin nodded, deciding to wait in Yi's room. After half an hour, Yi came back with a bright smile, but Kenshin saw how devastated she was. Yi was smarter than anyone on this island, and she understood the best how fucked up they were, and despite that I wasn't planning on taking back the decrees. Inazuma was dying. My fair maiden, let this chivalrous night disperse the dark clouds covering your brilliant mind with a dance. Kenshin stood up and theatrically said, while I am a maiden, I am definitely not a fair one, and while my mind is brilliant, you are everything but chivalrous, but as you are the only one here, so this brilliant maiden will have to reluctantly agree. Yi smirked, and Kenshin saw how her sadness disappeared. Yi put her hand on his shoulder while Kenshin put his arms on Yi's waist, just as Arlecchina taught him. No, jealous woman, Kenshin said with an exasperated sigh. I'm not thinking of another woman while I'm dancing with you. I hope so, muttered Yi darkly. There were too many women around him. They danced slowly, not following the rhythm of the people singing outside. They were in their own world, and nothing else mattered. Not now. I never imagined that the boy who slapped me and pissed on me would end up dancing with me at a party in the shrine. He snickered, but Kenshin was not in the mood to start a back-and-forth joke exchange. Maybe, Kenshin said seriously, and Yi quickly lost interest in teasing him. Thank you for bringing I here, she said, and rested her head on Kenshin's chest. Kenshin was now a head taller than her, and it made Yi realize that Kenshin was not the same little kid anymore. He was now a man that didn't need her, or anyone really. That little boy who ran behind her shouting, "Pink woman, I challenge you," was not found anywhere now, and there was only a smart, kind and sensible handsome man. A man who was fighting for the future of the country he loved so much. It was nothing, Kenshin simply replied. At least for me. Yi nodded into Kenshin's chest, silently acknowledging what was left unsaid. Do you remember the time you put some lavender melon juice in my shampoo? Suddenly asked Yi. Of course. Lavender melons smell nice and have the same color as your hair, so it will be a good thing for you to clean your hair with them. I remember saying that, Kenshin said with a wry smile. You made my hair so oily I had to cut it short, Yi muttered with fondness, even when it angered her a lot at the time. Yes, you spent a few weeks with the hair at neck length. I always thought you were prettier that way, confessed Kenshin with a nod. You prefer short hair? Asked calmly Yi, listening to Kenshin's fast heartbeat. Not really, and I can't see it now anyway. But I found your image with short hair refreshing, and I think you enjoyed the change too, Kenshin said, while remembering that Yi smiled more often in those weeks. Maybe. Boredom is a dreadful thing, Yi agreed with Kenshin's remark. And do you remember when they talked about every single prank Kenshin made, every single prank Yi made, and how their constant competition was driving everybody around them mad, even Muki? Thank you for everything, Yi said suddenly, Kenshin, surprising Yi with his serious voice. You didn't change my diapers or feed me, but you gave me everything else I needed while growing up. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. What's wrong? Don't tell me you are leaving? Asked Yi with a teasing smile and raised her head to look at Kenshin, and seeing his pained face she understood something. No. Sorry, Kenshin said before using his unmatched control over souls to make Yi lose control over her body. He supported Yi's limp body and deposited her gently on the ground. Are you sure about this? Asked Mickey, opening the door with a conflicted expression. No, replied Kenshin in a trembling voice, seeing Yi's soul desperately fight against the binding he used on her. But there is no other choice. Mickey sighed, and hugged Kenshin gently, like an older sister would to his younger brother. I am proud of you, Kenshin, Leave Yi to me. It's the least I can do, she said, while tucking Yi into her bed. When will she wake up? She was never asleep, said Kenshin, turning back. He couldn't bear the sight of Yi's soul screaming for him to stop. She will regain control of her body tomorrow at midday. Everything will be solved by then, one way or another. Even being near Yi's soul was affecting him, so he decided to leave the shrine. It was almost morning after the hours he had been talking with Yi, and he needed to work. Chapter 73. The strongest soul. The town was deserted. After last night everyone was too tired to wake up, and they hadn't been able to work anyway. So why get up from the bed? But the few wise people who decided to cut the party short before they got a headache after ingesting too much alcohol didn't leave their houses. They felt almost afraid. After last night everything felt like a dream, but they thought the same thing. Something was going to happen today. Kenshin entered the Tenshūkaku, not caring about the nervous guards standing in the door, doing absolutely nothing, like they had been doing for the last months. He entered the meeting room and saw that he was the only one left. The leaders of the Tenryu and Kanji commissions were fuming after getting fooled yesterday. Sarah had an anxious expression, sensing that something was wrong today, and Aito was also unsure of what was happening today for everybody to be so scared. "You are late," I scolded Kenshin with her calm look. "It will be the last time," Kenshin said while going to his seat. I nodded and started talking. "We need to." The god of eternity," Kenshin interrupted her, making I lose her calm expression and look at him shocked. "I challenge you to a duel." "No!" shouted Sarah, banging the table. "Shut up, Kenshin." "No. This is my duel with the Shogun." "Stay back, Sarah," Kenshin replied without looking at her. His eyes were staring at the Shogun's surprised eyes. Everyone in the room was stunned. They never thought that Kenshin, who couldn't lift a weapon without getting tired, would challenge the Shogun to a duel. I quickly lost her surprised look, replaced with a serious one. "Are you talking about one of those competi?" "No, a duel with weapons. If I win, you take back those decrees forever. If I lose, I die," Kenshin replied, looking at her, sensing her dismay and worry, but also firm determination. "Why now?" she asked, but everyone could see that she had already accepted the duel, making Sarah start crying and Aito sweat. They both knew the outcome of this, and it ended with Kenshin being buried. "If there was a body left to bury." "Because we have reached the end of the line," Kenshin answered with an unwavering voice. "But there should still be some food left, and you can bring more," said Aito, who sensed a long time ago that something was not going right with the food. "The food you are talking about doesn't exist." The shrine made that up to reassure people. "There is no more food left." "And I can't bring more food. I brought too much from Liu and even Mondstadt, but they also need to eat." "We should have been producing a lot more food than we had, and Liu and Mondstadt can't sustain us anymore." "Last night we consumed our last food," replied Kenshin bitterly. Kenshin could sense Ai's pain hearing him, but she had already accepted the duel. This was the consequence of letting so many people leave. They were consuming 10 times more of the amount of food they could produce, and Liu and Mondstadt couldn't support them anymore. Had Kenshin chose to not let people escape, maybe this situation wouldn't have happened this soon, or maybe it wouldn't have happened at all. No one would ever know. But that was the consequence of Kenshin's decisions, and now he was paying for them. "Are you aware of the rules?" she asked, standing up, and Sarah released a sob, making her feel even more pain. She didn't want things to end like this. "Just fight, right?" "But can we do it outside?" said Kenshin, pointing upwards. "Even if I can't see, I want to die looking at the sky and not this cold ceiling." "As you wish," said I, feeling torn. Everyone got up with different faces and expressions but followed the two. The leaders of the Kanju and Tenryu commissions were uneasy. They hated Kenshin with all their being, but now that he was going to die they didn't feel happy. The fact that the boy they had seen grown during the years in that meeting room was now challenging the unbeatable god of thunder, knowing that he was going to die, and he still didn't waver in issuing his challenge. Aito clenched his fists in impotence. At his moment he was transported back to a few months ago when he had to surrender his pride and vision. But now he was going to watch how his first and only real friend died under the merciless sword of the Raiden Shogun. But Sarah was openly crying. She knew she had fallen in love with Kenshin a few months ago when they started having their talks. It was the moment her like turned into love. And now, after all these years fighting to improve in Azuma, all these months spending his money, effort and health on trying to solve this situation that wasn't even his fault, he was going to die in front of her eyes trying to prove something to the Raiden Shogun. But she wouldn't cry. She decided she will look at Kenshin's last moments and learn from him. Maybe the time she would need to do something similar wasn't too far away. "Are you ready?" asked I, feeling the cold steel of her Naginata in her hands. "Of course. I was ready for this since I heard those decrees getting approved," said Kenshin with determination in his voice. He didn't expect things to get this bad. In fact, this was the worst-case scenario, but he needed to deal with what the world gave him. "May I say my goodbyes?" I only nodded, with her weapon ready. She knew this wouldn't be a duel, merely an execution, and it brought her no joy. But Kenshin was ready to use everything he had in this duel, and she wouldn't disrespect that determination. "I am sorry," Mikoshi inwardly said, lamenting that her only friend was going to lose someone important to her again. But this time it would be under her hands. "Sara," Kenshin said, looking at the silently weeping Sara. "I wasn't able to write a book for you. It's only a manuscript called The Tengu and the Tanuki, but I didn't have time to publish it. I thought of making you a character of Radiant Knight, but I felt you deserved your own book, your own story. Thank you for all these years." Sara simply nodded, still crying, knowing that speaking to Kenshin was redundant. He already knew everything she was feeling. "Ayato, we know each other well, so I won't say anything. Just say goodbye to everyone for me. Muki should know where I left my letters, so please send them when you can," Kenshin said to Ayato, who grimly nodded, and faced I. "Are you not going to say goodbye to I?" "I can wait," I offered, knowing that goodbye could help with the feeling of loss. "I had to leave her unconscious. She will wake up in a few hours," said Kenshin, remembering the desperate feeling Yi was drowning into. "There is nothing else for me to say and nothing for me to regret. I lived my whole life doing what I believed was correct, and now I'm doing the same. I will remember your name and the cause you are fighting for." "I regret that my decision took you here," said slowly I, and a purple space started appearing around her, making everyone scared. "The least I can do for you is fight you personally." And the space around her disappeared, leaving behind an empty space. Where the Shogun and Kenshin were moments ago, nothing remained. Sarah fell to the ground, desperately crying. She knew that she wouldn't be able to see Kenshin again. "This place seems familiar to me," muttered Kenshin, looking around. "And I can see here. That's at least something good." "You came here once when you were nothing but a child." In the middle of the space, a woman floating in the hair slowly extended her legs and stood up, her eyes showing the maelstrom of emotions she was feeling right now. "I never thought I would be killing that innocent baby." "Indeed," said Kenshin with his eyes closed. "Life turns and turns, but never stops." I simply nodded, and took a sword from her chest, making Kenshin's eyes burn in pain. That sword, Musuishin, was purely made out of the Electro-Archon soul. It was an extremely concentrated soul that was burning Kenshin's eyes even through his eyelids. If Arlecchino's soul was extremely condensed, around 10 times a normal soul, this sword was condensed at least 1,000,000 times. Mrax's soul was big and extremely strong, but only now Kenshin realized how different the soul in front of him was. Mrax had a body to train and live with, but I didn't. She only had a soul, and she had been training every single second for the last 500 years. Kenshin didn't think he would find a stronger soul in the whole Teyvat. But he didn't have the time to be lost on this, as I stood on guard in front of him. A tense silence permeated the air, where nobody moved, nobody spoke, and nobody blinked. Then in a fraction of a second, I disappeared from where she was, and reappeared 10 meters behind Kenshin, sheathing her sword sure of her kill. "I will repeat it," she said with a pained voice. "I am sorry that my actions took you here, that my decision was the reason for your death. I am here because I willed it." I looked in shock at the place where a smoking corpse should have been. "Your soul is strong," Kenshin said, slowly turning back. "But where souls are involved, I am the strongest one." I looked at Kenshin's eyes, and her expression morphed into one of grim determination. "And right now, we are in the middle of one." Kenshin's eyes shone with purple flames. Chapter 74, Raiden I. "Where are they?" A panicked Yumiko appeared in the Tenshukaku, where a group of people were showing different emotions, but she didn't care about a single one of them. "Where are they?" "They disappeared in a purple space," replied Ayato, who was sitting on the ground covering his eyes with his hand. "Damn it!" shouted Yi, who rushed to the shrine again. She had been struggling for an hour and only using her last resort, something nobody knew about, not even I, was able to escape after countless struggles. Kenshin's bindings were that strong. Sara, sensing that Yi was trying to save Kenshin, quickly followed her. Yi was running in a specific direction, and Sara thought that Yi may have a way to enter that purple space. She didn't know what she would do once inside, but for now, she needed to see Kenshin again. Damn it! She heard Yi's shout from a wall and realized that one of them was false. Injecting some elemental power, she quickly made it disappear only to see an empty torii gate. "What's this?" asked Sarah with impatience, sensing that there was no meaning to keep this empty thing here. "I can't reach them," Yi said, biting her lips. "I need a signal from the inside to locate them." "Then if Kenshin sends us a signal we can find them?" asked anxiously Sara, looking at the empty portal. "If Kenshin wanted to be rescued, he wouldn't have challenged I in the first place," said Yi with a sharp voice. "We can only wait." A flash, a white light, a broken pillar, another flash. Kenshin had a determined look on his face, releasing another burst of concentrated soul power towards I's body. It was the first time he found himself in a soul like this, and he realized that he was incredibly powerful here. The same transference of soul energy he had done with Gizhong before was transformed into a soul cannon here, and he could use the almost inexhaustible energy in this plane, a product of I's incredible soul. Outside he could sense the movement the people would do even before their bodies started moving, but here he was almost able to see the future. It was the only thing keeping him alive, as I's movements were too fast for him to react. Only predicting I's rush could he send a cannonball of soul energy towards I, forcing her to abort the attack, move or get blasted back a few meters. But above all, he could see again. Not only the souls. He was able to see colors, sand, the broken pillars, the black sphere in a corner of this place, everything. He could see I's focused face, trying to look for a place she could attack from. On her side, I had no time to think about anything else but the enemy in front of her. What was supposed to be an execution turned out to be the most difficult fight she had experienced in a while, as difficult as her fight against Obashi, and the difficulty was only escalating. The more time Kenshin spent here, the faster he was able to think, the stronger his shots were, and he was able to shoot again faster, making I realize that she needed to end this as quickly as possible or this would get even more difficult. She was infinitely faster, and she was sure Kenshin wasn't able to react to her movement speed, but he always knew where would she strike. Even if she tried to alter the trajectory, he was able to predict even that, and she suddenly found herself in front of a bullet, and only her lightning-fast reflexes were able to divert bullets that were increasing in size and strength with every single second. Kenshin saw how I was able to get used to his patterns of attacks, and he needed to consciously strike different places or he would get sliced in half. He was not worried about stamina consumption, there was infinite ammo here, but his mind would get tired after staying concentrated for a long time as those soul bullets were hard to make. He could make smaller ones, but I would just ignore them and bisect him. For how long could he stay this way? An hour, a day, a month? Something told him I wasn't going to get tired in at least 100 years, so he needed to end this while he was still rested. A bullet was in front of I once again, forcing her to block with her sword, but the bullet had too much force and sent her a few meters back. She landed with a flip and looked at Kenshin, who was proving himself to be formidable. But she only saw Kenshin with a frown. She was getting used to his rhythm, and she knew Kenshin also realized it. She lunged again, her figure transforming into a purple flash, and she found herself facing another bullet, but she expected it. She dodged with a sideways turn, and lunged again, doubling her previous speed towards the not-so-distant Kenshin. But Kenshin, while frowning, was not desperate. If this was a soul, he could manipulate it, and he was very good at that. The ground itself transformed into giant maws that instantly crushed everything between them, not leaving I time to react. 1 second the floor was plain, and the next Ai found herself trapped between jagged teeth, only her sword saving her. The moment the jaws moved, a new bullet propulsed Ai backwards after she covered herself with her sword. Ai looked at her bleeding arm with a grim face. It was not a deep cut, probably swiping her finger over it would erase any trace of the wound ever appearing, but she had bled nonetheless. She looked at Kenshin with a focused stare, but she saw something she didn't expect. Kenshin was smiling, and it was not a nice smile. On his side, Kenshin suddenly understood how powerful he really was here. He controlled souls, and absolutely everything here was a soul. What did that mean? Ai is learning to block my bullets. I rushed towards Kenshin, her speed increasing even more, but a wall made purely of bullets was approaching her even faster than the speed she was moving at, making her eyes go wide, and only a disgraceful jump to the side allowed her to escape an attack that would have left her gravely wounded. If she learns to block, make her unable to block, and shower her with attacks so she can't block them all. Ai is learning to dodge my attacks. I quickly jumped to the side again to dodge the Moors that sought to trap her again, and realizing her grim situation, she jumped towards Kenshin once again, but this time she didn't rush. If she goes slow, she will dodge everything until she eventually reaches Kenshin. Of course, even Ai's slow pace was nothing more than a flash in Kenshin's eyes. Ai opened her eyes wide open in alarm and lay down on the floor. A rain of bullets approached her from behind and passed right through the place her head had been a moment ago. But the Moors in the floor appeared once again, and before I could move, jagged teeth penetrated her arm, making her grimace. If Ai is learning how to dodge, force her into a position where she is unable to. Everything I wanted to do, he had his ways to counter them. Before I could assess the damage, another shower of bullets rained at her from above, so she jumped forward, only for a stake to appear from the ground, forcing her to dodge in an unconventional move that left her in an awkward position, and she could only block with her sword the cannonball of energy that came from one side. I rolled through the ground assessing the damage, and it was a disaster. Her arm, while not limping, was hurting with every move she made, and she was not sure she could use it to wield her sword with her two arms now. She felt physical pain for the first time in almost 2,000 years, and that reminded her of the Archean War, a brutal war where every single god had to fight for supremacy, only for them to be able to keep their lives. She was way stronger then than she is now, even after 2,000 years of training. She felt that she couldn't win against her much younger self, and she knew why. She had her sister Makoto with her. She didn't want a country, she didn't want subordinates, and she didn't want to have to make such complicated decisions. She wanted to fulfill her sister's dream and live peacefully with her friends. But then she lost every one of them, only the little pink fox known as Yumiko remaining. Those wounds still hurt, as they will always do. But she shouldered the pain and decided to protect the only thing that remained in this world besides her memories, Inazuma. She will fight for the nation her sister Makoto lost her life for. And now a foe she couldn't find a way to beat appeared before her. She didn't think Kenshin would destroy Inazuma, but she also didn't think he would be able to protect it if another disaster like the one 500 years ago happened again. So even if her now late sister disapproves of this, even if Maiko never talks with her again, even if she hates herself for this, she will defeat the enemy in front of her. A bright flash of purple illuminated the whole plain of Euthymia, and Kenshin realized that things were finally getting serious. He could see how Ai's heart was not in the fight. She was focused on the fight, but she was just trying to kill him in a single strike, and that was not going to work. Now he was going to face the Archon of Eternity, and not merely Ai. The purple flash quickly condensed in the figure of Ai, whose eyes shone with purple arcs of electricity, and Kenshin had to form a ground full of stakes to prevent Ai from executing what he sensed she would do. And despite this, by the time the spikes formed, Ai was already midway through the field, making Kenshin realize that he needed to adjust his timing. Ai was too fast now. Ai jumped back unharmed, but instead of rushing to him again, she started running to the side, releasing ranged attacks at Kenshin, who had to form a thick transparent wall of pure soul power so he wouldn't lose sight of Ai, but his walls crumbled after barely deflecting Ai's sword slashes. Kenshin and eyes narrowed at this, realizing that things were even now. Whoever adapted faster would get the advantage. I started releasing more ranged attacks, spears of pure lightning that roared through the air with a deafening sound, and Kenshin tried to block them all, forming thicker barriers, but a thicker barrier took him more time to form, and I realized this. Ice attacks were faster with every second, and Kenshin found himself in the back foot. He could use all the energy in the plane, but he needed to stop these attacks no matter what. Just as I's rate of fire was growing, Kenshin's familiarity with his new abilities here also increased. I can't dodge those attacks, they are too fast, but if I can't block them, I only need to stop them before they are released. The floor suddenly rose in two walls with stakes that tried to crush I between them, only for her to move out of the way. But she realized Kenshin's plan. Kenshin defended himself while trying to obstruct I, but she was too fast and started circling around him so fast that a circle of purple light appeared in the plane of Euthymia with Kenshin in the center, and attacks started coming from all sides. It was an agonizing moment for Kenshin. No matter how many traps and bullets of obstacles put into I's way, she dodged them all while releasing those lightning spears that were leaving him deaf at a faster pace with every second. The next few minutes consisted of Kenshin desperately trying to defend while I was getting faster and faster. I's improving pace was better than that of Kenshin's, which meant that I was simply more talented. Until the sounds of lightning spears colliding with those walls stopped sounding, and I saw a bullet approach her. She blocked it with her sword, but before the impact, the bullet divided into a myriad of smaller bullets that left I wide-eyed. But the moment she prepared herself to receive some wounds, the moment some bullets scratched her skin, they exploded. The combined force of all those bullets exploding made the plain of Euthymia rumble, and the whole mountain, the shrine, was in trembled. The dust and sand in the air slowly dissipated, revealing the bloodied face of I panting, but still standing firm. But Kenshin was not any better. These last minutes had taken a huge toll on him, and he felt his reaction slower than before while I's would only get faster. He didn't want to talk and he didn't want any emotional speech, so he attacked again, stakes appearing above I in a sphere with her at the center and were shot to breakneck speeds. I only needed to break one, and slipped through the crack in the attack, intent on resuming her ranged attacks on Kenshin. As she saw that he was starting to slow down, but she finally understood why she had suffered such an attack. Instead of blocking the spear with a whole wall, Kenshin shot the smallest of projectiles towards the spear, making it detonate in the air. I was able to create spears faster than Kenshin was able to create those walls, but his small bullets were too fast. I realized at this moment that not only the spears but every ranged attack was useless now. She gritted her teeth at not having used her chance to deal enough damage and decided to give it her all in a close-range attack. Instead of releasing attacks, she focused on increasing her speed as much as she could, and then some more. Kenshin wasn't able to predict anything now. He couldn't look at I's soul. It was like I was everywhere at once. This is a soul, and souls are my expertise, my tools, my gadgets and my weapons. So, everything here is a weapon I could use, he thought, closing his eyes as they were useless now, and focused on the plane itself. I widened her eyes when she sensed something happening in the air around her. No, it was the whole plane. Every grain of sand, every mouthful of air, every single stone. Everything was now hostile against her. And she knew this was the turning point. Kenshin had been able to outgrow her. In a burst of speed, everything she was capable of, everything she had, she gave it into this one attack. But Kenshin opened his eyes, sensing her determination, and using the plane itself concentrated all the energy he could muster into an extremely thin purple and golden spear that he threw towards I. This stake wielding enormous energy and the Musuishin collided. I's fierce eyes contrasted with Kenshin's calm look. The stalemate lasted for around 5 seconds, before something broke. I's sword reached Kenshin, his blood tainting the previously immaculate sand. Chapter 75. Spilling out one's heart. I was feeling exhausted now. She gave her all to that attack, and she was barely able to break that horrifying spear of Kenshin's. But she had won now, and she could feel the exhilaration in her body start to calm down. Now that she thought about it, Why was she this tired? She knew Kenshin was using the energy she had been releasing for hundreds of years, but all her energy came from the Musuishin. How could that remnant of energy even compete with the very same source of energy it came from? Ready to continue? She heard Kenshin speak calmly and looked at him in shock. She had used everything she had. Even if she only cut his arm, it should have been enough to vaporize him. Why was he still calm? You look confused, said Kenshin, making a spectral arm appear where his flesh once should have been. The applications of soul power were infinite when he was in this kind of place. I added my own energy to that spear. That's why you couldn't break it instantly. My own energy is incredibly powerful, so much so that I was able to regenerate the soul of a god, a weak one, but still. I control everything here. When I sensed the stalemate between our attacks, I realized instantly that I would lose. My attack was made of soul energy, and there was no way I would miss it. I waited for you to decide what part of me to strike, and decided to cut my losses. Do you see that blood? I looked to where his spectral arm was pointing, and instantly realized what was wrong. Indeed, if you had cut me, the wound would have been cauterized, so no blood would have spilt. The one that cut my arm was myself, Kenshin said with a calm gaze, but realized that he had lost this battle. He had been focused to the extreme for God knows how long, and the pain from losing an arm made him mentally exhausted, only the rush of adrenaline allowing him to talk. He had more than enough energy at his disposal to continue the fight, but his mind couldn't catch up. I was exhausted, but she would be able to regain her breathing just by dodging his now sloppy attacks, and by the time she had recovered, he would die. He could use this moment to try and kill her, but he knew she wouldn't die, and that was never his intention anyway. Killing I would only save Inazuma from the decrees, but what about the civil war? What if another god like Obashi attacked? What if the Fatui decided to strike with all their strength? He could ask Mirax for help, but then Inazuma wouldn't be Inazuma. They would be leeches, using Mirax's might to live. And he couldn't do that to his friend. He had decided to retire and live happily among the people, and now he had Gizhong by his side. He couldn't throw him into another cycle of fighting only for his ideals. Mirax would do it because of the debt he thought he had with Kenshin, but Kenshin wouldn't be able to live with himself. Mirax had already finished his role as Rex Lapix. All that was left was a man knowledgeable about all things, with no money, and who liked to hear stories while sipping tea. Zonglai. So killing I was not an option, not to mention how devastated he would be, and how disgusted he would be with himself for killing a woman who only wanted the best for Inazuma even if she chose the worst options. His fight was never to kill his opponent but to prove a point. I still don't understand, Kenshin said calmly, not moving from his place 10 meters away from I, and not attacking. All that power and you are still afraid. Afraid? Me? I asked in surprise while panting. She was surprised Kenshin didn't kill her, but she never understood Kenshin. Not at all. Of course. Why would you steal the visions otherwise? Asked Kenshin like it was obvious. You wouldn't understand, said I, picking up her sword and standing up. But she couldn't move yet. Of course I do, replied Kenshin in a calm tone with his messy black hair sticking to his forehead due to the sweat. I know more than you do. How? Asked I, looking at his calm eyes. She couldn't guess the thoughts behind those incredibly powerful eyes. I know that your sister died 500 years ago, Kenshin revealed in the same calm tone. I's eyes were wide open hearing that, and immense sadness surged in her. But anger quickly replaced it. She didn't want to hear Kenshin act like he understood what it was to lose someone so precious when he wasn't even there. Shut up, don't speak of what you don't know. She gritted her teeth and looked with hostility at Kenshin for the first time. Until now he had been a foe, an adversary, but not an enemy. I will speak with why it wasn't ye, Kenshin interrupted her, not afraid of her anger. It was Barbatos who let it slip, and he had all the right to speak, as he was there. Still, you are not allowed to speak about it, I said with increasing hostility in her gaze, but Kenshin was still not afraid. You know nothing of loss. I do, even if I have not lost anybody. Kenshin had to erect a wall in front of him to stop I's incredibly weak attack from reaching him. If you have not lost anybody, what do you know of loss? Shouted I. Do you know how much I miss my friends, my sister? Of course not, spoke Kenshin. blocking another attack. Then shut up. Ai's face was unrecognizable from her normal calm state. It was contorted in hatred and pain. "Do you know what did I in Liu?" said Kenshin, blocking a barrage of slashes from Ai, who was approaching little by little while sending attacks his way. "I don't care," she shouted again, not realizing that releasing more attacks in her state was weakening her without doing anything to Kenshin, who observed everything calmly. "I had to seal thousands of gods, dead ones, and let me tell you, the process implied reliving the most important or impactful moments of their lives," he said with nostalgia, not even looking at the attacks I was sending. He was too tired to react, but all he needed to do now was to erect a wall in front of him. "I don't care," I repeated again. "I was 5 at a time, and I will always remember every single one of them, but the first one was extremely impactful." She was called Shenzai's attacks were not growing stronger, and Kenshin was relaxed now, lost in his memories. She lost her husband to a monster, that also took her daughter's life. In the end, she was begging for me to kill her. "But that wasn't what I was trying to tell you. Do you know why did your sister die?" I didn't seem to hear him. Tears were sliding from her eyes, and his face expressed the pain she was feeling. "Because I do," Kenshin revealed, making I stop in her tracks, frozen. 500 years ago, Canria, a godless nation, played around with something called the art of chemia, and the process was incredibly dangerous, something that made the heavenly principles erase that nation, but somehow, something went wrong and the monsters started spawning. "The cataclysm," I said with a shocked face. Finally, she understood the reason her sister died. "So that eternity you are yapping off all the time, that stupidity of getting closer to the heavenly principles, is bullshit because the heavenly principles had nothing to do with the cataclysm. It was a byproduct of whatever happened." The Kenshin hadn't witnessed all this, and only heard about it from offhanded comments of Xiao, Mrax and Barbatos, so he couldn't say with certainty that it was exactly what happened, but overall he believed it. I grew angered at that again. "How dare you? I gave everything I had for 500 years to protect Inazuma, and you dare to question my actions? A mere boy who isn't even 20 years old?" "And the one that knows what you didn't," replied Kenshin, but his calm was starting to disappear. "And I know everything I do from people you could have asked." "Shut up!" shouted I, attacking once again. "I won't," Kenshin shouted back. "You are dooming us all with your stubbornness." "I am doing my best," screamed I, "and I'm telling you that it's not enough. You are the worst kind of ruler possible. You don't know anything about how to govern," shouted Kenshin. He knew he was being cruel at this point, but he couldn't keep it bottled anymore. "I know," screamed I, crying in impotence and sadness. "I don't know how to get food like you do. I don't understand why the descendants of such strong and righteous people are a bunch of hypocrites. I don't understand why the people left me after I gave my best." "Then listen to us." "I know everything you just admitted you didn't know." "Listen." Kenshin shouted and sent an attack her way that left I sprawled on the floor. "Ye also knows, but you don't listen. You are the best warrior, the supreme bodyguard, but not a ruler, so let those who know do it." "I can't. I don't know if it would end like the cataclysm." I was not shouting anymore, but Kenshin was her soul trembling, and it was starting to show cracks. "I am doing everything I can, but it's never enough. No matter how much I think, I can't resolve anything, and it's only making it worse, and I don't know what to do." "Calm down." Kenshin was nervous seeing this. He had started to vent and didn't realize how fragile Ai's mind was, and now her own soul was starting to fracture under the emotional pain she had been bottling for 500 years. The sheer weight of those bottled feelings was hitting her in full force now. He never intended to kill Ai, but she was going to die at this rate. Visions are dangerous, so I thought that keeping them vigilant would be a fine solution to protect Inazuma, but everyone left my nation, my sister's nation, the one she died for. And I don't understand why. I had been protecting them all this while. Why don't they trust me? I cried on the ground, not caring about the blood and tears streaming through her face. "Well, your ways were a bit." Kenshin tried to explain, but he saw something scary. Ai's soul was condensing, something he didn't know was possible. The process of facing a painful experience and overcoming it makes your soul condense and get denser, and stronger. And I's extremely powerful soul needed an extremely powerful trauma to condense again, and there was no problem with it. I's experiences were more than enough. But in her case, if her soul condensed and she wasn't able to stabilize herself and overcome the trauma, it would probably overcharge, and maybe explode. I don't want to be alone. I want to talk with Maiko and eat dangos again, but I can't go out because of the erosion, sadly cried I, completely unaware of the impending doom. And I know that if Inazuma ceases to exist, my sister's legacy will have died, making her disappear from the world forever. I's voice started going up again. Kenshin made a few walls just in case and approached carefully, but I didn't even notice his presence. I want Inazuma to prosper so my sister's dream can be achieved, but I can't do it. I shouted again, releasing all the frustrations she had felt over the years. Calm down, Kenshin said strongly. Her sword was starting to shine now, and it was scaring him. I don't understand politics. I don't understand economy. I don't understand art. All I know is how to fight. The sword was visibly shaking now. I want to be a good ruler like my sister, but I can't. Stop. It's burning. But I can't do it like my sister did, and I don't know what to do. What can I do? Exclamation mark. I screamed her lungs out. Slap. I looked stunned at Kenshin, who slapped her with all his force. Shut up and concentrate. It's burning, Kenshin said with a panicking face, looking at the sword. Or what was inside the sword. Chapter 76, once again, appears. What are you talking about? Asked I with a sobbing face, looking confusedly at Kenshin. Damn it, it's weakening, Kenshin said with desperation in his voice. The moment I's sword overcharged, he sensed a wisp of something different within the sword. He was only able to detect it because it was in a place that made him extremely strong, and he had adapted to it. He was almost the master of this place, and yet, he almost missed it. That was how faint that feeling was. What he sensed wasn't a soul, not even a fragment. It was too small to be called that. A thought could be a more apt way to describe what he sensed. It appeared the moment I's sword reached a certain energy, but the sword grew stronger by the second due to her panic attack, making the thought almost disappear in the sea of extremely dense energy. Kenshin knew that I was too broken, even if she calmed down and started ruling again. Now that she had confessed her impotence, she herself recognized that she couldn't do it. She would try to retake her job as if nothing happened, but the door had already been opened and the next meltdown was imminent. But Inazuma needed a strong eye, and the only chance Kenshin could see right now to help this thought. He already knew that it was extremely faint, an almost microscopic fragment of a soul. He could help this thing grow again to its normal state, but the energy needed would be gigantic. But then again, where was he now? Move and let me concentrate. Kenshin shoved I aside and put his hands on the sword under I's still teary eyes. He willed for the energy in this place to revitalize this fragment, with him as the conduit. He filtered everything, leaving only the purest of soul energy, and gradually inserted it in the fragment. The fragment was too weak to eat the energy, but little by little, extremely slowly, it started to absorb what Kenshin was feeding it. Like a starved baby that wasn't able to eat at first, but the more energy it gained, the stronger it grew and the faster it would eat. Kenshin felt the fragment grow, but it was still empty somehow. Like a marble inside a marble, the outer one was transparent and very big, but only the center had color, the small marble. The same thing happened here. It looked like the fragment had grown, but the actual soul was still extremely small and Kenshin didn't know what he could do. But then he realized. Kenshin said, still channeling energy to the fragment. He repeated when I was looking at the sword with a blank face. But she still didn't answer. Kenshin gritted his teeth and channeled the energy even faster. He wasn't using his own energy for now. She needed I to be ready. The fragment grew until it reached the same size as a normal human's soul, but the actual soul was as small as it was at the start. But a faint silhouette could be seen. Makoto! I shouted and tried to touch the fragment, but Kenshin smacked her again with a spectral hand that appeared in the air. Do you want to kill her? Shouted Kenshin, but now that he was aware of this fragment's identity, He realized that restoring her to a functional state was his only option. I will definitely break after losing her sister for a second time. What should I do? Can you help her? I asked with a desperate expression, her normally calm demeanor lost. The only thing left was a little sister crying for her family. I can help her, but I need you to be ready, said Kenshin with a grim face. If your sister recovers will depend on you. I know you are tired and in pain, mainly emotionally, but this is our only chance. Can you do it? I'll listen to Kenshin. And when she realized what was in play, she had the firmest look he had seen on her face. I failed her once, I won't fail twice, she said, and Kenshin could feel her burning determination. If we fail, not only your sister will disappear, even we will die. Are you ready for it? Kenshin asked, and took the fragment out of the sword, as it was stabilized now and wouldn't disappear. Of course, I said, and under her temporary restored mental state, her breathing quickly stabilized. She picked up the now empty sword and stood ready to follow Kenshin's commands, but Kenshin knew that this was a wall of paper. I's mentality was too fragile and wouldn't recover for a long time, maybe centuries. So he had to do it now, while I was functioning. Kenshin took a deep breath and injected his own energy into the fragment. And as he expected, they appeared. I saw a boar dying. It was bleeding from an arrow a hunter shot, so I asked the hunter to let me see how it died, and he allowed me. Mondstadt is that weird. Watching him die, I could only think of how delicious the steak he was going to be was. I'm joking, I felt a bit queasy just looking at it, waiting for it to die, but I needed to confirm it. Eventually, it died, and I followed his soul. Of course, it didn't fly into the sky. It was disappearing inside the body. How did it disappear? I saw how some areas of the soul were being sucked into something, and I recognized that something. It was the same kind of hole the soul came from in the art of Gemia. I'm sure even you are tired by now, so we'll be brief. The boar's soul went to the being, the same place it once came from. It's obvious by this point, right? The being was the afterlife. If you want to be practical about it, you could say that the being is where souls go when their body is not alive anymore. In other words, the being is the end. The portals that caused Kenshin nightmares for years appeared again, but instead of those tiny holes, huge portals appeared. They were as tall as I, and there were about 30. Kenshin didn't know what was going to come out of them, but that didn't scare him. What made him terrified was the being. If the being noticed he was being looked at, Kenshin didn't dare to think what he would do after they tried to take back the soul of a powerful god. Kenshin knew that once a soul disappeared after the body died, it went to this weird plane where the being resided. And his theory was that the soul of the dead was somehow introduced or absorbed by the being. It wasn't like the being was feeding on souls, it was just his nature. You die, your soul goes to the weird place, and joins the being. Once your soul joins the being, it loses all its memories. Or people would have memories of other lives. So theoretically, to revive someone, you would need to pick the exact same fragments that formed a soul, that were dispersed all over the being, that it was beyond the mere concept of big. To summarize, reviving was impossible. But Kenshin had a hint. He had in his hands a fragment of the original soul. Unimaginably small, but it existed. A guide if you need a name for it. Kenshin's idea was for the fragment to use the energy he provided, the outer marble, to call for all the other fragments, and pray it went well. The being was beyond size, so attractant fragments from an infinite distance would take infinite energy, so it would be impossible. But then again, souls aren't affected by gravity, you can't touch them, you can't blow on them. They had other rules. And that was what Kenshin was betting on. It was all he could do, he had no other choice. What is that? Asked a shaking eye. She suddenly saw around 30 portals her size appear, but what made her scared was the nothingness and wrongness she could feel on the other side. What you need to protect me from, replied Kenshin, not daring to look again. You need to protect me and follow my orders. If there comes a moment when I say don't look, you obey. I looked too much and lost my sight. I don't want to think what you are going to lose. Oh okay, I felt there were a lot of scary things in that sentence, but she needed to focus. Kenshin decided to trust her and started channeling all the energy he could. The faster he ended, the faster this would end. Kenshin felt the fragment calling something, but nothing happened. Kenshin was patient, and I was on guard, alert for anything that could disrupt Kenshin. After a while nothing happened, and Kenshin started thinking that his bet failed. The fragments were calling at each other, and the one he was holding in position was attracting the others, but they were too far. But I and Kenshin felt it. It was not a shout, so they didn't understand anything. It was not even a sound. But like a wave, it reverberated through the plane of Euthymia and the whole world. But its impact on the world was extremely reduced, as the plane of Euthymia had no direct contact with the outside world. It was a place inside I's soul, so it acted as a buffer. I froze, her existence not being able to understand what happened, and only after Kenshin's desperate shouts did she recover. She didn't know what it was, but she was sure to have nightmares about this. "It's coming," Kenshin darkly muttered, sensing something come out of the portals. Something came out of the portal, something that wasn't anything, but Kenshin realized that it looked like an extremely deformed soul, almost like a prime material of a soul. It was as if you wanted a bag of chips and you received a cup of soil. You needed to cultivate the potatoes from zero. In this case, this something was the giant rock that would later be known as Earth. Something so primitive that his mind wasn't able to comprehend. Kenshin realized that the being was far more than what he thought it was. It was the start of everything soul-related, the thing that surged from the Big Bang of souls, the prime material all souls came from. Mrax, Yi, the Abyssal Order, and even himself. Every single soul came from this being. And they had been poking its belly. But he couldn't stop now. For now, the rest of Teyvat was safe. The moment that he thought these things could exit this place, he would stop the process. Makoto be damned. But he felt some tiny fragments start coming out of the portals, and that told him that they needed to hurry up. Kenshin. He heard Ai's desperate shout and looked to see Ai trying to slash at something, but she couldn't even touch it. "Bring you sword," shouted Kenshin, and sensing the sword near his face, he applied a sort of coating to it. He didn't know why, but only his own soul energy was able to interact with this weird plane. "Hopefully, I could smack those things down now." "I push them back if you can," he shouted. If the being was alert because something was leaving his plane, killing those somethings may alert him even more. I was able to push that thing back to the portal, but it was a strange experience for her. It was like pushing air, only a bit of effort and the something just floated back to the portal, with no resistance. I turned to see how Kenshin was faring, but another something was hovering over her, silent and unmoving. It didn't attack her, it didn't try to avenge its companion. I didn't see how it crossed through the portal, it just appeared. She pushed it back, almost cautiously, scared that pushing it too strongly would cause it to snap. But it flew just like the first one. She shivered in fear. It was weird. She had faced enemies as big as mountains and ferocious like a tsunami, and she was able to face them face on. And these floating and almost transparent things, that didn't even move and didn't attack, were scaring her. They were too incomprehensible for her. She turned again to Kenshin, but another 10 things had appeared all over the plane of Euthymia. Kenshin was able to sense how eerie these things were but didn't dare to look. He was afraid of seeing the being through them, as if there could be a window somehow and it connected directly to the being. Kenshin. I approached and whispered, scared to raise her voice too much and make things focus on her. "I can't do anything." Kenshin nodded, and redoubled his efforts, making fragments appear faster. "Kenshin," I whispered again, but this time in fear. Kenshin looked up, and saw that the things were somehow focused on him, but still didn't move. It was scary. Scary because they didn't understand what was happening. The moment Kenshin felt the attention he was receiving, a pressure descended on him and realized that indeed, had he looked at these things, he would probably be catatonic by now. "I don't look. They are getting attracted by what I'm doing." "The more time passes, the more attention we will get," replied Kenshin, gritting his teeth to swallow down the primal fear he was feeling. "What can I do?" whispered I, looking down as afraid as him. "Stay near, I will form a dome to protect us." "Things will only get worse the more I progress," muttered Kenshin. I nodded and sat near Kenshin, her body almost touching his, but no one cared about it now. The process proceeded, and Makoto's soul was half filled now, and more fragments of her soul were coming out. Taka and Kenshin stood still upon hearing that. They hadn't moved, so what was making that noise? Tell me it was you, Kenshin pleaded, speaking just to avoid the fear paralyzing him. It wasn't. Taka and Kenshin were petrified to hear that sound again. Look around, but don't stare directly at them, Kenshin said, channeling even more soul strength, and he was getting empty now. I didn't answer, and Kenshin knew he needed to look, always avoiding looking directly at the things. And he understood why I was frozen. All the things that were dispersed over the plain were just outside his shield. It was the sound of one of them trying to enter the shield, its purpose unknown. Kenshin grabbed Ai's arm and pulled it hard, breaking Ai out of her trance. Just don't look anymore, Kenshin said, sweating and looking now at the almost finished Makoto. Kenshin, they are pushing, said a trembling Ai. Kenshin pushed his last energy in the process, to accelerate it as much as possible. Kenshin, they are pushing harder. Kenshin pushed even more of his energy in the process. Kenshin Kenshin Kenshin, I finished, shouted Kenshin, stopping from channeling his energy. Only silence greeted them. The process was finished. Tack 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 tack. Ah! I screamed in fear, and the only reason Kenshin didn't was because his lungs didn't answer him. Tack 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 tack. The beings couldn't pierce Kenshin's shield. It was almost like they had no strength at all, but every tack was a try to get to him or Makoto. Nobody knew who those somethings were targeting. Fuck! Kenshin shouted and made a second shield, larger than the first one, so the things were trapped between the two of them. He threw them at the portals, and the moment the last of them left through the portal disappeared, almost as if the being had lost connection with this place, rendering him unable to keep the portals. Kenshin realized now that he was the signal. His soul energy, as he called it, was able to interact with that weird place, and it gave the being an anchor point. In the end, he wasn't able to understand what were those things or what they wanted. But there was one thing he knew. They looked at him. So the next time he did something like this, they would come straight at him. He was marked now. I recovered a lot faster than him. After all, she was merely scared of the wrongness she felt from them, and how she was unable to do anything to them, while Kenshin realized and sensed a lot more things. Makoto, I shouted, seeing her sister in one piece, although sleeping. Kenshin, do something. Can't, replied Kenshin, only now feeling tired about the absurd amount of energy he had to channel into Makoto's fragment. The plane of euthymia had decreased a lot. If yesterday 100 people could be stuffed in, now only 5 could. The black ominous ball of energy had disappeared, as did all the pillars and sand. They only stood on a stone floor. It was all the plane of euthymia had been reduced to, a 3 by 3 meter stone. What do you mean you can't? Screamed I with a manic look. Kenshin was scared now. He couldn't move and I was on the verge of a psychotic attack. So he did the only thing he could do, call for help. While I was grabbing him by the shoulders and shaking him, a pink portal appeared and an anxious Sarah and Yi appeared, instantly looking around. Sarah was stunned looking at the weird scenery, but Yi felt even more surprised by the current state of the plane of euthymia. Both quickly dismissed it, and looked at the people a meter away from them. Do something. I was screaming, shaking Kenshin's head. Yi, help! Kenshin shouted, and Yi promptly tied I with some ropes and used a talisman to make I fall asleep. She could only do this because of the extremely fragile mental state I was in, and how tired she was after the fight and the harrowing experience. Shogun-sama? Asked Sarah, weirdly looking at Ai's hysterical form and the sleeping Makoto. Sarah, simp about her later. I'm dying here, muttered Kenshin with a pained voice. He had spent all his energy, so he was not able to keep his spectral arm, and blood was flowing again. Kenshin. Sarah looked at him, and quickly applied first aid. "Kenshin, what do you need?" asked Yi, looking in astonishment at Makoto, but deciding that Kenshin was more important right now as Makoto looked fine, and if she wasn't, Kenshin was probably the only one able to help her. "Sleep. Don't leave the plane." Well, if you are reading this, you didn't die of cringe yet. Just remember that this wasn't free for Kenshin. His soul has been locked on, and the next time something remotely strange happens, well, that's for you to find out. Chapter 77, Perfect. Now there are two of them. Kenshin woke up before I, who was still tired and sleeping, blood and tears still on her face. "Are you awake now?" asked an exhausted Yi. "You slept for 2 days, and we are starting to get tired." Sarah and Yi stood guarding them for 2 days, without sleeping or eating. They came through the portal, so their bodies were here. In these 2 days they examined both of them, and seeing the amount of injuries they had and the presence of the original electro-archon, they decided that trying to guess what happened was only a waste of time, so it was better to wait. "Yes, and I'm feeling better," said Kenshin with a pained grimace after trying to stand up. Seeing his missing limb, he formed one made of soul energy and was able to stand up. "You two are beautiful," he said towards Yi and Sarah. It had been almost 4 years since he saw them, and while Yi was as beautiful as always, Sarah had transformed into a woman from that shy girl. "You can see?" asked Astunsra with a hopeful look. "Only here. I will be blind and lacking an arm when we get out," replied casually Kenshin. After all that happened, keeping his life was a miracle. He wasn't going to complain. "While I have no problem telling you two how charming you are, we can't leave Makoto like this. She isn't in danger per se, but it's better if we wake her up soon." "I don't think I will be able to contain I if she wakes up," muttered Yi, looking at the obviously hurt eye. "After sleeping for 2 days, she will be like a bull. She has always been very active after waking up." "Leave her alone." Kenshin dismissed her and focused on Makoto. "What do you need?" asked Yi again. She had a myriad of questions, but they could wait. "Nothing. I am just going to start her soul." "Hey." Kenshin bopped Makoto on the nose, and her eyelashes fluttered, before slowly opening. Makoto, after her death 500 years ago, was alive again. And this revival wasn't like Gizhong's. Gizhong's soul didn't leave this world and was trapped in the remnants, so all Kenshin needed to do was craft a body. But Makoto had perished in body and soul, and the process of retrieving the soul from the being had been scary as hell. Makoto opened her eyes and saw a man with dirt all over his face, his messy black hair dirty with sweat and blood, and the most beautiful eyes she had ever seen. She tried to ask, but she felt too lethargic to speak. "Well, she is alive," Kenshin muttered before falling to the ground. Makoto could now see that he had an almost transparent arm, but judging from the bloodied bandage on his shoulder, he had lost his true one a short time ago. Makoto tried to raise her head, but just like her tongue, her body didn't answer her. "Wait, body? I know you have a lot of questions, but those can wait," Kenshin replied while lying on the ground. "For now, just try to calm your sister down when she wakes up, or she will slaughter us all." "My sister." Makoto sensed her control over her body quickly returning to her. She thought she had died, but as the man said, now she had other problems. But the first one was her sister. "Hello Makoto, do you recognize me?" asked Yi with a smile. "Why, you are Maiko?" asked Makoto with surprise. She almost didn't recognize her, as the last time she saw her Yi was just a baby fox. But she wouldn't forget those mischievous eyes in her life. Makoto exhaled, a bit more relaxed. If Yi was here, I was also safe. But still, she needed to check on her. "Yes, I know." Yi nodded comprehensively. "I will take you to I, but don't move now, you have no clothes on after all." Makoto looked down, and with the limited moves she could make, she was that indeed the only thing covering her was a mantle or a sheet of some kind. She looked with a frown at the man, but he was on the ground trying to rest. Seeing that he wasn't going to peek or had malicious intentions, she let him go. "For now." "Look," as the Yi pointed in another direction, and Makoto looked. She saw an unconscious eye, with traces of tears and blood on her face, looking grievously hurt. Yi didn't want to clean her face, fearing that she might wake up, so with a pained look she decided to wait for a while. "I!" Makoto shouted in alarm, glaring at Yi. She was to be Ai's familiar after all. Don't glare at her like that, the man sighed from the ground. Ai is extremely unstable now and we are here to help, but as she is now she will slaughter all of us except you. Maybe. I wouldn't kill you if you did nothing wrong, heatedly refuted Makoto. Her sister was a warrior through and through, and attacking the innocent was against her moral code. Looking at you could be considered as us trying to study your weaknesses in her eyes, and we would be bisected on the spot because she thought we were a threat, muttered Kenshin, making Sarah nod. She had seen the state the shogun was in, and it was honestly scary. Makoto, a lot of things happened, and Ai is indeed a bit unstable now, Yi said with a sad smile. Just wait until you can move and try to wake her up. I will keep this in the meanwhile, said Kenshin, standing up and grabbing the sword I used, Musuishin, and hiding it behind him. Makoto felt the next 5 minutes the more tortuous ones of her life. She was worried about Ai, but still couldn't move. She was reassured that Yi was here and nobody seemed to want to harm either her or Ai, but she wouldn't feel safe until she had her little sister in her arms. But finally, she felt her body was able to move, so she jumped at her sister. The only thing covering her modesty from Kenshin's eyes were Sarah's hands blocking his view. For one time I recovered my sight and could get a good look, Kenshin lamented, making Sarah pinch him on his side and making him yelp. Are you okay?" asked Makoto, not caring about her naked state and trying to wipe Ai's face clean of blood and tears. I slowly woke up, in a process that mirrored that of Makoto. "Makoto," I slowly said, and her hands, no longer tied, slowly caressed Makoto's face. "Oh, I now." Makoto saw how broken her little sister was, and it shattered her heart. She hugged her little sister and started crying softly, caressing her sister's head like she had always done when they were children. At some point, I seemed to remember what had happened, and that Makoto was truly now by her side, her desperate and disconsolated cries swallowing Makoto's, showing how much sadness had built over the centuries. Yi looked at them from afar, silently crying for her friend who had suffered so much. Sarah was getting affected by the raw emotion of the scene and seemed to be holding back her tears, but she knew it wouldn't last. And Kenshin was too tired to care, and he was busy thinking about the reason women like to cry that much. After what seemed to be ages to Kenshin, the 4 women stopped crying. "I want food, so I propose we get out," said Kenshin, painfully standing up and throwing the Musuishin at the ground at Ai's feet. But I didn't even look at the sword, she was too busy hugging her sister tightly. We need to go out," Makoto gently said, making Ai shake her head. "We are safe here. We are never leaving this place," I grumbled. "Look at this, an arch and pouting," said Kenshin with an exasperated sigh. "Also, your sister can't leave. She is only a soul and has no body, and probably won't for a while. She has her full soul, but it's still weak." I looked at Kenshin and nodded, hearing him. She wouldn't allow her sister to leave her sight. Also Kenshin started to talk. Under Makoto's gentle push, I looked at Kenshin, who had a serious look. "I want you to understand this, so I will say it very slowly," Kenshin said, looking at her eyes. He knew that she was a mess and now even more, but this needed to be said now. "If your sister dies again, she is gone. I'm not doing all that shit again. Yes, no matter how much you glare at me, even if you kill me, I'm not doing that again, so protect her." "You are the second person in this world who got a second chance, but nobody will receive a third one." Kenshin was sure that he wasn't going to deal with the being again, no matter what. There were a lot of things he didn't know, but he felt identified somehow. And the next time, it wouldn't end well. "Now, we leave," said Kenshin, and entered the weird purple portal. "Ha, pure air again," said Yi with a refreshed look. "We need to talk about your little act of rendering me immobile, but for now we need to do something about your arm." I was almost a god back there. I'm a normal loser now," muttered Kenshin, losing his sight and his super-enhanced senses. He couldn't feel the plane around him anymore. "I never thought you were a loser," quietly said Sarah. "Whatever you saw. But you grew up to be a fine woman," said Kenshin with a faraway look. He already knew Sarah's mentality, but seeing her body delicious. "Kenshin, just shut up for now." "What are you going to do about your arm?" asked a worried Yi. She felt like Kenshin was leaving pieces of him behind every time he used his ability to do weird things. Use those balls Albedo gave me. I think it's time I try them. Chapter 78, Invitations to Everyone. In Mondstadt. Jean, there is a letter for you. Amber happily came into the room. Jean was officially working, and saw Jean on her desk with bags under her eyes. The usual. Thank you, Amber, leave it on the desk, replied an exhausted Jean, thinking that it was another letter from yet another citizen of Liu demanding a safe passage because they were the young master of 20 family, and if she didn't obey they will call 20 ancestor, who will 30. Just as Amber was leaving, another person entered. Jean, another letter for you, said Lisa, who sighed seeing the state Jean was in. Jean, you need to rest. Your body is not going to last for long. You need to give the people of Inazuma some little princes to spoil. Lisa ended with a teasing smirk. Lisa, I still haven't forgiven you, Jean replied with narrowed eyes. I don't know, are you still holding a grudge? I made him unable to reject you anymore, Lisa commented offhandedly with a wave of her hand. It wasn't for you to decide what are we going to do, grumbled Jean, but focused on her work again. Maybe you will forgive me for this, smirked Lisa, handing her letter to Jean and sitting in front of her desk. Do you need something else? asked Jean with a raised eyebrow, opening the letter. Yes, amusement, said Lisa with eyes shining with mischief. Leave then. Amusement is the only thing you won't find in this room. Jean rolled her eyes, but the moment she saw who the letter was from, all her work, letters, documents, and even Lisa faded from her mind. Are you sure about that? asked Lisa with a smile, but it quickly faded when she saw Jean's bright smile. She hadn't seen Jean look this happy in the year she had been here after leaving Sumeru. Maybe she needed to investigate this guy a little. Jean was quickly reading the letter, but it suddenly disappeared from her hands. Give it back, Jean said with a warning look to Lisa, who was holding the letter in her hands, skimming through it, but stopped hearing Jean's serious warning. Okay, I'm sorry, she apologized and handed it back. The moment the letter was going to leave Lisa's hand, she grabbed Jean in a gesture that took her by surprise. And Lisa, who had an electrovision, did what she did better. Zap her. Jean fell to the ground paralyzed, but looking murderously at Lisa. She knew what was going to come now, and she wasn't going to like it. Dear Radiant Knight. So that's where it comes from, said Lisa slowly, teasing Jean. She knew Jean was too strong for her to beat and she could only catch her off guard like this, but she was a genius. She would zap her again before she could move. Jean, who couldn't move, could only glare at Lisa with her face on the desk. I am writing to tell you that this morning I had the best sandwich I ever tried. It was succulent and magnificent. The meat was shining with the water that came from the fresh slices of tomato above it, and the sweet sauce. What is this? asked Lisa, taken aback by the lengths Kenshin had gone to describe what seemed to be the simplest of foods. Are you sure this is your chosen one? I can only imagine him as a round man. Jean, as she did before, could only glare. Let me see. Not this page. Not this one. Here. Finally. Gods. 4 pages to describe a sandwich. I also write to tell you that the degrees are finally down. Yesterday someone incredibly amazing took down that arrogant woman, spanked her, and put her in the place she should be. That, from what Yi told me, it's not the kitchen. She said I is more dangerous with a knife and a simple potato than with her overpowered sword. But yes, the degrees are down and I will be able to send more letters without hiding them in a radish. Lisa read, eyeing Jean, who was now smiling despite her situation. I want to invite everyone I usually communicate with to celebrate our new freedom, that coincidentally it's a month later than the day that stubborn woman got put down. But let's leave her out of this letter. I will invite a lot of people from Liu and Mondstadt, including Gizhong, who you already know. Now that I am talking about this, I would like for you to respectfully communicate to your local god that he is respectfully invited, and that Inazuma will receive him with the greatest honors we can afford. Now Lisa had to reread this to be sure she didn't miss anything. Jean, is he talking about Barbatos? asked a stunned Lisa. But seeing Jean roll her eyes, she thought that it was some sort of code. So please, Tell the resident pyro archon to come if his busy schedule allows it. Also, you peeping drunkard, there will be wine, and Beelzebub is out of the game, so it is safe to come. Probably. As you know, I gave everything I had to help my nation, and as I know you like people who work hard, I want to brag. The new volume of The Radiant Knight. The Radiant Knight and the Whispering Seagull will come out soon, from your friend from no anymore faraway land. The new Shogun, Kenshin. Jean Lisa said with a blank face to the shocked Jean. What the hell is this? Ups, I forgot you can't move now. Don't worry, I will take care of the letter in your place. I'm sure your sister will be interested knowing that his brother-in-law is the new ruler of Inazuma. I will make her this letter aloud, and I'm sure her angelic voice will attract a lot of people, so there is nothing we can do. Lisa smirked and left the room, leaving Jean alone, fighting desperately to move. Also, I will send Frederica a copy. She already loves his son-in-law. I think she may come back earlier just to tie you and send you to his room. Are we going? Asked an excited Gizhong, having lunch and sitting next to Mrax. Mrax hummed while pondering about the information contained in the letter. So we are going. Gizhong took that pondering sound as a yes, deciding for herself. Again, I will take Shen, Cloud Retainer, Ganyu and Xiao with me. You can take the rest. Mrax hummed again with a wry smile. Since Gizhong came back, he found himself living a very active life mainly because Gizhong made a lot of decisions for him, decisions he wouldn't normally make. But he didn't dislike that. Meanwhile in Mount Aokang, fuck you, I am the Shogun now. That was the letter Shin received, and as it was usual, she interpreted it in her own special way, putting the offensive letter in the box with a happy smile. No. And all Shin cried. The usual. Kenshin's parents were living comfortably in Mondstadt. Yahiko was able to work calmly in the field their new house had, and Maya started selling their products, which for some reason everybody loved. They didn't need to give 30% to the army, they didn't need to pay taxes for using the shogun's land, and they didn't need to bow to every single soldier that approached their way. And they had good friends now. Frederica came to talk with them almost daily, and they got used to each other. They were family after all. But Frederica needed to leave for the expedition, so they threw a little party for her, without wine involved. Frederica almost cried in happiness seeing that. They also got frequent visits from Bennett, who always came with a smile to ask if they needed something, and the pair of outsiders from Inazuma usually made him stay for the night. They knew Bennett was an orphan, and the pair still had some maternal instinct left in them. Educating Kenshin had been a weird experience, as he spent most of his life in the shrine. But the person they took the most affection to was, without a doubt, Jean. The fact that Kenshin got a woman interested in him was a miracle, but one as beautiful as Jean and hardworking and caring. It was too much. Jean came every time she could to talk with them, just for the pleasure of getting to know her parents-in-law better, even when she was extremely busy with her work as an acting grandmaster, and the pair appreciated it a lot. So all in all, their life here was even better than their life in Inazuma. Yahiko. Kenshin sent a letter. A happy Mayo came to the resting Yahiko weaving the letter. Thank God, said Yahiko, exhaling in relief. I was starting to worry when no letters arrived after months. Mayo nodded in agreement and opened the letter, as excited as worried. Dear Mum and man who donated sperm, also known as father, I write to invite you to Inazuma for the grand opening of this until now closed-off nation. There will be no drinks or food, so you will have to bring your own. Women/men/furries, food, yours, drinks, yours, and hopes will be found in this unprecedented feast. Also, I'm the Shogun, so please come. It will be embarrassing if my parents don't come. Please. Should we go? Asked Yahiko, drinking from his glass and preparing to go to work again. I don't know, we can decide the same day, proposed Mayo, preparing to leave for her shop. Also, what is a furry? Dear Frederica, as the mother of the Radiant Knight, I hereby nominate you as the Shining Chevalier. I am Jean's friend from Inazuma, and we are hosting a party to celebrate the destitution of a certain woman. I write to you because Jean always says how much she admires you, and how you are her role model. Well, that's a lie, but I want to ask if you will be able to come. I know your job is dangerous, and I may have something to help you stave off being cursed. Well, that's also an excuse. I want Jean to see you at the party, so if you can, come. Goodbye. Jean's friend Vaka, shouted Frederica to the Grand Master, in the middle of a battle against a horde of zombies. I'm leaving. Where? Said Vaka, using his great sword to cleave through a zombified boar the size of a building. Kenshin invited me to a party in Inazuma. Then I'm leaving too. Chapter 79, I'm the Shogun. I don't know how to feel about this, muttered Makoto, who was now piloting the puppet. I fought for you mean I fought while you hid, noted Kenshin with a pointed look, grabbing a piece of cake in front of him. I fought you hid, Kenshin said with a frown. Okay, I hid while I fought. And we did that for years to establish Inazuma, Makoto sighed. And now it's not our nation anymore. What are you talking about? Asked Kenshin, licking his fingers. I will only stay in power for a while, you deal with this shit. I don't think Kenshin has the patience nor the motivation to rule a country, said Yi Riley from one side, serving herself a piece of cake. After that destructive battle and the following revival, they went to the shrine while Sarah returned to her house after telling Ayato that Kenshin survived. Kenshin used one of Albedo's balls to craft a new body, a process his soul guided. So he had no idea if his body was special or not, but he needed to use the toilet and he could bleed, so his expectations of having an indestructible body were buried pretty quickly. After a long talk, in which Makoto listened horrified at the situation Inazuma was in, it was determined that Kenshin would rule for a while as Makoto was out of the wave, so to speak. Also, you still need to listen to everything your sister did, said casually Kenshin, making I sweat inside the puppet. She knew that Makoto was horrified by the current situation. What would she think when she learned that her sister was responsible for it? My sister wouldn't harm Inazuma, said Makoto with a frown, ready to defend her sister to the end. Right. But I was looking at the inexistent horizon of the plane of Euthymia. But I didn't answer. Please, tell me you didn't do something bad to our nation. Bad? Asked Kenshin with raised eyebrows. She didn't do anything bad per se. I see. Makoto nodded in relief, while I thought for the first time that Kenshin wasn't so annoying anymore. She only bisected anyone who complained about her orders. I thought for the first time that she was stupid. Thinking that Kenshin was a nice person was the biggest of mistakes you could make. While Makoto froze. She chose some people 500 years ago in some duels, and even now the descendants of those people are still ruling. Of course, that led to their ego increasing exponentially, and right now the ruling caste has more corrupt people than the population of Narukami City, added Yi casually, picking another piece of cake. Or how she decided to close the country when we had been buying food since your time, Kenshin said, looking at the terrified Makoto. Or how she decided to let people control the army, the economy and the police, not leaving any power to herself, added Yi once again. Of course, all this without knowing anything herself, so she couldn't discern when was she being fooled. Or how she decided to cut ties with Liu and hug Snezhnaya tight. If you don't know it, they are criminals now, said Kenshin to the quickly paling Makoto. Or how she decided that not listening even to her familiar and closest friend was a good idea, while she hid in her mechanical puppet for 500 years, said Yi with a vicious look. She had been pretty lonely after all. Or how she decided to steal everyone's visions. Kenshin dug the last nail in the coffin. Makoto didn't know what to think. She didn't think I had done all that to destroy Inazuma, but she also found it hard to believe. After all, you couldn't do it so badly even if you tried on purpose. Did I mention we are in a civil war now? Said Kenshin with a smirk. And also, Makoto. Kenshin made a gesture for Makoto to approach a bit, leaving Yi with a frown. Kenshin touched Makoto's hand, making I rage inside the puppet, but she couldn't exit because Kenshin had blocked the way for her to control the body. What are you doing over the, Kenshin? Yi approached, suspicious of Kenshin's intentions, but all she got was Kenshin's hand touching hers, and it made her fall to the ground, having lost control of her body. Again. Look at this, Kenshin said in a conspirational tone, and showed Makoto a book. Yes, that book. What is this? Asked Makoto with a red face, peeking at the book through the gap of her fingers. How lewd. Indeed. Yi here always liked stories, and she decided to publish this book, which I know for a fact was based on a diary she kept of her, heated encounters with your sister. Kenshin lied like a scoundrel. And this is the first book. There are another 2 volumes. How could I do this? Asked a red-faced Makoto. How is she going to have kids? That's an old way of thinking, Kenshin said in a casual tone. Nowadays everybody fucks with whoever they want, and if you try to say something you are the bad one. Anyway, I know that your sister felt excited by people reading about their encounters, so guess what happened next? Yi was looking murderously at Kenshin, and I was doing the same inside the puppet. What happened? Asked a red-faced Makoto. I decided to sell these books all around the world, Kenshin revealed with a serious voice. Even people from Mondstadt, being the lovely stupid bunch of monkeys they are, have this book, and it was a bestseller. My radiant knight is different. She is smart and a pervert. So everyone in Teyvat knows about everything my sister has done with Maiko? Asked Makoto, squirming in her seat. Yes, and Goy, tell me that I'm imagining things, said Kenshin with a disbelieving look. You're excited about this? And no, replied weakly Makoto, looking to the side. Lie, muttered Kenshin, knowing now how wide the world was. Here we have a sister with an exhibition fetish, and what's even worse, about her own sister with a furball. I don't lie, I can detect lies. Makoto, you already have been discovered, don't make it worse. Just shut up, okay? Kenshin gently said. Makoto decided to retreat into the puppet, too ashamed to show her face. But what she found was the dumbfounded look I was giving her. Sister, I could only say that, looking agape at her sister. It isn't like that, Makoto shouted desperately, but I couldn't believe her. How could she? She knew her sister the most out of everyone else in the world. Those books are all lies, I revealed, making Makoto blush again, this time from shame. She had been exposed because of a lie. But the fact that you find exciting knowing that my hypothetical sexual encounters with my friend are being exposed to the whole world exciting, it's honestly disgusting. We still need to talk about everything you did to my country. Makoto remembered midway that she also had a reason to be angry. And indeed, I could only lower her head. Now that you know it, Kenshin said, having heard their exchange with his ability. I wrote those books. It was you? Asked I in indignation. And you were in the meeting to decide what to do about it. You were fooling me from the start. You even proposed talking about it with Yi. I did. And I had fun, Kenshin honestly admitted. But we need to focus, or people will get anxious about our disappearance. Kenshin entered the meeting room that same day, after telling everyone involved that they would have a meeting today. Everyone was already seated when Kenshin entered and sat on his seat under the incredulous look of everyone else. They knew that Kenshin had survived, but he was unscathed. There was only one explanation, and everyone thought of it, except for Sarah. How did you run away from the duel? Asked Takeyuki with a dark face. With my 3 legs. What do you mean? Iragi Dono interrupted Sarah with an exasperated sigh. It's the usual, Kenshin fooling around. The shogun entered, and everyone fell silent, anxious to hear what she needed to say. I lost the duel, I honestly said. At least, that's what she thought. So now Kenshin will be the shogun. Even Sarah didn't expect this. What is your excellency talking about? Asked a dumbfounded Takeyuki. The shogun had been ruling for 2,000 years, and she just left her position? In just a sentence? I won't repeat myself. I lost the duel, and the consequences are clear. I looked calmly at the leaders of the few commissions who were looking at her in disbelief and stood up. Kenshin did the same, and they exchanged seats. Now, said Kenshin with a small smile. It's my turn. How can this? Takeyuki was still stunned. Imagine that one day someone told you that the sun was green. What are you on? Would be your first reaction. The presence of the shogun was exactly the same. It was something integral to the life of people in Inazuma. Everyone grew up listening to stories about her, how she fought in ancient times with enemy gods, how she fought for their people. And now, without anyone expecting it, in a single sentence, she destroyed that constant presence. Now I'm the shogun, said Kenshin with an evil smirk, rubbing his hands. I can do whatever I want, whenever I want and however I want. Kenshin, I warned him with a frown. Something to say, assistant? Asked calmly Kenshin, mimicking her usual tone. Please share it with the rest of the class. I'm sure everyone is very interested in what you have to say. I gritted her teeth, but she couldn't say anything. Kenshin was in power now, and she would respect the results of the duel. I see with my blind eyes that you are feeling embarrassed. Don't worry, your boss understands. Kenshin magnanimously nodded. Anyway, I have my first order. You are my bodyguard. You are used to it, right? Am I reluctantly said. She used to protect Makoto, but she was her sister. She didn't want to protect this annoying man. Also, we need to decide your punishment. You messed up really, really bad. Fortunately for you, your pet with foxy habits knew that this situation would happen, so she convinced me to do damage control. Even I wouldn't have any other choice but to imprison you or kick you out of Inazuma had you killed someone. Kenshin's face turned dark, talking about the few thing that could have happened. You can't do that. Ai's face showed desperation at the mention of being kicked out. Inazuma was all she had after all. You are lucky no one died. No one starved and no one had to suffer because they lost their vision. That's the only saving grace you have right now. The only consequences of your actions are depressed people and a few people escaping. You won't be allowed to rule Inazuma ever again, no matter what happens to me or, the other ruler. If anything happens and you are the only one left, you will change the ruling system based on what he teaches you to do. Also, a public apology is a must, Kenshin sternly said. And I nodded sadly. Also, you are going to be pranked every single day by either me, Yi, or both for as long as I live. You will model for my books. Stop, Sarah. Your shogun commands you. Anyway, no more dangos. Ai's face was turning darker, but nodded. Poor woman, who didn't know how severe Kenshin's punishment was. If I think of something else, I will tell you, Kenshin hummed, imitating this time the boss of the lands. Then you are my bodyguard and my assistant. Now Sarah, what do you want? Tiredly said Sarah. Kenshin raised his eyebrow. What do you want, Your Excellency? Repeated Sarah, hiding her anger. Even if Kenshin had the same position as her, it was only because of his special ability. She had been the one to work hard to reach her position. And now, she didn't know how Kenshin had the only position where he could order her around. It was humiliating. She felt all her efforts being thrown into the trash can. Make the army retreat. After today, there will be no more war, Kenshin said, waving his hand in an arrogant gesture. What are you saying? Muttered Sarah, angered beyond belief. I have been working in the front for years. We have the advantage in numbers, but they are better qualitatively speaking. And the fact that we are the attacking ones leaves our supply lines weak. Ambushes. Sarah looked at Kenshin dumbfounded, because Kenshin was pointing at Ai. Honestly, for a general, you are still stupid. Kenshin mocked her with a smirk. I, and only I, have the ultimate weapon. Those pesky rebels will only see a white flash, and they will be food for the fishes they love so much. I am not going to murder Inuzuman citizens, said I with a frown, making Kenshin look at her awkwardly. Yeah, like you haven't been doing that for centuries, Kenshin said in a wry voice. That was different. They were duels, I confidently argued, making Makoto scream inside of pure desperation. She just learned that her sister was killing her own citizens using her stupid duels. Well, then go and challenge them. And be sure to kill them after. Kenshin shooed her with his hands. That's not a duel. A duel is I don't care. If you are not going to have that duel with them, I will just go there and insult them. Then you, as a bodyguard, will kill them all, Kenshin casually said. No matter what, you are not escaping your fate, and your destiny dictates that you will give me an empty island. Now Sarah, you will come with me. They will only take me seriously if someone they still think is important comes with me. They know me, but not my newfound power. What? You know the rebels? Asked a shocked Sarah. Of course. How did you think I got all the citizens to escape? Kenshin was looking at her, questioning her intelligence. It was you, shouted the leader of the Kanji Commission. You are a traitor. I can't be a traitor, said Kenshin with a calm face. I'm the boss here. If I am the traitor, it means you all are the traitors instead. I am the law. Kenshin asked I with a dark face. Are you telling me that all our problems with food came to be because you decided to let people run? Are you saying that you wanted to incarcerate people here? Asked Kenshin, knowing that Makoto wouldn't like it. And the food problem came to be because you decided to cut ties with Liu. Sooner or later, we would have starved, people or not. Indeed, Makoto didn't like it, but she decided to wait until all of this was over to speak with her dear sister. And what did you give them in exchange for them carrying those people? Asked Sarah with a grim expression. Food, Kenshin. I had been counting on them to starve, so I stopped pushing at a certain point. You made all the work I did these last years useless. Sarah shouted in indignation. The fact that you assumed something wrong is not my fault. And be more respectful, I'm the shogun after all, Kenshin smugly said. Sarah could only shut up and sit down, brimming with anger. I remember how much of a simp you are, and I expect the same degree of adoration. Praise the shogun, Kenshin mockingly said, and Sarah bit her lips. Next order. Those stupid decrees are obviously out, and no fatuous will be allowed to enter in Azuma. Except for Arlecchino, I want her to be Sneezna's ambassador here. Kenshin sagely nodded. You can't do that, shouted Takeyuki standing up. Your turn will come later, you old fogey, Kenshin said with a light smile. I have been wanting to smack you for years, and now you will have to say thanks after it. But anyway, the commissions are dissolved. You can't ho-oh-ho, believe me. I can. It was a stupid idea only someone brainless could have thought of, Kenshin said, not hiding his pointed stare at Ai, who ignored it. She still didn't know what was so bad about the system. Maybe she should have renewed the members a bit, but it was a good system. A week ago, we spoke and I decided, explained Kenshin. Now I speak and I decide. It's a great system. That's tyranny, shouted Takeyuki. It was, it is, and it will. Kenshin nodded with a bright smile. Tyranny is bad only when you are not the one with all the power. Also, in a few months, after we get every single bit of information, you will be deported to Sumeru. Knowing how arrogant and dumb you all are, you will starve or be made to participate in a colonoscopy for bread. That's true, of course. I don't lie, I only joke, replied Kenshin. And the only joke here now is you. Now, as the shogun, I command my head priestess to give me a foot massage. Yi entered the room with a cold face. The shrine always served the shogun and only the shogun. Nobody expected the shogun to change, but here they were. Kenshin, this wasn't supposed to happen, he said in a sharp voice. They agreed to let Kenshin rule for a while, at least until Makoto was up to the task again, and they didn't think much of it. Kenshin stabilizes the situation, and then he leaves like the dung beetle he is, always looking for a different shit to get his hands on. But Kenshin was using all the details they hadn't cared to think about. They overestimated Kenshin as a human being. Shut up. I have been oppressed under your fist of tyranny for years. But know this, furball, I'm your superior now. So bow, Kenshin said with a near-wide smile. Yi bit her teeth but complied. Loa smirked Kenshin. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, I'm sure you have a very important announcement to make. Please tell us. Yi was surprised to hear this. She only came to show allegiance to the new shogun. What was Kenshin talking about? You don't? Asked a disappointed Kenshin. Then I will have to make one myself. This book will be an obligatory lecture. That book came out again. Why are you still going on with that? Asked an indignant Ai, forgetting her calm persona. Because it's funny, and it's selling quite well, Kenshin explained. It's just sad. The Radiant Knight is a book every single critic has praised to the heavens, and still this trash is selling more. People want the segs and smut after all. One Yi could only agree, she owned a publishing house after all. So yes, obligatory book. Next, we open relations with Liu. They are better than us in every sense. And Mondstadt too, they are way better than us. We trade, and Inazuma will be known for its talent to shamelessly steal and copy their inventions and culture. Kenshin sagely nodded. The guy next to you is a hard-working genius, while you are a lazy bum. And yet, the moment the exhausted genius had finally done his job, you steal it. That's the direct road to progress. Are you looking for a fight with Liu? Asked Sarah, rubbing her eyebrows in exasperation. Their god is a tired grandpa, and quite weak. Even my assistant can beat him, Kenshin said with a smile. Of course, he wasn't going to annoy Marax but Barbatos. And lastly, we are going to have a party. One that will show the world how much Inazuma has changed, and I will invite everyone I know, Kenshin said. While thinking about the invitations, Kenshin, we have no food, commented Ayato. I will use your drinks, there will be enough for everybody. Kenshin looked at Ayato's drink with a confused face. He didn't bring any of those from Liu, and he was sure the Kanju Commission didn't buy those. So where the hell had Ayato been obtaining so many from? The merchants and those stuck-ups will bring food to congratulate us, we will use that. So our first festival to show how different Inazuma is won't even have our own food, muttered Sarah with a dead look in her eyes. You say that like it's a bad thing, countered Kenshin. It's called being smart. Using the enemy's resources is 4 times as effective, or something like that. I can't believe you butchered like that such a famous sentence, muttered Sarah again, not wanting to work here anymore. To summarize, I rule. My assistant is strong but dumb. My general is smart and a simp. My head priestess is a furball and Ayato is Ayato. I like it. Chapter 80, Get the FCK out of my house. Come on Sarah, they don't bite. Of course they do. We have been in a civil war with the resistance for years. Well, Guru is like a dog, probably he does bite. Kenshin, I don't remember asking for my assistant's opinion. Kenshin, respect the Shogun. I respect myself to a point you wouldn't understand. After all, you have no self-respect at all, simp. Kenshin, there is no Kenshin here anymore, only a tyrant with too much power in his hands, and too much imagination to use it correctly. Kenshin, Sarah and I were alone going to meet the resistance, and as you are hearing, Kenshin was a bit happy with his new position. Here we are, said Sarah with a grim face and in guard. Sarah, you are too stupid to be human. I always knew that bird brain was an insult, and I finally know why, said Kenshin with a disdainful look directed at Sarah. I can see everyone in 500 meters round me, and my assistant is stronger than the whole resistance put together and multiplied a few times. What do you think your useless bow is going to do? Sarah looked at the ground in embarrassment. In fact, despite being the general, you are the most useless one here. I am the power and my assistant is the brawn. In fact ×2. I don't think we need a general anymore. We don't even need the army, only the police, Kenshin said with a pondering look. What are you going to do if another country attacks us? Said I with a disapproving face. That's why you and your overpowered stake are here. Just start another storm and sink them before they arrive. And we need to economize for a few years, and the army is spending a lot. Too much in my opinion, Kenshin said. He almost fainted seeing how much the army spent. He trusted Sarah and knew that corruption wasn't necessarily the cause. The army, by its nature, was expensive. Ah, someone is coming, said Kenshin, and in about a minute, the enemy arrived. Stop right there, he said, surprising everyone here. You came here to fight, not to talk? A confused Kenshin asked. Why did he come to fight in a 3v1? Of course not. I am a proud member of the resistance. I will not let you goons of the Shogun put a foot in our land. The guy shouted in excitement. It looked like he was enjoying saying these things. But we are more, insisted Kenshin. He felt stupid, and he didn't like it. Hey, 2 women and a blind guy, not even a challenge, he said, adopting a position even Kenshin knew was stupid had he been able to see it. Kenshin finally exhaled, relieved. He was not the stupid one here. You only had to look at I's and Sarah's feelings at being dismissed for being a woman to realize who messed up here. Dude, I don't know what kind of alternate reality you are coming from. Kenshin sighed. Women were scary here. Just knock him out and let's continue. I still want to mock you for a bit more today. You shouldn't insult Maiko anymore, said I with a frown. Look at that, my female assistant has balls now, speaking at the Narukami Gosho himself like that, the eternal Shogun, his lightningness himself. And yet I'm not impressed. You are the one who abandoned her for 500 years. But yes, I know you had a reason, a stupid one. Anyway, I came here to have fun, not to argue with a huge siscon, Kenshin replied, leaving behind the enemy soldier with his face inside a tree infested with termites. What is a siscon? Asked I curiously. Someone that loves her sister, replied casually Kenshin, and I nodded. She loved her sister very much, and Kenshin saw that a spin-off is coming. Halt. Another soldier that appeared said, "Guru, my canine friend, it has been a while." Kenshin shouted, stepping forward. Kenshin, why are you with the general?" asked a confused and betrayed Guru. "We came to talk, along with my assistant," Kenshin said, pointing with his thumb at I who was behind him. "Assistant? She looks dangerous," muttered Gurun, feeling his tail tremble in fear just by being near her. It made sense for these people not to know how the previous shogun looked. Even a lot of people in the city weren't able to see her in their whole lives, not to mention the guys in Watatsumi. If someone from the resistance saw her, they were dead. Kenshin sighed hearing Guru, and walked back Yui's position. He pinched her cheeks and drew a smile. "She is an edgelord, you know. Those people who think they are imposing and stronger than everyone else, always looking like a pile of shit is near them." Guru nodded. The resistance was isolated, but they had their ways to get some basic knowledge too. "I will tell our strategist about your arrival." Guru nodded and disappeared. Kenshin had been feeding them for years. If he wanted to hurt them, he could have done it months ago. But Kenshin wants to hurt them now. He had power, and wanted to use it. They waited for a minute, and the fish lady herself arrived. "Kenshin, Guru told me that." And Kenshin knew Sangonomiya Kokomi did, in fact, know who his assistant was. "Indeed, he told you." "We are here to talk," Kenshin replied with a gentle smile. "Why are you bringing your artillery then?" asked Riley Kokomi. "Is there another way to talk?" asked a confused Kenshin. "Supreme Priestess, I am back." An energetic Guru arrived, and the first thing he saw was Kokomi's bitter smile. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, we were about to talk," Kenshin replied with the same smile. "Having power felt great. Even for all your stupidity, I have to admit that I admire you. You had all this power, and you still kept your hands to yourself, just like he." "I am feeling my hands tremble with excitement, and my soul is asking for violence in a fight. I'm sure I will win by a landslide." Kokomi was alarmed hearing that. She still didn't know Kenshin, but his terrific smile was giving her goosebumps. "What do you want?" she asked bitterly. "Our surrender?" Guru tried to speak, but Kokomi stopped him. "If I wanted your surrender, my assistant would have already vaporized your whole island, pearls included." Kenshin scoffed. "Why you thought it was a good idea to fight the same god that killed yours is mind-boggling. Had I decided that this war was stupid, they would have lost instantly." "Why did you come here for then?" asked Kokomi, with trepidation in her heart. "To tell you that we are going to have a party, and you can bring a few people if you want," said Kenshin, surprising even I and Sarah. "I'm the shogun now, as you have probably deduced, and I want my army to disappear, so you need to stop acting like a petulant child and stop annoying us. You are going to lose anyway, so I thought of inviting you to the party we will have. A lot of people will come from the mainland, so maybe you can find some help there." "I don't care." "What are you planning?" asked Coco Fish with a frown. "If I wanted to plan something, you wouldn't be here. Anyway, I told you, assistant, I'm tired. Carry me to my abode," Kenshin said, extending his arms to I, who was looking at him with hatred. "Do you have no shame as a warrior? If you could sell that useless pride, I would have." "Can you eat pride?" "And remember," Kenshin said with a malicious face, "you lost against a shameless and prideless bastard like me. Your own pride doesn't seem to be so great, don't you think?" I regretted inviting Kenshin to the plane of euthymia. She would have killed him instantly in the outside world. But then her sister wouldn't have been brought back, and that was enough to make all her suffering worth it. For now at least. After arriving at the Tenchukaku, Kenshin decided to write the letters and send them. He even invited Jean's mother. He needed a new character for his Radiant Knight series, and he thought of her mother, who even the serious Jean described as an amazing person. "Are you not going back?" asked I with a displeased look, seeing that her workplace wasn't hers anymore. "What are you talking about?" asked a confused Kenshin. "I'm the shogun now, this my place." "It's you who needs to go back. You are intruding in my home." Shoo. Where am I going to live then?" asked a shocked I. She never thought that she would be in the streets at her age, and even less after her importance in Inazuma. I missed the part where that was my problem, replied Kenshin, writing another letter. This one was for the boss of the lands. Now he could speak to him as an equal, not needing to fear a meteorite. His assistant was strong after all. I had a dark expression, but left for the shrine. Wait, said Kenshin, remembering something. I turned back still angry, but decided to wait for a bit. Deliver these to Ritu. I want them sent tomorrow, Kenshin said, giving her the stack of letters and patting her head. Now get the fuck out of my house. Kenshin saw how I left the room, sensing her anger. Hopefully that makes her leave this place, mused Kenshin, looking at the door that closed after I left. Staying in this place won't help her at all. Maybe a change of airs and being near Yi can make her forget at least a little of these 500 years. Report. Yes, a woman with black and white hair nodded. Her X-shaped pupils scanned the room before looking at the man presiding the room, Piero. I couldn't find anything about the gnosis. And about the secondary target? Asked Pulcinella in his irritant voice. He is wary about us, Arlecchino replied in a calm tone. She didn't lie after all. Somebody was planning to sell delusion to get experimental data, and he stopped the plan before we could start selling them. Everyone knew who was the deranged bastard who did that. There was only one man twisted to such extremes, and he wasn't fazed by the looks he was receiving. He only grew even more curious about this boy. And what is your personal relationship with him? Asked Signora with a serious face. Neutral, replied Arlecchino. She was the most talented actor this world had ever seen, and she was confident in her poker face. Piero took out a letter, one Arlecchino recognized as Kenshin's, but she didn't panic. She didn't only trust Kenshin because of how he was trying to help her, but also for his cunning. No matter how good-intentioned a person was, she didn't need a liability by her side. I will read it, said Signora, taking the letter. I knew the boy personally, and I saw his writing. He uses a special ink, so maybe you will be able to detect something, Arlecchino blandly said, knowing that Kenshin was not going to let anything escape that he didn't want to. My blazing lady, whose soul disperses even the darkest of worries in my heart. I hope you are the one reading this. If you are not, I wish for the dick of the guy reading this to disappear. If you are a girl, I wish for a dick to appear. Well, maybe that was not the insult I pretended it to be. There are a lot of people with great personalities nowadays. Signora felt her face darken reading this, and a few harbingers laughed lightly. Except for the new Tartaglia, he was openly laughing. It's definitely that kid, she muttered. I'm now the shogun. Yes, as you heard it. I beat that obnoxious woman, and guess what? She was the one carrying this letter to the harbor we had our last dance in, when a messenger could have done the same. Ahahaha, I'm having so much fun now. I have power, in the form of my new assistant, and believe me, it's glorious. I am writing to invite you to a festival we will host in a month, and a lot of people will come. I know you rats are aiming for Archons, and Asmarax and Barbatos will probably come. I thought you could take this chance to visit. I have missed your bright soul, and a day without you is like a day without a shower, stinky and sticky. Your prince sure knows how to make compliments, laughed Tartaglia. Arlecchino didn't answer. She knew Kenshin was just messing around. So yeah, please come. There will be 3 Archons here, so I hope you can come. Your dance partner. Kenshin, scratch that. The Shogun, the eternal Shogun, Narukami Gosho. Kenshin. Neutral, said Piero, repeating the word Arlecchino used to describe their relationship. Neutral, Arlecchino repeated without a single muscle in her face twitching. He is telling you where our targets are, knowing what we are aiming for, even after grouping them for us, and you say neutral? Asked Tartaglia in a disbelieving tone. Neutral, repeated Arlecchino in the same voice. P.S. I know you loved our last dance. I could see your soul, so you can't deny it. And even that weird atmosphere at the end was a bit peculiar, but I didn't dislike it. Signora, read the rest. Neutral, repeated Arlecchino, but she wasn't fooling anyone. Well, you fucked up, said an amused Tartaglia. If they fucked and this girl is still saying neutral, I fear for her integrity, added Tor in her sticky voice. We didn't fuck, as you are so grossly saying, refuted Arlecchino. her facade not showing any cracks. "Maybe you should have," muttered Pantaloon with a pondering look. "It's the optimal way to get what we want, and with no risks. You may even get him to come to Snezhnaya, or at least make him reveal something we can use." "You can't be serious," said Arlecchino, her facade slightly breaking when her anger reached the limit. "You will be what is required of you to be," said Dr. in a disinterested voice. "But I don't know if your boyish appearance will be enough." "And here I thought the only thing you associated with the word fuck was your little experiments," Arlecchino commented with a glance. "I saw one escaping last month. Wasn't that to your taste?" "I thought to preferred cats to dogs." Enough. The frigid voice of the Tsaritsa sounded in the room, silencing everyone. "We need that boy to come here." "I don't care what you need to do. If he is here I won't complain about your methods." "You can drug him, kidnap him, seduce him or convince him. But I need him here." Arlecchino's facade didn't break, but she clenched her fists, knowing that these words meant that she was required to do everything that needed to be done. Everything to make Kenshin come here. "I don't think that is going to work," interrupted Signora, making Arlecchino look at her. Signora was the person who knew Kenshin the most after her. "He can see souls. There is no way he is not going to realize something. Still, if there is a chance, she should take it." Doctor spoke again. "He must be a few years younger than age, and kids at that age think more with their bodies than with their heads." "I will do what I need to do," said Arlecchino, leaving the room. After that, she knew how powerful Kenshin's ability was, just like she knew his nature. He was not going to fall for any honey trap, no matter how attractive the bait was. Not even her, with her delicious soul, would be enough. She now needed to make him come to Snezhnaya to accomplish her mission. She knew Kenshin was not going to leave Inazuma, at least for now, so she wouldn't be able to accomplish her goal no matter what. And yet, if she came back without doing everything she could, she would be under scrutiny, and that was something she couldn't afford. But she wasn't worried about this. Kenshin was her partner after all,